Hi, Lynn. Hi, Lynn.
I just got off the TSA, and they said, do you have any explosives? And I said, just this bomb-ass pussy.
Feels so
Yeah, exactly, Looney Tunes. She's over there just through gritted teeth, all up in the fucking mic, just snort another fucking Addy.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. If it's another day of wasting Ohio court's time because of YouTube drama. I want to welcome everybody here. Hello, Marie. Hello, NCAM. Hello, Uncorked with Brandy, Becky Slaughter. Probably not going to be able to catch everybody. So for those of you who are not aware, by the way, can you hear me? Please let me know that you can hear me. Please let me know that you can hear me. Because I want to make sure that I'm just not talking into the wind. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I appreciate that because I wasn't totally sure that I had things worked out on my end. Great. So for those of you who are not aware of what I'm about to show, good morning in California. Yes, it is. Yes, it is morning in California. What I'm about to stream is, with the permission of the respondent in this case, is a hearing between Courtroom Oriani and Aunt Lala. And Aunt Lala, I'm pretty sure she's going to be in chat here for anyone who might have questions. But this case has already been decided, okay? This is not a situation where we don't know the outcome. We know the outcome. Even if we don't agree with the outcome, we know the outcome. And the outcome is that this is one of several protection orders that Lana was able to get. And this is probably, at around the same time, Lana was she was taking court actions against other YouTubers, and they were ending up in the same court with the same judge at around the same time. So I'm not sure if this is the first time that Lana was in front of this particular judge, but it's around the first time that she was seen by this particular judge. And you can see that this judge is not just not. First of all, the judge, which is really just a magistrate, is green. I mean, she's a new magistrate. You could tell she's almost like trying to search her mind for the rules of conduct and the things that she's trying to even cite in her own courtroom. But on the other side of things, she is completely ill-equipped to deal with a conspirabully like Lana Oriani. And what we had here was two pro se litigants, two people who were representing themselves. One from Ohio, right there in the state, and one from Texas. I have a loud ringing noise. Oh, I know why. Is that better? I am so sorry. Hey, Johnny, good to see you. I know why I had the loud ringing noise. It's because anyway, if you heard the loud ringing noise, I'm hoping that you don't hear it anymore, and I sincerely apologize for that. Yikes, I hate when there are sound issues because my ears are super sensitive and it drives me crazy when there are sound issues, but technology, you know. So Lana and this person had been going back and forth, of course, on YouTube for quite some time, and this other person, Aunt Lala, got did I see your comment above? Crime sleuthin'. I can't find it. Is it super important? I can't see it for some reason. I'm not sure why. I'm in StreamYard right now. Can you retype it? I apologize. It must have disappeared for me. So sorry about that annoying noise, you guys. Anyway, you'll hear this play out during the hearing, but I just want to give you a little bit of background so you know what's happening, so you know what we're walking into. Lala had been at first a critic and then a fan and a supporter of Lana, and they kind of connected. Lala decided that she wanted to be part of that mock trial that Lana talked so much that she's so proud of in the Watts case. So Lala became a juror on that mock trial, and then she was hanging around with the girl called the police in Alley. Well, okay, great. Great. I don't even know if I'll be done at that time streaming this. So anyway, so hold on just one moment. Sorry. So Lala and Lala had started being interested, and she was part of, Truth and Transparency. She was a supporter of Fight for a Family, the nonprofit. And in case you are not a watcher of my other channel or a sub to my other channel, I would encourage you to, because that's where I put a lot of information, pre-recorded videos. And I announced that Lana's non-profit Fight for a Family has been canceled by the state of Ohio. And there's some nice visuals to go with that. Here we go. One moment. Canceled. So you'll hear a lot about this nonprofit in this hearing, and Lala was a supporter of this nonprofit. And yes, the mock trial that only went smoothly. Thank you, Crime Sleuth. And the mock trial that only went smoothly for Lana. So then, there's honestly no reason to get into the details of how things went sour with these two. Things go sour with Lana and people every day that ends in a Y, okay? And then it eventually ends up in some sort of, not with every single person, but it eventually ends up in some sort of YouTube war that then isn't handled by YouTube properly, because at some point there should be some sort of de-escalation. YouTube escalates it. They don't de-escalate it. They escalate it because they keep promoting it. You share a birthday with Lana. Isn't that a lucky distinction for you, Bogart? YouTube escalates it. And it escalates it to the point where people like Lana think that they get to use the court to as basically you feel like you're looking at the queen of Real Housewives of YouTube, okay? And Lana is the queen. And she's the one who feels like she should run the show. And yeah, she's a serial sour of relationships. And then she thinks that when a relationship is soured and it gets played out on YouTube, then the court has to hear about it. And if that court doesn't make the decision in her favor, then the higher court needs to make a decision, or that judge needs to be reported, or the opposing lawyers need to be reported. Or if she loses and she's represented by a lawyer, she has to go after her lawyer and sue her lawyer. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. So before I start the actual hearing itself, playing the hearing itself, I want to remind you about just how I want to, about my preferences for chat behavior. Okay. To me, it is not funny and it is not fun to talk about the way people look, to disparage the way people look. If you're going to say something about the way people look, then say something nice. But it's honestly like, if the only thing you can think of is to talk about how somebody looks, then really you can do more. You can do better. I know you can. There are much more clever insults you can make than, somebody's body type or whatever, right? So just everyone is welcome here, with a few exceptions, very few exceptions, as long as you're respectful. If you're not respectful, I will zap you. And if you feel like you were zapped unfairly, then send an email to disorderinthecourt2@gmail.com. So the gist of the hearing is it's a protective order hearing. I think I'll just get into it. This hearing is 10 hours in total. It went over 2 days. It is in Ohio. It took place in November of 2022 and January of 2023. In the first hearing, Lala showed up via Zoom. And then in the second day in January, she showed up in person. And you'll see how things played out. Let me grab it one moment here. And I hope you all have been doing well. I'm doing as well as can be expected, I would say. One moment. I also, I would like to thank Lala for giving me the permission to use this footage. I did go through again and edit out some names. She asked me if I would edit out her name, even though her name wasn't edited out of the original footage that was played on her channel. But I did that out of respect because it's her footage. So, one moment. All right. Thank you for the kind words, people, and let's get going.
On the record, case number 22 CV 4931. Is it Lana or Lana?
It's Lana.
Lana. Okay. Lana Oriani versus Valicia. And we have you. Valicia. Sorry. We have you named as Felicia, but you told me several times that your surname, your last name is actually correct, miss?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. We're here today for Miss Oriani's, for a full hearing on Miss Oriani's petition seeking a civil stalking protection order to be issued against Miss. You are appearing remotely because you reside out of state, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So you can hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I did. I didn't know when exactly I can approach this topic. I was going to ask you about the like the jurisdiction, if I could speak on that.
Okay. So as a preliminary matter, you wanted to raise an issue of jurisdiction. Go ahead, miss.
Okay. It was just basically,
I think what I'm going to do is turn this up to like 1.25 speed, because the pace of this does go a little bit slower than it's a little bit slow, and it just helps a little bit. But let me know if you guys think it's too fast or, whatever.
saying that I do live out of state. I did want it on the record that, I wasn't here appearing voluntarily, but I didn't want to disrespect the courts in the process. But I just wanted to, to challenge the personal jurisdiction over me, being that I live in Texas and I have no business or anything going, on in Ohio.
Okay. So you're raising as an affirmative defense lack of personal jurisdiction because you don't live in Ohio. All right. Ms. Oriani, do you have a response?
Yes, I do. It's a YouTube channel that she lists herself as media, where she will travel to whatever states possible to cover cases on myself. I was in Colorado just back in March, and she drove from Texas to Colorado to watch my TRO hearing. So she has no problem traveling to where I'm at.
What about, that's Colorado. What she's saying is, thank you, sir. She's saying that she had no contacts with the state of Ohio, so she had no expectation that a case could be filed against her here. What you just told me, she went to Colorado. So if you filed this in Colorado court and she went there, that'd be good for that case.
Yeah,
But
she does
we're in
everything.
Ohio.
She does everything online. So
Online, where do you live?
here in Ohio. Well, here in Ohio.
You live in
Columbus.
Ohio.
Mhm.
So,
So I filed here because this is where I live.
I understand that, but has she had any contacts with you in Ohio? Not just personally, online counts too, meaning.
Yeah. So yes, and one of her business associates came and actually flew here or drove here just back in September. So I mean, I'm online.
Has she sent you any communications through social media,
Yes.
email, text messages while you're in Ohio?
Yes.
She sends it to you,
Mhm.
and there's gonna be proof of that?
Yes.
Okay. So I understand what your time is. The way that defense works, though, is there is case law that says it should be foreseeable if somebody makes a threatening, harassing communication that they may be hailed into the jurisdiction to answer a petition seeking a protection order, in the jurisdiction where those types of communications were sent. Okay.
Welcome, Lala.
The problem I have is, I have case law that would give me personal jurisdiction over you if you committed such an act. On the one hand, you're denying you did any of those things, but I can't just take your word for it. Okay. You have properly raised.
Communication. There was communications. They just weren't, threatening communications.
I hear.
I mean,
Right. And so this is the dilemma I have is.
I just want to impress upon you all here. Impervious means it can't hurt me. Okay, mom, she can try, but I'm like it impervious. Go ahead, look it up. Anyway, as you're watching this, I just want to impress upon you to look for any reason you believe this court should be hearing this hearing, as opposed to people who might actually really, really feel threatened. And Lana doesn't come across as much as a aggressor in this hearing, at least this particular day of the hearing, but you can see the mind twisting and the dodging and the accusations and the absolute hypocrisy of it. So I don't want to get wrapped up in like the little details of whether somebody did this or whether somebody did that. To me, I mean, since we know the outcome and Lala's here to answer, to me, it's about looking at this from the perspective of why, how did this even get accepted into court? That's what, and to me, it has so much to do with this judge and the petitioner's ability to manipulate her way into it.
You probably raised that defense, okay? So you're raising it. Ms. Oriani, now that she's raised it, it's your burden of proof that we have jurisdiction over her, okay? But at the end of the day, a lot of what she would need to prove to me is the same thing she'd have to prove to me to prove her case anyways, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So we're going
Yes,
to,
ma'am.
either way, we're going to have a hearing, whether we limit the hearing
Right.
just on personal jurisdiction, but then she's
I see
going
what
to
you're
try to
saying.
show me I have all these things, okay? So I'm
Okay.
aware of your defense. It's one of those things where if I don't think they're threatening or anything like that, then I may find, nope, you didn't commit a tortious act in Ohio, so we never had jurisdiction over you, right? So you may prevail under both standards, but unfortunately, we almost have to have almost the same hearing, if that makes
Okay.
sense, okay?
ma'am.
But I am aware that you've raised it, okay?
Okay.
And I'll be cognizant of that as Ms. Royan's putting on the evidence, okay? Do either of you have any other preliminary matters? No?
I mean,
Okay.
Oh, I guess the service that was done, improper service. I was sent a certified mail, but in Texas, you have to go through our courts, our systems and servers. It can't be by a certified mail.
Well, Texas law doesn't apply. I go by Ohio law, which does allow for certified mail.
Okay.
Okay.
And that was the only two things I really just wanted to make sure that we covered.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Miss.
Thank you.
Okay. I think she's trying to get plugged in. So
thank you.
Exactly my
All right.
point, Bogart.
Is there a way to get on the Wi-Fi, or is that not?
yeah, there's courts, is
Okay.
the AT&T Wi-Fi?
ATT, yeah, the pass point?
No, there should be an open one.
Oh, yeah, there's not. Thank you.
Okay.
I guess while she's getting hooked up, there would be one more thing about, there was 2.5 gigabytes of information sent, that I had, basically a day to, review. I just didn't know if that, mattered or affected anything, that being that I don't have an attorney, that, it was just hard for me to kind of build a defense. There was just no way to go through a lot of that.
Okay. See, this is the court's position on that because I hear you. That's a lot to go through.
Yes, ma'am.
If you wanted discovery, because I already gave you a continuance to have more time to prepare, if you wanted discovery, the civil rule 65.1, we don't allow discovery in protection order cases for a number of reasons automatically. You have to petition the court and ask for discovery, ask for permission. Neither of you did that. I had intervened because you're appearing by Zoom. I was worried about how you were going to be able to see exhibits and any evidence presented at the next court date, given that you're here remotely. So I made both parties exchange all evidence in electronic format. That way, when she has an exhibit that she's showing me, she'll say what it is. It's been emailed to you. You can pull it up and look at it so you know what she's talking about. That was done for a convenience to allow you to appear remotely. It wasn't a discovery order.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So that's the thing. If you had wanted to get those ahead of time, then you would have needed to make the official request. Okay.
Also, can I say something for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
record with that?
Go ahead.
I also emailed, I thought she had an attorney to say, hey, I can give you my stuff. And that was a couple of days even prior to you saying when you needed stuff. So I attempted to try to get her. And then I
Okay.
think she made a statement that she was actually going to be here in person for this hearing. So she would
Yeah, I can't remember because I have a number of these.
Okay.
Because I have had some people, I think that we talked about if she had retained counsel in Ohio, the Ohio attorney may have wanted her to
Yeah.
come.
Okay.
Because I've been surprised if the counsel wouldn't have preferred that. And I think I might have said that there might have been some discussions about that.
Welcome as a new member, Earth. And yes, this is the judge that also listened to Lana and Melissa J. And I believe that as a result of this hearing and actually prevailing in this hearing, God knows why, she was emboldened And that was one of the reasons that she was so amped up in the hearing with Melissa Jade. But, you know, it's a it just goes to show it doesn't take much to get her amped up, because this was her only time, the only time she prevailed. But Lana, you know, I think she thinks like a sports person, and she's like home team advantage, right? She even has a thing called, yeah. So she obviously saw that this that this worked for her, so she's gonna she turns right around and just does you know, files for more of these things, trying to get more people into court to prevail over. It's just ridiculous. I'll keep going.
Okay. But that's why but in case you didn't come, that's why I said that, look, if she's going to appear remotely, we have to exchange these exhibits electronically ahead of time. All right. But that was not. Go ahead, miss.
I didn't reply back to her because it had her son's picture and his email, and I was kind of uncomfortable. I didn't want to and we were told to email you, not each other.
Right. And I hear you. I'm not admonishing anybody. Nobody did anything wrong. Both of you had the best intentions. But, you know, you are right. When it comes to discovery, you're supposed to first petition the court first. I think she thought if you had an attorney, then the attorney would have wanted those items. But I hear exactly what you're saying. Okay. All right. We're going to get started. You know, at the end of the day, I don't know enough about this case. I don't know what's going on between the two of you. All right. But Ms. Oriani, it's going to be your burden to prove that Ms. has engaged in a pattern of conduct.
It is your burden. We are in true crime, you all. We are in true crime. And I want to impress upon you all that in cases like these, in any case where the party who is bringing the action has the burden of proof. Okay? So just like last week when Lana goes whole hog on accusing a specific YouTuber of calling the police on her, she accused that person and she had the burden of proof and she failed and she flopped on her face. And, you know, I just want to impress upon all of you that when you're looking at these things, when the person who is making the accusation has the burden of proof, it's not up to the person who's being accused to then prove that they didn't do something. Okay, so
Conduct, meaning she's committed 2 or more acts that were closely related in time that meet the definition of menacing under the law, that has placed you in fear of physical harm or caused you mental distress. And when I'm saying mental stress, I don't mean that you didn't like it, it upset you. It's got a very specific definition under the law. Okay. So I want everybody to be focused today, because I'm not sure what all I'm going to hear, but sometimes I just hear a lot of people say bad stuff. People are defaming people. You know, I'm not here to protect reputations or anything like that. Okay. So we need to focus on what you believe your evidence shows, that criteria, not that she says things that you don't like or the contact's unwelcome. Okay. She's got to be engaging in conduct that's placing you in fear of physical harm or the statutory definition of mental stress. All right. With that, how would you like to proceed?
I had
fear of physical harm or the statutory definition of mental distress. So that's what Lana keeps pushing on. I'm mentally distressed. I'm mentally distressed. I'm mentally distressed. So by Lana's definition of mentally distressed, many of us should be taking her to court. We should be all together sitting there saying to this, we need CPOs, because she mentally distresses intentionally on a daily basis. Okay. So the utter hypocrisy here, and you get it.
an opening statement prepared, but I can just go on and call my first witness. It's up to you.
I don't preclude anybody from giving openings, but they have to be brief, because a lot of times everybody just ends up repeating the evidence. I hear the same thing twice. If it's, people can give brief introductory remarks, okay? But don't just tell me everything you're about to tell me anyways under oath, okay?
Okay.
So go ahead, Miss.
Your Honor, I'm here today to show by the preponderance of the evidence that the respondent, Ms. Valicia, has and will continue to violate section 2903.211 menacing by stalking as it pertains to petitioner and petitioner's minor child and household. I'm Ms. Oriani. I'm asking the finder of fact here today to advocate for the well-being of my minor child, as well as myself, a pro se litigant, by holding Ms. Berry legally responsible and accountable for her role that has contributed immensely to myself, mental distress that is centered around Ms. Pritt's involvement in Operation Takedown Lana Oriani. So that's all, and I'm ready to call my first witness.
Okay. All right. Well, Miss, I'll give you an opportunity to give any brief introductory remarks.
Okay. So you just heard her say the words Operation Takedown Lana Oriani. All right. The woman never ever shows proof of this branded takedown, this branded attack. The words were written at some point, but she insists that somebody created a folder in an entire drive called Operation Takedown and a memo, Operation Takedown Lana Oriani. Now, were there people sitting there going, oh my God, this woman is creating, this woman is mentally distressing numerous people by sharing their nudes and tormenting them and doxing them. Is there something we can do? Was there a group of people that might have got together? And were they trying to figure out what to do? Yeah. And did somebody try to organize it and say, I guess so. Let's figure out how to do this. Is that illegal? Is it shitty? Maybe. Would it come across as shitty? Yeah. Is it illegal? No. But she brands it just like the sex panel. That's right, Grim. She brands everything that's, she perceives to be against her. She creates like shitty brands. Operation Takedown Oriani. And what is so disconcerting is that in her decision, in her ruling, the magistrate just kind of picks up these titles and these things wholesale. So here we go.
Marks, if you have any.
I think that we will see through the evidence this is more retaliatory, and she didn't like what I was saying. I haven't done anything illegal. She is a president of a public nonprofit that I reported on behaviors and such. And that's pretty much all I'm saying. I have no harm to her or her child. No
more. No nonprofit,
Thank
no
you,
more.
Miss. All right, Miss Oriani, who's your first witness?
It's still trying to connect to it's the ATT Wi-Fi, right? Okay. And my first witness is Nikki. So I'll text her and tell her that we're ready for her.
Oh, she's appearing remotely?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
What do I do if I have questions about the validity of the witness? If they've been threatened with lawsuits or something before, like, how does that work? What do I do?
So when she's doing her direct examination, if you have any objections, you can object. When she's done with her directive, Miss Bradley, you're going to be given an opportunity to ask her questions as well, okay?
Yeah, it says no internet open. Oh, she's there.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, I can hear you. Great, wonderful.
Thank you.
Give me 1 second. Did you get? Thank you. He's like a jack of all trades. He does everything in this courtroom. Function. Good morning. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Anyone who wants to know when this is, look at the bottom right of the actual conference screen. It was November 21st, 2022. And this is the first day. The second day was on January 13th, 2023. So it was just about a year ago. And thank you all for being here. Please remember to hit the thumbs up and let's keep going.
I guess I'm about ready to find out how the day goes. Okay, I'm going to first swear you in. Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony I'm about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer to under God or under penalties of perjury?
I do.
Okay, can you state your first and last name and spell both for the record?
Nikki.
Thank you. Okay, Miss Oriani, you've called me as a witness You need to either ask her questions or direct her to the subject matter she's here to speak about today. Go ahead.
Exactly, Johnny.
Thank you, Ms. Being here.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Where do you reside?
Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas.
What must you do for a living?
I'm a stay-at-home mom, wife.
Okay. How do you know the petitioner in this case?
YouTube,
And how do you know the respondent in this case?
YouTube as well.
Have you ever met the petitioner in person?
No,
Have you ever met the respondent in person?
no,
Prior to August 2022, had you ever spoke to the petitioner?
no,
Prior to August 2022, had you ever spoke to the respondent?
or yes, sorry.
Again, prior to August 2022, would you watch the petitioner's YouTube channel?
Yes.
What was the name of the YouTube channel?
Truth and Transparency,
And what kind of YouTube channel is it?
true crime.
When did you begin watching the petitioner's Truth and Transparency YouTube channel?
From the time it was started. So I believe March of 2021.
So were you a fan of the channel to watch it?
No, quite the opposite, actually.
So then why did you watch the petitioner's YouTube channel?
I was part of a group of people who would monitor Miss Oriani's YouTube channel.
Objection?
Basis. Is it relevancy?
Yeah, it's relevancy, and I feel like she's having her use like these kind of like key words. I have no affiliation with Nikki, so I don't understand the relevance of that.
I hear you.
Was she
Oh,
trying-
okay, right now she hasn't gotten there because I hope you're getting to there sooner. How you're connecting because right now you're
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
just, like this is
I mean,
foundational.
if she could just let her testify, that would be, I could understand better. I don't know what she's trying to do.
I hear you. I can't let people. She wants to do her direct examination, and this is typical. Okay, I'm going to overrule because a lot of times we do have to get through these foundational questions.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Miss Oriani.
Okay. When you say you monitored and there was a group of you, was the respondent one of the group members?
Yes,
And that was your only reason for watching the petitioner's YouTube channel, to monitor?
to collect any screen recordings, download videos, screenshots, anything that could be used against.
Do with this data that you would compile?
I was in a group chat on Facebook. So the data that we collected, we would send to this chat where it would be compiled and put together into PDFs.
It's a bit amusing to look at Lala's face as this other person testifies. And I want to draw your attention to what this woman is saying. I don't know this woman from Adam, this person who is Lana's witness, okay? But it struck me that she was basically saying the same words that Lana says about herself. Just kind of repeating her. What I'm going to say here is that I feel that she was scripted, and I felt that all of Lana's witnesses were scripted. Okay. Yeah.
Timestamp.
I'm sorry. Do you have the right respondent? I was never in a, I was never in that.
This is
that was
okay.
it.
When you
So this is where you start to get super, super annoyed, because what happens is, and with the same thing with Melissa's hearing, and it's frustrating because everybody's, there's no lawyers in here. They don't know the court process, right? So Lana does the thing where she introduces witnesses and evidence that she has not given a heads up to the other party about, a lot of the evidence that she tries to, throw in at the last minute and overwhelm you with. And then she has witnesses come in with testimony that is like so off the wall that the other party is like, what the fuck are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. And so, and I'm not saying that the witness is outright lying, but in most court cases, both parties have been prepared. There's a lot that goes into a trial before you see them actually appear in court. There's a lot of preliminary stuff, and most importantly, you share discovery with each other and it's a courtesy and it's part of the judicial process. Lana doesn't respect any of that, and the judge allows it. She allows her to just throw in all kinds of bullshit and evidence that then she says, oh, I'll just decide. The magistrate says, I'll just decide later whether it's admissible. And that's how this court's time is wasted. And it's absolutely infuriating. And then, so there's really no process to follow. And then she gets mad that they're not following the process and she yells at them. Oh my goodness gracious.
What to say?
You're going to be given an opportunity to cross-examine her. If you choose to, you're also going to be given an opportunity to testify. Okay. That would be the time. If you're disagreeing with where she's going with this, you can respond to that when you testify. Okay. All right. Okay. Go ahead. You said that you would use the data, you would compile it and collect it. And then what else?
Deposit it into this a chat, which essentially was a small group of people that later turned out to be a larger group of people just outside of that particular chat. However, we would kind of dump the data collected into this chat. And there was one person in particular who was rather tech savvy, who would compile all the data into PDF forms with timestamps and name mentions. So
the other thing I want to remind you of is that the people that Lana has come on here as witnesses have been doing all the same shit to Lana that she is now taking this other person to court for. So these people sit here and admit to doing, all this monitoring and compiling and Operation Takedown Lana, blah, blah, blah. This is the person who's like, yes, there was an Operation Takedown Lana. And where's their CPO? I mean, let's remind ourselves what Lana said, just before, the day before her court hearing in Colorado against Vanessa.
Given a TPO and this judge grants a PPO out on me, all of you guys will start getting the same fucking thing, and it's going to start with me.
And she thought she was just going to go in there and, if I get a PPO, you all get PPOs. And I'm going to just, hey, y'all, I took the time to delete people's last names out of here when they aren't identified that way on YouTube. So I'm going to delete a comment when it has a person's last name in here, when they don't identify themselves or edit their own names out of their own things. Okay. Please don't put people's full names in the chat. Thank you. All right, here we go.
on and so forth. Kind of package it neat and nicely.
Who were the group members that monitored Miss Oriani, the petitioner?
Myself, Nina. I'm not sure how to pronounce her last name. But yes, sorry, I'm not sure how to pronounce her name. Crafton Barnes, myself, Andrea Powers, Fabio, James, Vanessa Walsh, Kim Kaufman. Did I say Crafton Barnes?
Mm-hmm.
Captain Barnes as well. Andrea Powers.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of third person talk in this.
Since you were monitoring Miss Oriani's YouTube channel, were you aware that her channel was hacked and all of her videos and content was deleted from her YouTube channel?
Yes.
Do you know when that was?
March of, well, I want to say March of 2021. I'm not for certain though.
I'm pretty sure that's exactly what happens.
Did you know who was responsible for deleting and hacking in to Miss Oriani's YouTube channel?
Yes.
Who was that?
Andrea Powers.
Your Honor, objection. I'm sorry. Like none of those people. I wasn't even mentioned in any of that. None of this is relevant to me.
All right.
I mean,
Her relevancy objections are getting stronger. Okay, you got to tie it in.
I just need a little bit more.
Get to it.
Thank you,
okay?
Your Honor.
So overruled.
yes, ma'am.
So you said Andrea Powers?
Yes.
Was that part of Operation Takedown Lana Oriani?
Yes.
At the same time that happened, was there a sex scandal online against Miss Oriani?
There was.
And irrelevant.
Overruled.
Was there a sex scandal?
Yes.
And was that part of Operation Takedown Lana Oriani?
Yes.
Do you know who was involved in that online sex scandal?
So this witness, literally with a straight face, just testified that a sex panel that took place 2 years before this woman ever even became involved, before the name Operation Takedown Lana Oriani ever even became a thing, was in full gear and created the sex panel. And in the magistrate's findings, she says that this witness testified credibly. So it just goes to show, how when you take this YouTube drama out of YouTube and into a courtroom, and you're asking a judge with obviously very little understanding of emotional manipulation, how it looks to her, and how, people can come in scripted and look credible when you could probably prove that they're lying.
I do. Kim Kaufman, Melissa Jade, Ludovica Viviani, Andrea Powers, and there were several other people on
The
that.
list is long.
Yes.
Wait, I didn't hear you say police.
I know the objection relevance. That's why I've been trying to say none of this is me. None of it.
I know. I was
Nothing
just
is-
trying to ask her because she named a bunch of names and then said the
Yes.
list is long.
Yes.
But I need to know. Are you?
Miss was a
Miss
part of it.
what?
Miss was a part of it as
Okay.
well.
Mm.
Since you were monitoring Miss Oriani, did Miss Oriani leave YouTube after that?
No.
What did Miss Oriani, the petitioner, do with her YouTube channel after the sex scandal?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevant, and also there was never a sex. There was never like a sex scandal. Officially, there was nothing reported. I'm no part of that. In fact, I defended her. So none of this has anything to do with me.
Okay. Well, right now you're jumping ahead and we're weighing evidence. I just know there was a sex
Yeah.
scandal. When you testify, if you want to tell me something different, that will be your time to do so. Okay. Overruled. So she asked you, what do you, if you know, if you have personal knowledge, what happened to Miss Oriani's YouTube channel after this, what she's calling a sex scandal?
The channel wasn't taken down. Miss Oriani focused a lot on her true crime cases she was covering that are connected to her nonprofit organization,
Right.
as well as doing her own investigation and exposing.
Just think about this. This woman is doing like a commercial. Oh, she was just doing her true crime cases. I was a bitter enemy and I did not like her at all. And now I'm just a big fan and I'm going to testify for her. Okay.
The mistruths and the lies behind the sex scandal as well.
Miss, was that around December of 2021?
Yes.
Was you aware that the respondent started a YouTube channel?
Yes.
And do you recall when that was?
Oh gosh. March, I believe March.
Yeah, I'm gonna direct I want to introduce evidence here. I have a copy for you.
Okay, what am I looking at?
This is an Excel spreadsheet of every.
Yeah,
video
take
that
note.
Felicia.
You have it labeled A1?
Yes.
Okay.
Take note of the names that are shared the most in this hearing and, match them with the names that are shared the most in the last hearing. And you have some common denominators, but they're not brought to court. And why is that? And you will also see that Lana also tries to, engage in some sort of deal here. Well, she starts to manipulate and say, well, I just think that Aunt Lala was just being manipulated and she just was being told lies. And I would be more than willing to take this off the table if she just tells me who she got this information from and where the lies are. So it's a fishing expedition. The court is being used as a fishing expedition. Oops. Oh, and that was the end of that one. So let's go to the next one. One moment, please. One moment. I hope you all are well. And again, please thank Lala for letting me show this. She did show this already, but it's nerve-wracking. It's definitely nerve-wracking.
It should be on there. I'm trying to actually pull that up right now so that they can look at it. It's the Excel spreadsheet that's in the discovery that was sent. It was under the Lana Oriani folder.
So look at Lala's comment there. Lana was going to drop the allegations if I gave her my chats with Vanessa and James. So the people who have not ended up in court with her and the people who have not ended up on her shitdar on her channel are the people who have turned over state's evidence to her. That in her mind, they have immunity in this bullshit mission. She has to take everybody down. Okay? That is her. This is how she's using the court. Hold a legal action over somebody's head so that they'll give information and then take it off the table if they turn state's evidence. And it has worked with other people. obviously.
Were you able to find it?
Yes, I have it.
Okay. Does Miss, you have a copy in front of you? Does the date December 4th, 2021, Aunt Lala, the drunken troll, is that an accurate representation of Miss YouTube channel?
Yes, or a variation of those names. And yes, December actually does ring a bell now.
Okay. And what kind of channel did Miss start in 2021 in December?
It's a Lana Oriani hate channel.
Okay. Do you know, Miss, where and how the respondent got her YouTube channel content?
The content would come from, oh, I'm sorry, am I speaking over someone?
Objection. She wouldn't have any idea. I don't even know her. So she wouldn't have any idea where I'm getting my content or what my channel.
Okay, so
No.
the question actually was, do you know where it came from? Yes or no?
Yes,
How do you know this?
because I collected a lot of the data that was shared on that channel.
This is all from you and
The-
Miss being part of the same Facebook group.
I wasn't part of it.
Well, that's her testimony, okay?
Oh,
Oh.
I know, I'm not making any factual findings, all right, right now. Just trying to get
Okay.
the evidence and testimony in. So what I'm trying to ask is why, because I don't think you laid enough foundation, because sometimes you're focusing on the wrong things. I don't really know how she would know what was up to.
Can I approach with, I'm introducing another piece of evidence, which is
Or-
their
I can
messages.
I can explain. Oh, sorry.
You can do that and, lay a little more foundation as to why she would know so much about what was up to, okay? Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, so you just handed me what you marked as N10.
Yeah, N10 and N7 here.
Thank you. Okay, so I have N. All right, hang on, everybody.
Doesn't take Kraft into court because he turned over evidence.
Oriani's handed me exhibit N6, N7, and N10. All right,
And then did you get N1? There you go.
so what are these exhibits?
N1, N2, those are, I brought yours, but they were, you said you wanted the handheld copies, right?
yes, because I'm doing too much. I can't be pulling up every.
I tried to help
electronic-
and print those for you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay, all right, let's do this again. So we have
This is a good question. Can judges or magistrates tell a petitioner not to come back into her courtroom with junk cases? They can tell, they can make the suggestion from the bench, but they can't order it, I don't think, without a legal process of determining that the litigant is vexatious. And because Lana prevailed in this and the judge actually took the time to write, I believe that Lana brought this with good faith, it's going to be really, really, really hard to determine her to be vexatious. And that's what's so infuriating about this. There's no reason for any more court cases like this to be brought to this court. But they were like, oh no, she brought it in good faith. It's ridiculous.
N1, N2, N6, N7, and N10. That's what I've been handed. Okay, so if you're gonna get these in evidence, though, you've got to have.
Yep, I'm gonna,
Go ahead.
okay. Yes, Miss Bradley,
Ooh, I missed that one.
I think you have the copies of what the magistrate has right now. And
Yes.
those are, can you describe those
Is there any way for me
documents?
to see that?
Do you recognize those documents? The group chat featuring yourself, Andrea, Fabio, and Janet.
Yes.
Can you just,
Well, which exhibit are you looking at? All of them? or-
yeah, because it's all kind of like a group chat, so I try to put it in order. Let me see.
Okay. Well, you got to have her
Okay.
say what each of these are.
Okay. On March 8th, the N1.
Have you noticed that Ms. Oriani never requests permission to approach the bench ever? And she presents herself as somebody who just knows she can go in and own the courtroom. She knows how the courtroom works. But doesn't she know that usually every lawyer who's presenting in front of a judge asks permission to approach the bench?
Are you in this group chat with Andrea Powers where
Objection. Relevance. I have nothing to do with this.
Overruled.
Sorry.
Trying to get there to connect the dots. Okay, I'm going to give her time to do it.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I feel like I just have to do it.
You're fine.
Thank you.
on March 8th at 9:26 a.m. Do you see that for N1?
Yes.
And Andrea Power says, can I share the downloads for last night with Aunt Lala?
Correct.
Who's Aunt Lala?
Valicia.
And that's March
I
8th.
object.
Basis.
Hearsay, and I can't really hear her, and I don't even see what they're looking at.
Okay, well, unfortunately, you need to go back to the table so that she can hear you in the microphone. That's my fault. When you're holding up an exhibit, just say the exhibit number because you sent her all this electronically. Okay, that's why I quickly said we had N1 through 10. Okay, that's what we're
I
looking
don't
at.
have N 1 through 10. That's what I'm saying. I don't have.
Well, it was sent to you. Right.
So this happens several times where Lana starts to present some evidence and Lala's like, I don't have it. And in many cases she doesn't. In other cases, it was sent to her in like a terabyte was sent to her the day before and she was supposed to go through it. And then when she asks for the specific way to find it, the path to finding it, Lala says, Lana did not send it to me. She sent me gigabytes and sent the judge something else. Right. So she did that with the MJ hearing too. She doesn't send all the stuff and then she's like, oh, well, I'll just introduce it, during the case, and the judge entertains it. And that's that's a dong. I should get the gong. I should get like the gong from the Gong Show and gong this magistrate, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's why I was asking if she
It's labeled N1. Where would
should
I
be
find
under
it?
the Valicia. I'm pulling it up now.
So there's all kinds of this waiting around for Lana to pull up the evidence that she should have just, boom, had right there.
You want me to send it right to your email address?
There's so much
Like
of
these exhibits, does that help?
Yes.
Did you not send them to me?
Yeah, no, I did. I was just trying to be.
Okay, well, I have your drive right here. If you just tell me where it's located.
So you're able to pull up your drive and find it.
See, so Lana's saying, oh yeah, I sent it to you. And Lala's like, I'm not finding it here. Can you tell me where? and Lana can't answer. To me, that says, no, it wasn't sent. She's just trying to get it. She's just trying to get it. Yeah, exactly, Melissa Jade. You never saw 75% of what she brought in. It's absolutely insane. This drives me insane that the judge... Do you hear me getting so worked up over this? I am driven insane by this. That she allows Lana to do this. And she did it in this hearing. She did it in a hearing with Vanessa, and it didn't get out as much because Vanessa had a lawyer, and she's clearly doing it here. And Aunt Lala is not a lawyer and was not equipped to be dealing with a massive manipulator in court that was being enabled by the judge, right? Okay, let's keep going.
Correct, Ms. Oriani?
Yeah, that's why I was, but it's not.
So she says that.
I just went ahead and sent it to you as well. I'm just trying to expedite it.
Thank you.
I have, Your Honor, if I may, I have the drive in front of me. I'd rather not keep flipping through an email. If she could just tell me this location, of where the path to it, and I can.
Okay, can you direct her to it?
Of course she can't direct her to it because it's not there, probably. You know, I wasn't there. I'm not sitting there. I don't know what was sent, what wasn't sent. I do know that Lana is a pathological fucking liar. And that this is a pattern where she shows up to court and with all her binders and says, oh, yeah, I submitted all this, and it's not there. And so to prepare for court with this woman, you have to be ready for her to be able to submit evidence that would never normally be allowed, but is allowed. Yeah, and I think that Lala is confirming what I thought maybe she was doing. She was saying, you didn't send it, did you? Show me the path. And Lana can't. So then it takes all this time.
Okay, it should be under.
And so I think, to me, what I think Lana's doing at this moment is actually putting it into whatever folder she said she sent and saying, see, there it is. That's not how court works. But the judge allows it. Courtroom Oriani gets to just ride high, right? Jesus Christ. I agree, Summer. I think that Lana actually chooses marks that are easy to tap because for whatever reason they don't have. She thinks she can get something over on them. One is, oh, they can't afford a lawyer, so they're not going to get a lawyer, so I can go in there and bamboozle the court, right? Because
is she adding it now? Is that what we're doing?
No.
No. It should be like the 96 retrieved link.
I'm sorry, I'm not tech savvy, so I can't help. But
I don't know why. It should have been under Nikki, but under Lala comments, and then you go to Nikki.
Yeah, Nikki Bradley. It has a
It
40-second
has 96
video.
videos retrieved link, and it actually does not have the N1 through N7.
Doesn't have.
exactly none of your business. Exactly.
Hold on. If I'm gonna go to my Oriani files because that's where I was transferring everything from.
And can I object here for relevance of it?
you can object. I'm going to overrule.
Okay.
I can transfer. I don't know why
I'm not
they're
going to take
showing
this.
up, but they're in there, but they weren't under her Nikki Bradley file.
All right.
I try to put every one of the witnesses to have like their right documents.
Are the rest of your exhibits there? Because I
Yes.
can't have you, because this is why I wanted everything exchanged ahead of time so that we didn't have to keep doing this during the hearing. So you're saying this is an exception. Everything else that
Right.
you'll be, that you're handing.
Yes, everything else is I just went through Kraft and Diane, Lava Direct. Yep.
So the judge is like, okay, you're telling me this is an exception. Oh yes, Your Honor. This is an exception. I'm going to have everything. Never does it.
Thank you. Okay. All right, Miss.
So I can send these right now though to her.
Yes.
She can look at them for a minute if she wants. I mean,
Right, because we didn't have any discovery orders in place. This is more just, I want to make sure she can physically see what
yeah,
I'm looking
absolutely.
at. So,
I
yeah,
went ahead and sent you that email.
I'm going to ask you, Miss, to open that
I'm looking
email.
at it.
Do you have them?
It's a screenshot of a conversation.
Yes, it's there should be 3 messages there.
I see one, but it's still objection. This is hearsay. And there is no way to
You've
even know
objected for
what
the
video-
record. Okay.
There's
All
I
right,
just
can
sent
we-
another. There should be 3, so I just resent it to make sure they had all 3.
All right. Can we get going, please?
Yes.
All right.
She's filed something like 10 CPOs to
It's one, but
twice on a few of them, and then didn't show up.
I don't have,
Get them.
okay, I object because I have no personal contact with this Fabio person. It says, for Andrea, I don't even talk to them. So,
I hear you. Overruled.
I'm just trying to, how, I don't know. The
Because
laws,
when-
you know,
You can make your objection for the record, but you can't get in evidence right now, miss. This is Miss Oriana's time. So you're saying you don't know these people. You're disagreeing with the witness's testimony is all you're doing, but that's not the
Okay.
proper time to do it yet, okay?
Okay.
Okay, all right. Go on.
Okay. So March 8th, 9:26 a.m. It says Andrea, and it says, can I share the downloads for last night with Aunt Lala? Is this an accurate representation of your group chat?
Yes.
With Fabio, Andrea, Janet, and yourself?
Yes.
And was this part of Operation Takedown Lana Oriani?
Yes.
Objection, speculation. That's, no. I guess that's what I
Overruled.
say.
Miss, on May 2nd at 9:29 a.m., Andrea says, at Fabio, I sent the recording to Lala last night. She says, thank you to my special friend, LOL.
Yes.
Is that an accurate representation of your group chat for Operation Takedown Lana Oriani?
Yes.
And you were looking at N10? Okay.
And just for the record, I do not have all of that data you are going through or information, but I'm just listening.
Okay, keep going.
And again, did you say Aunt Lala is who? And Andrea Powers, is that who Andrea is?
Yes.
And then Fabio, is that who Fabio is?
Yes.
And those are the names that you mentioned out of the group that you said was part of Operation Takedown Lana Oriani?
Yes.
Objection, relevance. I am not in that group, but I'm just,
Yes, Kay.
That's
Raymond.
not, oh, she's saying you are. Okay, so it's relevant testimony, overruled.
In January of 2022, let me back up. In December of 2021, were you aware that 20 videos of Miss Oriani?
Yes.
In January of 2022, were you still monitoring Miss Oriani?
I was.
Did anything change with monitoring Miss Oriani in 2022 in January?
At the beginning of January, there were more specific requests for certain things, or we were urged to watch a little more, to when we would be told when certain video or when live broadcasts would be coming up, and asked to download the video or gather as much data as we could.
Who was making these requests?
Andrea Powers had a direct line of communication at that time with Valicia, also with
It's irrelevant. And that's a hearsay, lack of foundation. I mean, good. I don't know what to say
Okay,
about
well,
all that.
Also
This-
stay
I-
for foundation, because I still really don't understand how any of these people came
They don't.
together.
That's,
All I know is they know each other and they've seen each other do things, but I really don't know who any of these people are and why they'd even been doing any of these things.
I think that's a great question for Miss. Why did all these people gather together and create this group?
It basically was to ruin Miss Oriani in all aspects of her life, not only business, business relationships, financially.
Protection. Relevance. I have nothing to do with
Okay,
any.
hang on.
Now tell me something. Do you really think that this woman, in her, own words, that's her own words, that they had gathered together to ruin every aspect of Ms. Oriani's life? Basically the same exact things Lana has said about everything else. She's reading off a script. And honestly, not super convincingly. So the magistrate is allowing testimony about a group that Lala wasn't in. And later she testifies that, Lala was part of another group that was an offshoot of this group. The waste of time, the fakery here just drove me insane the first time I watched all this, and now.
Your relevancy you object on the basis of relevance, but then it just becomes a denial. Okay, that's not relevance. The fact that you believe this is not true is not a relevance objection.
And then what you hear is Lala start to get really frustrated about lies being told, and every time she knows there's a lie or she feels that there's a lie being told, she jumps in and says objection. And that's why it's so hard to be pro se, because it's not like a normal conversation. The court discourse is completely different from a normal chit chat conversation where you argue back and forth. There's a time to speak and there's not a time to speak. There's reasons to speak, but you can't know that going in. And so it's just really hard. It's such a stressful process, because it's a completely different language, completely different rules. And it's really hard to hold your temper down when you know that, or at least you feel strongly that a lie is being told about you and it's going to be allowed in. So, yeah.
Objection, okay? If you think the witness or the testimony, the evidence is false,
Yes. Okay.
it's still coming in. When
Okay.
it's your turn, either through cross-examination or when you go under oath, if you choose to and testify, then you can tell me your side of things, tell me something different. As the trier of fact, I'll have to weigh everyone's credibility and determine who's telling the truth, okay? But just because you think the testimony is false, that's not a proper relevance objection, okay? So overruled. All right, go ahead.
It was to ruin Miss Oriani's life overall. aside from the things that I previously mentioned, also interfering with her child custody, trying to have her parental rights severed from her 6-year-old child.
Do you mean to tell me, lady, that people sat in there and said, let's sever the relationship with the child? Or did they go, oh my God, look what Lana just did with her child? I'm in shock. Maybe what's the right thing to do here? Should we contact the ex-wife's attorney? We shouldn't contact the ex-wife. That would be too invasive. So let's contact the ex-wife's attorney. Is that wrong? I don't know. That's not up for me to decide. But I don't think people just arbitrarily sat around and said, you know what? I don't like Miss Oriani, so let's just ruin her life. Bah.
Can you explain to me why? I mean, because you're admitting you're part of this group, correct?
Yes.
So you were part of a group that wants to ruin Miss Oriani. Why?
At first, I didn't know to what lengths or what depths was actually happening. I was on the surface collecting the data. When Miss Oriani created her YouTube channel, she took away from other channels. The spotlight was on her. There were
who else but an absolute parrot would say, oh, she was just taking everybody else's spotlight and they were jealous, so they had to take her down. Come on. And yes, she sued me for $1 million. She sued for, let me show you what she sued me for, okay? Because it was brilliant. It was in her utter, oh, I didn't upload it here. Well, it was for defamation. She sued me for defamation, y'all. Okay. The woman who who was on camera drinking and driving in her car on a live stream and then tried to convince us all that it was that it was Capri Sun. She did this is from a video demonstration she did where no, I had put Capri Sun into the boxed wine and that's what I was drinking. So yes, she has sued people for real money and failed. That's in the count. That's in the actual count of $1 million is more money than she will see in 15 lifetimes. Okay. She wanted to sue Natasha Cooper for $16 million. Okay. I mean, the woman, her grandiosity knows no limits.
There were a lot of things going on in the cases she was involved with. She had also had some people that were in her circle earlier on who had then left that circle and turned against her. There were just many moving parts as to why no one wanted to see her channel grow. Interference was trying to be made into her nonprofit organization.
So you had a personal vendetta against her? You just didn't like her YouTube channel?
Me personally, I did not like Miss Oriani. Therefore, I had no problem playing my part in gathering this data. However, as time passed and more insane stories and lies, I started uncovering that I was being lied to. And I started asking more and more questions as to the validity of the things I had been told about Miss Oriani prior to. And I was.
So were you questioning the validity of whether her nonprofit was legit? Because it's not. And we know that for sure now. That's one.
Met with a lot of chaos and drama. So the more I delved into finding out what the actual issue with Miss Oriani was, because at that time I was kind of just moving with the crowd, and I didn't quite like Miss Oriani personally, so I didn't mind taking part. However, when I later on down the road, things weren't adding up. I had done my own looking into things and finding out that I had been told mistruths and lies. So I stepped forward and contacted Miss Oriani to let her know what was happening. When I found out that her minor child and her relationship with her minor child was being affected, I felt I had a moral responsibility to step forward and let her know what was happening behind the scenes, even though I was part of it. I'm not proud of being part of it. However, I was. But the further we got into it, that changed when I started kind of digging for myself and, why is this happening? Why? None of it made sense. So.
Okay. Okay. All right, Ms. Oriani, I'm going to let you continue questioning her, but I want you to focus on things that she would have personal knowledge of conduct committed by Ms. Okay. All right. Not what somebody else did, Ms. Powers did. I mean, I need you to really focus on this case. Okay.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Miss, on July 17th, 2022, were you instructed to watch me on a live broadcast on January 17th, 2022?
Yes.
I would like to play, it's a 3-minute clip.
Objection.
So this is one of the things that the judge just picked up on the narrative wholesale. Lana is saying that, or this witness is testifying, and the magistrate says that this witness testified credibly that Lala instructed the group to watch Lana's channel at a particular time, and at that particular time is when Lana got served. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lala, in the chat, but I don't think any evidence was ever shown to prove that Lala said, "Hey, everybody, go look in the chat. Go look at Lana's channel at X time." I don't think that was proven, but tell me if I'm wrong. But then Lana goes ahead and plays the audio, and and you hear all these dramatics playing out, and these dramatics that play out affected the judge. She felt that the server who provided the service was over aggressive. Okay.
What's your basis?
Relevancy
Well,
for her watching a live.
What's the relevance?
The relevancy is this is what led to me receiving a TRO.
I did not.
Does it have anything to do with Ms.
Yes.
That's all I'm asking you. So you're going to tie it into something that.
Absolutely.
All right, then I'll overrule. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Your Honor.
Who's speaking?
Your Honor, it's Felicia. I don't know how to word this, and I don't want to come across disrespectful, but A lot of this is kind of a do-over for her on a PPO situation she had in March. 90% of the evidence I received was about that party.
Against somebody else?
I
Who?
don't- Yes, ma'am. That was here this morning, Vanessa Walsh.
Okay,
That's
so
why
I'm
That
going.
video is about Vanessa Walsh.
Okay.
So in case you're confused, Lana had also filed for a protection order against Vanessa. And their hearing was the same day as this one. Okay. So now I am recalling the timeline now. This particular hearing with this person is the second action that the magistrate is hearing, okay, with Lana. The other one was Vanessa. She lost the one against Vanessa. So, and I mean, and that has been aired on YouTube as well. It was absolutely ridiculous. And Vanessa did a good job with that. And I put it on my other channel, Checkmate Humanity.
You're raising again an objection to relevancy. I'm going to give Miss Oriani a little bit of leeway because I've hinted to her many times we need to focus on misconduct, okay? And you're telling me that this video is going to be tied to not that she knew about it or anything, that she somehow played a role.
Yes.
I didn't even know.
Okay, then overruled. Go ahead.
Are you able to see it too then? How does that work? It's under Lana Oriani and it's called process server.
Give me 1 second.
No problem.
See, Bella in the back there, the emotional spirit animal, she's not being as much of an emotional spirit animal, and she's not being as much of an
I
aggressive
have process
master.
server
Time.
perjury as a
Yeah, it
picture.
says process server movie.
Can you both still hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I could have you
Yes.
see my laptop. if
I
it
do not
helps.
have that.
John.
It's not in evidence, so I don't have that. I have process server perjury, which
It's under the Lana Oriani file.
Okay, I'm not going to be able to because of the.
I can give you my laptop.
Let me try something. Well, you know what?
It's important what Lala is saying here on the screen, okay? I thought we were going to be seeing what she accused me of in the filing. I literally had evidence ready to prove she lied in the paperwork for the TPO, right? She did the same thing in Melissa Jade's trial, or not trial, hearing. She put all these accusations in the paperwork. She didn't come to court just to prove those accusations. She came to court to put on an entire trial about the drama on YouTube. As if she is that important of a human being on this earth that she gets to waste the court's time with YouTube fucking drama. Ugh. And, you know, after this hearing and Lana is rewarded with her, you know, win or whatever, they get emboldened, and the next time they show up to court to go against Melissa Jade, they're all, hey, we own this courtroom. Yeah, baby.
I don't want to have IT come back up here, but
Okay.
yeah,
No,
you
it's
can
not
put it up here. But what I need you to do though is any video evidence you're presenting, you have to put it onto a flash drive.
I brought one. That way I could
Perfect.
give it to you after.
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay. I just wanted to make sure you had that
Okay.
tidbit.
Sorry. I'm trying.
You're fine.
Okay. Did you want to see this?
so am I going to be able to see this?
Yeah, you should have it. You guys.
I don't have it.
It's just.
It's buffering.
Oh, it is.
Who's here? Don't you touch that door. No,
I just said I.
Stop it. I'm checking the cameras first. What is Get over here. Get over here. I'll call the police. Because he's lying about to break down from her house.
So the guy rings the doorbell and knocks on the door, and she's like, "Get over here! I'm calling the police." And she's saying that to her son. Okay. And I put a heavy filter on her son's voice. Okay. Heavy filter so you can't recognize his voice.
Stephanie, you hear this? Get over here.
All right, time for the next one. We continue on the next one, but you see the absolute manipulation. Oh, Lala told instructed people to watch a stream, and this is the stream, and watch what happened. Hold on a moment.
What do you need? I already called the police. What is my house? What? Who is it? I don't know who you are. I'm sorry, but you're scaring my son. Okay. You need to leave now.
Y'all, I agree that the process server was aggressive. I also think that if Lana really cares about how her son is being affected, she's not going to immediately turn into histrionics when somebody knocks on the door. So it goes both ways. Okay.
You need to leave. I'm calling the police.
I will note that Lana has had no trouble accepting service without these dramatics when it wasn't on a live stream. I feel that this was amped up because she was on a live stream. Okay. It's never proven
Going anywhere.
that Lala has any part of it, but it's allowed in the hearing. And then it becomes a factor in the decision.
Go upstairs in your bedroom. Hurry up. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. For the record, what have that video labeled as an exhibit?
Yeah, it's in Oriani. It goes on.
Not on my end.
Another, it's in under the folder Oriani. Number.
May I throw in an objection here? This is objection.
Okay, she's only just played it. She's gonna ask some questions about it, then I'll determine the relevancy, okay? I don't know what you're objecting to. What's your basis?
Irrelevancy. This is her being served by a different party.
I know. I'm
Okay.
good. I said I'd give you a little bit of leeway. You said you promised me you're going to connect it to her, but I need to know the exhibit number for the record, though.
Oh, let me go back to the.
Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. It's process server, so it's L4.
L4?
Mhm.
Thank you. Okay, so for the record, you played roughly 3 minutes of a video from L4. Okay.
And can I grab that sheet from you really quick, just for. Did you know that was going to happen that night?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Did y'all put that into evidence already? Because the
I
beginning
haven't-
of that actually.
I haven't officially admitted anything to the record. I'm just, as we're presenting evidence, I am marking what it is for purpose of the record. Okay, so that's why I said she just played L4. Okay, the question to you, Miss Bradley, was, did you know that was going to happen that night or that day?
I did not know what was happening. However, I knew something was happening because in our chat, we were urged to watch Miss Oriani's YouTube channel that evening. Record and download the video.
And that was January 17th, Martin Luther King Monday, right?
Yes,
You just heard that. Did you watch that live?
I did.
Did the process server announce that he was a process server right away?
No,
Do you recall what he said?
I believe that his car had broken down. He was banging on the door, yelling things through the door. I believe he left the front door and came back and was pounding on the door again. It was a frightening situation.
Was that part of Operation Takedown Lana Oriani?
Yes,
Was Miss Oriani's ex-wife contacted after that?
she was.
Was it said that Miss Oriani doesn't have a safe environment for her son?
Yes,
On January 18th,
Okay, what's the basis of your objection?
I don't know if it'd be like relevance or how does she know? Did she call? I don't know how to ask that. Wait, is that relevant or
Okay,
that
that's more of a
speculation?
foundation thing. That's a fair, I'll sustain.
Miss,
yes,
do you have personal knowledge that Miss Valise contacted Miss Oriani's ex-wife and or her attorneys?
yes.
Was that a normal occurrence for Miss to contact Miss Oriani's businesses?
I'm going to interrupt. You said you have personal knowledge, but okay, based on what? Because that doesn't prove, she just said yes. I don't know how she would have personal knowledge of what Miss would have done.
Can you
Sure. Within our small group chat, where there were just 4 of us, myself, Fabio, Janet, and Andrea Powers. Andrea Powers had a direct line of communication with Miss.
I mean, I'm being driven in too. I'm driven crazy by this too, because she's like, we were all in this chat and this connection to Andrea came in and said blah 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 blah. That's fucking hearsay, right? And when Lala objects, the magistrate's like, oh, you have an objection again. What now? And since Lala isn't a lawyer, she isn't like hearsay. When it's hearsay, she's like, it's just relevance, you know. She's not a lawyer, right? but the judge knows what the objection is on. She knows that it's probably relevant or, hearsay, but still allows it.
Andrea Powers took screenshots and sent to me, asking her for Miss Oriani's ex-wife's attorney's information, and Miss Powers responded where she could find that information, and Missy then responded that she had contacted the attorney.
And you
So-
saw that.
Yes.
Okay.
Miss on January 18th and January 19th, on January 18th, on the Excel spreadsheet, exhibit A1, second page, on Aunt Lala's channel, she made 2 videos on January 18th. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
First one, Lana, you punked out. Second one, Lana, quit exploiting your son.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen those videos before?
Yes.
Lana, quit exploiting your son. Is that video still up on the internet?
No.
Is it behind a paywall of Miss?
I believe so.
Objection.
Basis?
I guess I don't see the relevancy of this or where this is going on that. I'm sorry. I don't know how else to word that other than she doesn't know it's behind a paywall. I mean, how is she allowed to answer that? So I don't understand how to.
Your Honor, she has an opportunity to
Where?
cross-examine Miss. I would ask that you ask her to stop making testimonies while she's.
I think I'm going to overrule the objection because what I hear you is you're just disagreeing with the testimony, okay? You can cross-examine her. You can tell me something different. She's, at this point, she's laid enough of a foundation to keep going because she said that it's her testimony that you were all part of this group and that's how she knows these things, okay? Now, you can disagree with her all you want, and there's going to be a way for you to get that in later, okay? I'm going to overrule the objection, though. Okay, next question.
Between January 17th, I'm sorry, what you just witnessed there on that video, what was Miss Oriani served with?
Temporary restraining order papers.
And who was the person that served them?
Vanessa Walsh.
Between January 17th and March 7th of 2022, what was the purpose of the YouTube channels that were involved with Operation Takedown Lana, such as Aunt Lala, The Drunken Troll?
Objection.
Basis?
She's grouping me in something that I'm not in, and there's no, my channel, you can't presume what you know about all these channels. I don't understand. Like, I don't know how to.
She's, and
like,
actually, that was
object.
overruled because her question was, is she's asking her what was her understanding of what the basis of that channel was, okay? And maybe it's not the basis, and at the proper time, again, you can present countering evidence, all right?
That she specifically asked the Operation Takedown group is why I
And
objected.
she,
I was not listening.
the witness, Miss Bradley, has said she was part of that group, okay? So that's why she's asking her as part of that group.
Mhm. Thank you.
Miss Bradley, you answer the question?
If I may clarify, if I did not mention his name within the larger group. There was a smaller group chat with just 4 of us. However, there was a larger group of people who were participating in this Operation Takedown Lana Oriani, and Miss was a part of that group.
Okay.
So between January
So she
17th and
In
March
that group with
7th,
her.
Miss has a channel. It's called, Aunt Lala, the Drunk Control. What was the purpose of the videos between January 17th and March 7th?
And for purposes of the record, I'm taking it, Miss, just what the witness's understanding is, okay? Because she can't testify to what somebody else might have been thinking when they created something, okay?
I'm just making it clear that she is saying I am in these chats with her. I'm just trying to understand that's what I'm hearing.
That's my understanding of Miss testimony, yes.
I just want to make sure she clarified that I was in these chats with her, in these bigger chats and whatever. Okay.
No,
To take down-
actually, if I may clarify, the group chat, there were only 4 of us.
Right.
However, within that group chat, 2 of those members had open lines of communication with Miss Walsh, Kim Kaufman, James Angelo, et cetera, et cetera. So within the smaller chat that I was a part of, we collected the data, kind of the
content.
Yes. That information that was gathered was then handed over to Miss Walsh.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so
So the second page, did I give you an extra copy of this?
I don't think she ever answered
Oh,
your question.
okay, sorry.
Your question
I'm
was,
sorry.
what was her understanding of what the YouTube channel Aunt Lala Drunk Control, what its purpose was? Do you have a response to that?
I do. Within that particular time frame, again, we were urged to gather as much information, data, screen recordings, anything that would paint Miss Oriani in a bad light or expose that she was breaking this temporary restraining order specifically.
And I want to point out that the witnesses in this hearing and the other people whose names are dropped multiple times, they are the ones doing the most. But they aren't dragged into court for these marathon hearings because those other people compromised themselves to Lana in one way, shape, or form. Okay? That's what happened.
Okay, thank you.
Would you manipulate videos? Who made the videos? Would Fabio make them?
Yes, Fabio was tech savvy, so we collected the videos. He compiled it into a nice, neat little package.
Okay.
On PDFs.
Was it
not
designed?
always?
Was it designed to trigger Miss Oriani?
Yes.
Was it designed to drive Miss Oriani crazy?
Yes.
Was it systematically across multiple creators? Was it a systematic hit, like 1 in the morning, 1 at night, 1 in the middle of the day?
Yes, it was constant, and
that's a speculation. That is, I don't know how you would go. I don't know what
Okay,
to say.
I'm going to overrule. She said that she was a part of the Operation Takedown, so she's not speculating. Overruled.
right.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Could you remind me what the question was?
I left it off where it was triggering to drive me crazy.
Oh, yes.
It was coming in at all hours.
Mhm.
Was that where you left
It
off?
was. It would be one creator would go for it. It was almost like time slots. One creator would go live for a certain amount of time, and then the next they would say, "Okay, now The
I'm sorry, Miss Oriani, but what would you call it accusing the wrong person of calling the police on you and doubling down and tripling down and quadrupling down after it's been proven that the person you're accusing didn't call the cops? Okay. What do you call that? In a video where you have, I don't know, there's something like 20,000 views at this point. You are outright harassing a whole new person now. What is that? Is that designed? What is that designed to do? Was that designed to trigger people?
Grim Truthers going live, so go over there. So it was almost like a time slot for each creator. It was every day. It was for the majority of the day, and the goal was to trigger Miss Oriani and be able to capture her reaction on video. That would aid in taking Miss Oriani down. And to interfere with her custodial relationship with her child.
Miss, did you attend the TRO hearing in Colorado?
No.
Did Miss,
Yes.
did you,
How do you know that?
She made videos about traveling to Colorado, videos prior to the hearing, after the hearing. She made it known she was going and was there.
Okay, thank you. All right, go on.
did Miss YouTube channel play the audio from the TRO hearing?
Yes.
Objection. I don't understand the relevancy of threatening her. Like,
I'm not making any findings. I only heard a smidgen of the case so far, but I believe the
ma'am.
relevancy is because where Miss Oriani, what I hear her going with is maybe I'll hear some threats, but she's already laid a foundation for mental distress. Okay. So it's relevant. It's overruled.
Okay.
So you hear right there, a big part of this, decision is based on, is the petitioner suffering mental distress? And the judge has just basically said, yes, she is suffering mental distress. But there's no proof that Aunt Lala had anything to do with it. Now, I'm not saying that she didn't. I'm just saying there has been no proof shown yet. There's just been this person testifying on a stand saying it.
So you said you heard the TRO hearing.
Yes.
And did
The
you hear
audio.
that on Miss?
Yes.
Did Miss on her channel say how she obtained the TRO hearing?
I don't believe she said on her channel how she obtained. I could be wrong though. I know because I had inside information. I knew how she received the audio.
On a YouTube channel, is there such thing as a thumbnail?
Yes.
Was anybody else present on Miss Channel when she played the audio?
And I believe Andrea Powers.
And that was on March 12th.
Yes. As quickly as the audio could be received.
And it
yes.
says on the 7th page, March 12th, Unmasked versus Truth and Transparency, live audio, 8 p.m.
Yes.
Vanessa Walsh versus Lana Oriani, YouTube stalker trial. Original part 1. And that's going to be on page, it's March 12th, original part 1. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you go look that up, Lala, when I called you?
In the description, she says that everything that was recorded, it's going to be played unredacted. Find that. Thumbnail. How did... Is that a true and accurate representation? The hearing that you heard played, was that a true and accurate representation of the TRO hearing?
No.
Why is it that you contacted Miss Oriani when you did on August 23rd, 2022?
I contacted Miss Oriani because I found out through starting to put things together, things weren't adding up. I found out that there was a hot mic at the end of the audio recording from the TRO hearing or TPO hearing.
Objection.
Overruled, go
Sorry.
on.
That there was a hot mic that recorded conversations that would allot Miss Oriani an appeal. And upon receiving the audio, the courts were contacted and urged to remove the last 4 minutes of the audio.
In your group chat, was it said to make sure that the last 4 minutes of that audio clip is not played?
Yes.
This is going to be, this is the first transcript. This is that's the first one. This is it actual after that was subscribed or that was transcribed.
Okay, so I'm looking at L5.
Uh-huh.
Which one's the original? Was it L5?
That's the first one they did at Plains, and I had to get in touch with them to do that based on.
And L6.
Where's the path for that?
So I am going to.
How can she find it through?
Oh, it's on there. It's under. So Miss.
I do have to object to the relevancy of this. I know you're probably annoyed with that, but I'm sorry.
No,
This has nothing to do with me. Or the court.
I'm going to overrule. I don't.
Okay.
Okay, you know, she has to prove
ma'am.
it's relevant to your case still. I understand that.
Yes, ma'am.
It's under.
All right. Well, Lana's trying to pretend that she did put the information into evidence. I'm going to give you a little
It's
background.
actually one of the exhibits is one that you submitted.
Oh,
It
you
was actually
submitted.
under your exhibits. It's the last thing. It's the findings under your
If you
exhibits that
can
you.
show me the path on your word, because I'm in your Word document.
Okay, I'm just saying, you submitted in your
I know, but she's got yours open.
okay.
She's saying it's too hard for her to keep going through all these different paths. Okay,
understand.
so yours is what she has open.
Right. So she's talking about the last 4 minutes, which is actually not a last 4 minutes.
It's part 1 transcripts, part 2 transcripts, part 3 transcripts. It's under Oriani. It should be under Oriani files.
Okay, so Lana Oriani.
Mm-hmm. It should say Oriani files. Do you have that one?
I don't have an Oriani files. I have a Lana Oriani, and there are no anything, no videos or nothing.
Yes, just Dawn. She's out on bond for telecommunications harassment and revenge prawn. So what they are painstakingly looking for now, based on what, and this is not a good strategic move for Oriani, okay? For you to be effective in court, you should, boom, have your stuff right there, boom. It messes up with your flow. It screws with your flow.
Are you saying it's the findings or is it the transcript?
It's the transcript.
I mean, I know
Is that L5 is the transcript of the hearing, the certified transcript, and then L6 is the same thing, but it has the 4 minutes at the end where the court got caught on a hot mic talking in the courtroom.
Yeah, I don't have that, but I was there up until court ended, so I didn't hear the last 4 minutes myself.
Okay, well, where we were going with this is that, so what is the relevancy? Okay, I see what happened. The judge caught saying things probably shouldn't have said. Lesson learned.
Well, no. That's what we're trying to get to here.
I know.
Okay.
But let's get to it. So what's the relevancy of what happened with this? And for the record, me and Deputy Rose would never.
All right, I'm going to address this right now. So what Lana is talking about is after her hearing in Colorado against Vanessa was over and the judge had ordered from the bench that Lana be given a permanent protection order to protect Vanessa from her, okay? After all the parties left the courtroom and the court proceedings were gavelled out, which means they were not officially on the record and they were not officially in court, but they still had the recording on. And the recording, the 4 minutes of the recording was picked up by the court microphones. And when the transcripts and the CDs were ordered, that last 4 minutes, the last 4 minutes of the audio and the transcripts were this hot mic moment, which I'm going to play for you right now. So you're going to see right now why Lana had a problem with this. And she tried to use this as grounds for an appeal, which didn't happen. She was not able to get an appeal on these grounds. She complained of judicial misconduct. There was no misconduct here. She also claims part of her grounds for the judicial misconduct is that she says that the judge Googled her before the court proceeding. The judge never says that she Googled her. The clerk says that she Googled her. But Lana turned that into, oh, they were biased. They looked me up before I went there. They were wrong. So here, listen to this, and you'll see why Lana had a problem with this.
Thank God there's like nothing said the rest of the week. Thank God. That's what I told Mark. I said, I don't know if this is just karma, if Nicole has been doing stuff to our schedule. I don't know, but thank God I have the week to get caught up and to kind of orient myself. And then, of course, today happened. I knew today was gonna probably be a little bit of a shit show. That was bad. Would you have granted this one?
Yeah, because this one's crazy.
She is, but you know what? The standard,
I think it was real close for you.
yeah, it was not a slam dunk. Because this one, of course, feeds off the crazies. Okay, they're in this crazy world. So much of what Ms. Oriani wanted to say, I didn't give a damn about, you know?
Yeah. I know, she was just like going on and
Yeah, about this person and that person and this person. Sure, you know, if we had a whole week to have a trial,
yeah.
and she'd actually brought those people in, maybe, but no, you know, she had the ability to subpoena relevant people. Instead, she wants to bring in a husband and child,
Which everyone's like, what is that?
and then didn't serve them timely, and then the night before thinks that's gonna work to post something on the door.
Yeah.
No, wasn't service by refusal. That's just harassment.
Well, I Googled this crazy.
Oh, did you? What'd you find?
She is like, seriously, I couldn't, obviously her stuff is all sealed because I couldn't find nothing on her.
There was a civil case, a personal injury case that she filed.
Oh,
I think it was 2006
Yeah.
that I saw. That was it. And there was nothing crazy looking about that.
no, but like to Google her name as
Uh-huh.
a
Yeah,
YouTuber.
oh, yeah, yeah,
YouTube,
okay.
You can't find anything. But this one and the obsession that she has over that Chris Watts case is, that's like,
Well, and nothing that she posts is credible. I mean, so I watched a video with her drinking a beer and eating a pickle. And you know, she's always doing her hair. I mean, she's just erratic in her behavior.
but yeah, I mean, just listening to just all the like postings and stuff that pops up with her is all connected.
I can't imagine that the Christopher Watts family ever wanted her to advocate for him.
Oh my god, I couldn't. If they did, well, they're just as wackadoos.
Right, right.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
I just,
and I think she's an actually intelligent person.
she probably, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everything that she knew, she had the gist of what she needed to do. And, you know, her motion for a directed verdict. Oh, please. Oh, goodness. Lock us up.
That was a long day.
OMG.
You have no idea.
We were just talking about how this is.
So that's the 4 minutes, the contentious 4 minutes. Okay. And when the hearing, and this was from the hearing in Colorado, where Lana earned herself a permanent protection order from this judge. Okay. So, she tried to use this 4 minutes, but you hear the judge, you know, giving her reasons and actually saying, I can't believe the Watts actually had this person, you know, representing her. So yes, the court was out of session, but Lana tried to make a big hairy deal out of it. It didn't work. But she still insists that this is judicial misconduct, to the point of even taking it to this courtroom now and saying, because of the judicial misconduct, and what she's making a case about is that Lala and some others had retrieved this audio and had decided not to air it on YouTube. And my understanding is that it was decided not to air it on YouTube because honestly, it makes Lana look terrible, and it what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, well, I can't find the word in my head at this moment. But it basically, and it also wasn't part of the court. So, it would just kind of look like you're being petty and mean by playing that last 4 minutes where the judge is basically trashing her, and it has absolutely no impact on the decision of the case. But she tried to make it that way. So here we go.
Bad.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
Oh, and then this judge is like, just so you know, me and my clerk, we would never do that. So she's like buying into this rap that the judge did a terrible thing and giving Lana that latitude. Oh my gosh. I mean, Lana looks bad enough already. You don't need to play that.
1 second.
Look any worse.
Because I think where you were going with this is that there was a YouTube on March 12th.
Mm-hmm.
The audio was played.
I was just trying to word this correctly that way.
Okay.
Okay. So, was aware of the final 4 minutes.
Yes.
How did Miss even obtain the audio to begin
How does
with?
she know that?
Okay, that's an objection for foundation. How do you know? Can you lay a foundation for how she would know what?
Miss said she contacted the courts.
No.
Well, how do you know that?
For you?
Did you hear
She
her
said
say it?
Yes, she said it on a live YouTube stream.
Okay.
Kim Kaufman also admitted to contacting the courts, as well as being on the inside of this circle and having.
Okay.
I had a
Play
direct.
that if you want to hear it.
That much. Well, you've got this witness on.
Yeah.
Let's get through this. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. On to the next one, on to the next one, on to the next one, on to the next one. Oops. On to the next one, on to the next one, on to the next one. Oh, I just pulled up the wrong one. Sorry.
So prior to March 12th, when that was aired, did Miss know about the 4 minutes?
Yes.
Objection, speculation.
Well, I know. I just went through that. Why are we going backwards? She just said how she knew. She said she watched you say it on your YouTube channel, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
As well as direct confirmation from Andrea Powers.
All right. Overruled.
Whose
First,
CD was Miss playing on her channel? Whose CD did she have to play that audio?
Andrea Powers.
No.
When you started to question things, Miss, in July of 2022, what started to happen to you?
Lots of bad things. I became targeted as the same as Miss Oriani was. James Angelo Rakakis lied.
And relevance. Not me.
Overruled.
James Angelo Rakakis bribed Fabio Suzuki, a member of our small group chat, And Fabio added him to our chat, which James Angelo took all of my personal information, my family, my son, my pictures of my family members, all the information that over 3 or 4 years had been, not only was it information or data on Miss Oriani, it was also information regarding the participants in the chat and our personal lives. So I started speaking out, asking questions, making comments, saying this 1 and 1 doesn't equal 2. What's going on here? And I was threatened and blackmailed to either be quiet or my personal information, which had already started to be shared on YouTube, would continue to be shared. More information, more of my personal information.
Miss,
But
what does James Masakis go by on YouTube? What's his handle?
Father Snuffles.
You should have this document, which is James Angelo's Father Snuffles putting a poll up on the internet saying what should he release next. And on top, what's your handle? Is your handle, I'm sorry, NLB815?
Yes.
Do you recall a post? What should he post next on the internet? Your private chats was option 1.
Mhm.
Option 2, I believe it was Crafton and Kim's domestic violence transcripts. Number 3 was somebody else's mugshot, somebody else, and then it was my mugshot. But you have to like click on one so you can actually reveal them all. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was that after you spoke or before you spoke to Miss Oriani?
Before. Or wait, I'm sorry, what was the date?
Do you recall if it was before or after you spoke to Miss Oriani?
Oh, it was before.
Okay.
Do you have a label for this?
That can be N1,
We're going to have an N1.
N11, I'm sorry.
Okay.
N6, and then, and then on July 24th, it's going to be labeled as N3. It's an email between you and Felicia, the respondent.
Yes.
Your Honor, where would that be? Where would that email be?
N3, is that what you emailed to her?
Yeah, that actually should be in it.
Okay.
Those are my emails.
And what is the path?
Should be under Lana Oriani,
Okay. And then,
and then it should be under. I'm sorry, it should be under Nikki. N3.
no, there's nothing there, but
Plus it.
the only thing there is the video. It's like a video of,
It's not a video, it's an email.
Yeah, it's an email.
no, I don't have that.
Okay, well, I mean, if that can't be admitted, I mean, do you recall emailing with Felicia, the respondent?
Yes.
Why were you guys then in communication then in July?
I believe it was either July 24th or July 23rd. Miss had a live broadcast on her channel with a banner running at the bottom that said NLB time to chat, or we need to chat, something to that effect. So she was addressing me personally on a banner running below her live broadcast screen. There were several lies being told about me, claims that I was someone I was not. I was kind of being called out. However, I was out of town on vacation and there wasn't a whole lot I could do. So I chose to email Miss to address her addressing me and what was said within this video,
After
this
that,
live broadcast.
did you guys then have direct communication at that point?
We did.
And what transpired between then and now?
A lot. I had everything, all of my personal information that was within this chat was used against me as a tool. So the more I spoke up and I asked about what was really going on with Miss Oriani, and I started uncovering the things that were happening behind the scenes, the more I spoke out, the more I was threatened and blackmailed.
Those things being, was Miss Oriani being accused of poisoning Vanessa Walsh's dog?
Yes.
Was Miss Oriani accused of sending third parties to harass her minor child and her husband the night before the hearing?
Yes.
Would you later come to find out that that was not true?
Yes.
Objection.
And Miss Oriani was accused of
that really bothers me. She's basically saying, I was accused of trying to harass Vanessa and her child the day before the hearing. And then the judge basically says, that was harassment what you did, lady. You have a permanent protection order, right? So then Lana brings it to this courtroom with this witness, right? And this witness is like, oh, I learned that wasn't harassment. No, that was full on fucking harassment. You know why? Because both subpoenas were quashed. There's a dispute as to whether 2 subpoenas were served. It doesn't matter how many subpoenas were served. Both subpoenas were quashed, and they're supposed to be served within 48. You have to serve them 48 hours prior to the hearing. These people show up the night before the hearing, driving around the house, trying to issue these quashed subpoenas. And now Lana is trying to make a case for that being more people just coming after her. That's what drives me crazy about this. One of the many things.
serving a quashed subpoena.
Wait, hang on.
Yeah,
What was the
sorry.
basis of your objection?
That's an open investigation. How would she know if it's true or untrue? I don't know.
So it's lack of foundation.
She's also, those others were contempts that she was served. I have nothing to do with that as well. But
You do probably need to lay a
There's
little more
open
foundation
investigation.
for how the witness would know
Yeah.
these things, such as that you were being accused of poisoning a dog, harassing a child, and then you asked her, was any of that true? She said, or it was false. She said, yes, it was false. Well, I don't know how she knows any of that.
Miss, did you watch a YouTube broadcast where the body cam footage from March 6th was played on Jamie Abeda's channel?
Yes.
Objection. Relevancy.
That's where I'm going with explaining.
So
how
whoa,
she-
whoa.
Okay, go ahead.
In that body cam footage, what was it of?
It was of the police were called to Miss Walsh's house. And the body cam footage was of the subpoena that was served.
Did the body cam footage have a timestamp?
Yes.
in that body cam footage, was Miss Walsh told to bring the subpoenas to court the next day?
Yes.
Did the officer tell Miss Walsh that like this is not third party contact?
Yes.
That is speculation. That
Is that what was-
conversation-
Okay, hang on. This is
Well, it's also not true. The officer didn't make a legal conclusion. The officer said, I can't make a determination on this. This is up for a court to decide. Okay. That's what happened. It doesn't matter what time the police were called. It doesn't matter how many subpoenas were served. It was outright harassment, and the judge adjudicated it that way. And now it's being allowed in this court. Absolute waste.
this is what you're asking her. This is what she
She saw.
watched.
Mhm.
Okay, so she's just saying, I'm not taking it that that's all true. I'm just taking it that she saw a video that had these things. Okay,
And we have
what?
from Jamie's channel he referenced.
Yeah, Jamie Abeda's channel played the body cam footage, the 911 call.
Right.
And
Maybe I need my memory fresh. Can you play that video?
yeah.
Well, not yet. You don't. Who's asking for their mind to be refreshed? Well, you're not the witness testifying, so there's no need to refresh your
Okay.
recollection right now. Okay, if Ms. King, that'd be different. All right.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Okay, I had asked you to lay foundation. You lay the foundation for how she knew. This is why she thinks that you were accused of doing these things and why she thinks you didn't do them. Okay, we're still trying to get to how has anything to do with that.
yes. And then do yourself and the petitioner have a phone call with Andrea Powers on the line as a three-way phone call?
Yes.
And that was after you contacted me on August 23rd, 2022.
Yes.
In that phone call, does Andrea Powers admit that she deleted all of my content?
Yes. Finally.
Finally.
Can you?
For the record, Andrea Powers denied to me that she deleted Lana's content. For the record,
Can you tell me again who was on this call?
Myself, Miss Oriani, and Andrea Powers.
Thank you. Okay.
Did Miss Andrea Powers tell us on that call why she needed to go through you or be on three-way calls to communicate with me?
Objection. Here's
What?
it's an objection. It's hearsay or lack of foundation. They're talking about a conversation that someone else had, and they're not even here. Like to testify on something they did. I just don't understand. How this is okay. I don't know what to do.
Okay, Miss Oriani, telling me what Miss Powers said is hearsay.
Mhm.
Unless is Miss Powers going to testify?
Well, there's a reason that she's not.
No.
so basically, Lana's taking all the evidence that of what Andrea Powers did to Lana and using it against all kinds of other people. That's what's happening here. Okay, that's what's happening here.
Yes or no?
No, not today.
Okay. So, but sometimes there are hearsay exceptions. I'm going to let it in. If I decide that it is just classic hearsay and I shouldn't let it in when I am reviewing this case and making my findings, then I'll disregard that time. Okay. Because I don't know enough to know if an exception exists or not. So go ahead, Miss. I'm going to let you. I'll think about the objection to hearsay. I'm going to overrule it for now. Okay. But go ahead. So what did Miss Powers say on this phone call?
Or the reason that we had to go through my phone, she did not want Miss Oriani's contact information on her phone bills or able to be proved that she was speaking with Miss Oriani. due to the backlash that would be received by this larger group of people.
Okay, next question.
You said you went by the name NLB815 on YouTube.
Yes.
Do you recall in live chat being there with Aunt Lala, the Empire Troll, where you say strip clubs and Fireball at 11 a.m.? Who are you referring to?
Miss Oriani.
And then Aunt Lala says, Aliquippa to take care of Aaron, according to what I saw in mod chat. And according to the audio with Sarah and Lana, it is a possibility, allegedly. Then you say, does the mini mart sell shampoo? And then she says, I made a 17 minutes. Then she says again, meaning Aunt Lala, the Empire Troll, her son was around a convicted murderer who killed an 86-year-old woman when he robbed her, allegedly.
Yes, I recall that.
Was Aunt Lala using her channel to say that I put a hit out on my ex-wife?
Yes.
Did Alicia say that she contacted my ex-wife to give her that information?
Yes.
Is there documentation of that?
There are screenshots. Yes.
Thank you very much, Anonymous Lucy. I like the name Lucy. That would have been my little girl's name if I ever had a little girl, but I didn't. Thank you very much, None Your Business. Oh, it's Anonymous Mouse Lucy. That's funny.
Did
Mouse.
the respondent tell you that Miss Oriani was going to be arrested and in handcuffs and put away no later than July 4th of 2022?
Yeah. Yes, it was mentioned several times during live broadcasts in the live chat feed that Miss Oriani was going to prison, that anyone who helped Miss Oriani was also going to prison, such as myself.
Objection.
Basis.
Relevance. There's a conversation with someone else.
Well,
Or is she
overruled.
saying I did these things? I'm trying to understand what would just happen.
I mean, I just do not understand why this magistrate, and yes, it is a magistrate, but she is an attorney. This is a magistrate. You can be a magistrate without being an attorney, but this magistrate is an attorney, and she's acting in the capacity. Oh, thank you for gifting those memberships very much, Anonymous Lucy. I'll just keep going.
It did state that Miss Oriani was going to either jail or prison.
I said she was.
And she has stated that I put a hit out on my ex-wife and that I asked somebody from Aliquippa to do it.
Yes.
No more further questions.
Okay.
Welcome to the new members.
All right.
You've got members.
You have the right to conduct
Yes, ma'am.
what's called cross-examination. They have to be questions. Do you have any questions for Ms.?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
You doing, Nikki?
Good. How are you?
Good. I do want to first just start off with, do you believe I'm a threat to Lana's son or her? Do you think I would hurt
Objection,
them?
speculation.
I want to say up front here, I think Lala did a pretty good job with this, with her questioning here. So pay attention.
Overruled. Go ahead. You can answer.
Physically, no. However, when it comes to the disturbances and the attempting to ruin all aspects of Miss Oriani's life, including her minor child, I do believe you are a threat
Repeating that phrase.
Okay.
in that way.
And Nikki, what evidence have you seen that I'm a threat to her child?
The evidence of contacting Miss Oriani's ex-wife's attorney.
Yes, now you just said on record that I contacted Miss Oriani's ex. Can you elaborate on the context of that? That I contacted the ex?
Maybe I misspoke. The ex's attorney.
Okay.
My apologies.
Okay, yes, because I just want to make sure you weren't trying to say I contacted the ex.
The ex-wife's attorney.
And what circumstances would I have said that I contacted the ex's attorney? Do you recall those circumstances? What had happened?
Do.
Okay.
It was over the allegation that Miss Oriani had hired a hitman to kill her ex-wife.
Yes, ma'am.
Is what was referenced in the contacting of the attorney.
Yes, ma'am. Is that something that I came up with, or did I hear? How would I have jumped to that conclusion, or how did we all hear this or jump to that conclusion? It being said, where did it come from?
Objection compound, objection
Yes.
speculation.
Sorry.
I'm going to overrule.
Did you?
Hang on. I'm going to overrule some speculation because you brought me here to say that Miss is saying all these things to bring you down, so she can question her as to
Absolutely.
why some of that was, how that came about. Okay.
To be honest, I don't know where that started. I have no idea. Where it was brought to my attention was on Miss channel. There was another instance, I believe, that one of Miss friends said that they only contacted the attorney in regards to the hiring of a hitman. So it was spoken of on multiple occasions.
But you don't know why
I don't
she
know where
would have
that
been
originated.
saying such a thing, where this, whether you want to call it a rumor, where this thought came from, you don't know.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Did you hear the audio of Sarah and Lana in the truck that Lana played on her channel, claiming that Sarah was trying to wreck the vehicle and hurt her?
Objection
I know
foundation.
you research, and I was just wondering if you ran across the audios
Okay, hang on.
of Sarah and Lana in the truck.
Okay, hang on. There's an objection pending for lack of foundation because I don't know who Sarah is. Who's Sarah?
Sarah is another person who's on YouTube. She doesn't have a channel. And I don't really know much else about her.
Okay, so what were you asking her?
Lana had brought up about the claims of her ex's life being threatened by Lana taking her out by Aliquippa people.
Thank you, Tigy girl.
And someone who is familiar with the information on Lana, she had broadcasted on her channel, and the other one, there was an audio clip of it's being said.
Okay,
in the
so
vehicle.
you're asking if she saw this
Heard the
audio. Okay,
No,
so
I don't.
thank you for that. Okay, all right, overruled. Go on.
I don't believe I saw that particular or heard. I'm not sure if it's a video or just audio, but I do not believe that I saw that. No.
Okay.
Ms. Nikki, do you think that you and I have had a conversation about that? Have you and I had a conversation about the being taken out by Aliquippa?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't think we have personally had a conversation regarding that.
Okay. 1 second. Okay, Nikki, you had stated in the beginning that Lana's channel was true crime.
Yes.
That her channel opened with true crime.
Yes.
Okay. What was her first true crime case? What was her first channel about? You said it was about true crime. What was it about?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Chris Watts.
Okay. And you said that Lana was in the spotlight with, and that people were upset with her. You know, can you think of anything that
Objection, she never said that.
maybe triggered the community
Hang
to be
on.
upset?
Okay, she's objecting on the grounds that you mischaracterizing her testimony. You said, my recollection was it when I'd asked you why everybody was, for lack of a better word, targeting Miss Oriani, the word spotlight was used because you said she was taking the spotlight away from others. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
All right, so I'll overrule. All right. So what was the question?
What was the spotlight? That was what was shining on her? What was the big chaos about? What was the spotlight?
Miss Oriani was attempting to get Chris Watts a 35C, I believe. It drew a lot of attention to her channel, hence the spotlight comment. A lot of people were interested in that.
To get
Very much so.
to get him a 35 what?
35.
35C, I believe it's called.
Did Lana ever say that she came to YouTube to clear her name?
I've heard that said. I don't know that I have heard Miss Oriani say that.
She's the one.
So
over and over.
Miss Oriani has stated that, or you've heard it, that she's come here to clear her name. What blemish or what mark or what would she be trying to clear up? Are you familiar with Shazam?
Objection. Undue prejudice.
No, overruled. I gave you a lot of leeway. Okay, I don't know where some of this is going. All
Yeah,
right,
no, you're
so
good.
overruled. Go ahead. She asked if you've heard of
yes.
Shazam.
Yes, I have.
Okay, and what is Shazam?
My understanding is it's a filter on Snapchat, I believe. It's a parody of, I believe, Chris Watts' wife with these Snapchat
This is all
filters.
speculation. Objection, speculation.
Okay.
Hang on. Do you know? Are you saying you keep saying you believe?
All right, I'm going to show you that this is not speculation. I'm just going to show you just one little sample. Tiny, tiny, tiny little sample of what we're talking about, all right?
I just got off the TSA, and they said, do you have any explosives? And I said, just this bomb-ass pussy.
It doesn't matter if someone's alive or dead. I never bullied Shanann. Sure didn't.
Lana made dozens and dozens and dozens of videos like that, where she was parodying Shanann Watts's Thrive promotion videos on social media. And she did this well before she came onto YouTube. She did this in Facebook. So her name was already trash by the time she came here because of that. And one of the witnesses that you will see coming up, he's the one that made everybody aware of it. If it weren't for him, we may not have ever learned about Shazam, possibly. So you hear Oriani absolutely flat out deny things that are on the permanent internet, and she knows is true. Okay? How much more disingenuous can you be?
Do you know if it is or isn't?
Well, there's controversy surrounding Shazam, so things. It has been said that these were specifically done about these people. However, it's also been said that they were not. So I'm not.
Okay, well, I'll overrule. I'm going to give it the weight I think, because the witness is saying she believes what these things are, but she said there's controversy. I still don't know where you're going with it.
Yeah, because just trying to say I was trying to take her down, and so I'm trying to, before I even came into the picture, there was a bunch of this going on, as I was trying to draw attention to.
Okay, go on.
So the Shazam, would it be fair to say it's a skeleton filter of the dead wife of Chris Watts? How she would live her day-to-day life after being killed?
Speculation.
Have you seen this online? The things you're being...
I have not seen the full clips or the full videos. However, clips have been played on certain YouTube channels, which ones I can't remember exactly, but I don't know that I have seen them all, and I don't know that I have seen them in their entirety.
But you know what she's talking about.
Yeah.
All
yes.
right, I'm overruled. Go on.
Yes. So would it be fair to say?
All right. How's everybody doing? On to the next one, on to the next one, on to the next one. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for those who have sent super chats, joined memberships.
Quite a division and people not wanting to see her move forward.
I object to this line of questioning, as this is all speculation of what, if Miss asked me about this, but I think that this line of testimony is for a different witness. This is pure speculation.
She said I was part of this group. I was taking her down.
At this point, I gave you so much
And
leeway.
I for the record,
I'm gonna have to overrule because
Okay.
I gotta be fair to both sides.
Absolutely.
Okay, keep going. I want to get through this, but we're not going
Yeah,
to. If every
we-
30
yeah.
seconds we
I'll
have
move-
to have a 5-minute dialogue about whether the question's fair or not.
Yeah.
But we'll be here all day if we have to. Go ahead.
Okay, I will try to move on. I'm sorry. I know I have a few for you, Nikki. There were a couple of statements that sounded factual, as it sounded like it came from me. Did I threaten you to put out your personal information in a chat? I just want to clarify if that is what I was hearing. That I believe it interpreted to me that you were saying you were
Okay, so
threatened.
she's
and-
asking you, has the respondent actually threatened or blackmailed you?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so where do I ask for the proof of that? I don't know.
So here, the witness claims that Lala threatened and blackmailed her. And then, par for the course in these hearings, they're like, where's the evidence? Oh, I have to take a break. We have to take a break now so I can look for this evidence. And does the evidence show that? No.
You can ask her, how did she do this?
Okay, yeah. How did I blackmail you?
We went round and round for quite a while about my information being released and what I would have to do in order for it not to be released. However, I was watched daily, and when I would make what would appear to be either to you or other members of this group was the wrong move, then I was threatened that more of my private information would be put out.
Okay.
And things were said like, you've done this to yourself. You have no one to blame but yourself. You did this, not me.
Were those references to me releasing your chat? Are you claiming I had that chat? I believe you testified that James had that chat. I had nothing to do with that.
You had the chat as well. From further back before I knew James had it, you were threatening to, or Miss threatening to release my chat.
Where did I say that? Where, when? Show me that. Because I did not have that chat. So I'd like to see that evidence.
That is on either the July 23rd or the July 24th video where you were addressing me in the banner. Within that live chat, Vanessa Walsh stated, just put out her chat.
Okay,
you said you had.
How did I threaten and blackmail you? Because I didn't have that chat, and I want to see where. I want to see where I said, you said Vanessa and you say James, but I really am trying to focus on this because the claims that are made here are very serious. And I know in your heart, you know, I'm not.
Okay, hold on.
Yes.
I asked you, has the respondent actually blackmailed or threatened you? You said yes. Then you said we went round and round for a while about what you would need to do. And if you made the wrong move, your private info would be released. She's asking you, when or where did she say this? Let me ask you this. Was it in a personal conversation between the two of you?
Later on, yes.
When did that happen?
We have a running thread of emails starting from July 24th, 2022, text messages, as well as Facebook
and
Messenger.
Not somebody else threatening or blackmailing you. You're saying in this running thread that did these things as well.
I consider when I made the wrong move, you did this to yourself. You have no one to blame but yourself. Now, I would constantly address my personal information, either being threatened to be released or being released, and I was met with laughter. I was laughed at in my face.
Okay, but what I'm trying to get out of you was when Miss said these things to you. I can't tell if you're just talking about the YouTube videos. Did she do it just through her YouTube channel, or did she do it directly to you through other communications?
It was both.
Okay. And she asked you if you have proof of anything. Do you have emails and text messages where she, meaning directly threatening or blackmailing you?
Yeah. Let's see.
I do.
I'd like to see that.
The only reason I didn't
Also,
add evidence
is there a
because I
chance that there was a
solely focused on-
misunderstanding on if I had a screenshot who was in that chat, and you may have taken that as I have the chat when I said I had?
That's okay.
proof
Listen,
of that
stop.
chat?
Stop. Okay, so she says she has those things, but you can't in the middle of a hearing just demand production, okay? But her testimony is, yes, she has those, okay?
Yeah, I was asking if we can get them. I thought maybe Lana can pull those up, and I was gonna ask a question.
She doesn't have, you don't have anything like that, do you?
I could
She
look
says
through
she
here
does.
and, yeah, I mean, I do, but I'd have to look through here. I have stuff that's a running, it's like a 22-minute, it's like all of it, like scanned her whole
Hang on.
DMs.
All right, but
yeah, I mean, that's
but
not-
you're telling me that you have proof that you've been threatened and blackmailed by Miss,
Yes.
and like you could go get that today.
Yes.
I'd like to see that.
Okay, well,
Actually.
hang on. We're not going to do discovery in the middle of a witness, okay? Because this is the problem. As I said before,
Okay.
if you'd wanted that kind of production to prepare for your case, you needed to do this ahead of time. All right? But you can access that today.
Yes.
And
Yes.
you can email it to the court.
See how this judge has a habit of, hearing testimony about something that isn't in discovery and then allows breaks to be taken to get the discovery? Is she ever going to learn that it's that in with these parties, they're probably lying about it and trying to get away with it?
Yes.
Okay, because you want to see it? You want her to produce that?
Yeah.
What?
Please.
Okay.
Please.
All right. When we're done, we're going to get through the questioning, and then I'm going to have the witness email the documents to prove that you have threatened or blackmailed her through emails and text messages. Okay. We'll
Okay.
have her emailed at the court.
Right.
But I don't know how we're going to get through this. All right. So
Where's the?
do you have any more questions?
Oh yes, ma'am, I do.
All right. Let's
Sorry.
get going.
Okay.
You know
Let's
what?
see.
For sake of time, what we're going to do is you want her to get those documents. I'm going to adjourn her testimony so she can go ahead and gather those documents and email them. Okay. And then we'll bring her back in later this afternoon. All right. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Who do I need to email those to?
Why don't you email them to me?
And the judge
Do you have
sides,
pencil and paper?
Do I have a chance to
I
redirect
do.
on a couple, just two things?
Well, we're not done with
Oh,
her
okay, okay.
cross. When
Okay,
she
perfect.
finishes her cross, then
Oh,
you're
you're
going to
good.
get to do
Okay.
that. Okay. All right. You ready? It's
Thank you, Judge.
okay. So I'll give you time. We're going to move on with other witnesses. I'll give you time to gather that. If you can email it to me, and then we'll let you know when we're going to need you to log back in to conclude your testimony. Okay. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
Miss. You
you.
can be excused.
Thank you, Nikki.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so for purposes of the record, we're not done with cross-examination, but because it was a significant part of the case, then I'm going to allow her time to get that evidence so that Ms. can see it.
Comes back later. So I just finished my questioning with her. She comes back later. So I just
Yeah,
hold
I
off
just-
off for now.
I decided it was best to not keep
Yes, ma'am.
going so that you can just pick up from where we left
Yes,
off
ma'am.
with her. Is
Or I wasn't to do something right now.
absolutely. I'm just waiting for Miss Oriani now needs a few minutes to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to let them know it says I have to.
Miss, you can run to the restroom or something. We're just trying to get a hold of the next witness to get her log in. So this might be a good time
Okay,
if you want to grab a drink or something. Okay?
Yes.
Yep. Did you get a hold of your next witness?
Yeah, she said just go ahead and when she is needed, she's ready. She's on standby. I flip-flop the order just because I couldn't get in touch with this guy. So I
can hear you. Yeah.
okay. He didn't think, he thought he was on it like around like 9:30, so he had to pick up his kid from.
Yeah. That's the problem.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. It's just, I know that that's how.
And this is the witness that's coming up. This is the woman that was from Canada that came here.
Yeah.
So now she's doing it. And this is the only thing that we had all of this lined up to do it all. So there's some stuff that I want, because I just went ahead and looked. Like there's a couple documents that didn't make it in the file for her. But I have it all in my email and I can just literally click all 5 and
they
shoot it
just
right now.
didn't listen to that.
Okay.
Listen to that. Oh, there's just some documents that just didn't make it in. You know, technology that they just didn't make it in. So the photographic memory, the perfect true crime spreadsheet maker. And the next person that you're going to see come up, I am absolutely dumbfounded about this witness. Okay. First of all, she's not a U.S. citizen. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a judge. I don't know how these rules work, but can a non-U.S. citizen come in and testify as a witness in a case like this? And also you will see as she comes in, you can't even see her. You can't see, and you can barely hear the witness. It was the magistrate walking out.
I think she was just. Oh, yeah, she's ready to go. I can.
Okay, Miss Oriani. Again, we are going to reconvene this testimony later today. So who is your next witness, please?
Diane.
Let's just face it, Lala. That witness is just a bitch. Okay, I'm just gonna.
She's logging in right now.
Yeah, she's logging in right now.
Miss, can you hear me?
Can you hear?
Miss, can you hear us? She's not even reacting like we're talking to her.
Yeah, I don't think she realizes that she's in.
Can you call her and tell her that we're
Yeah,
on?
I think I wonder if she's on her device because I just tried to do that. Let me just tell her.
Right, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Magistrate Griffin.
We can't see you though.
We're in the middle of a court
Hi.
proceeding. Ms. Oriani has called you as a witness. I'm going to swear you in. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer to under God or under penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Could you state your first and last name and spell both for the record, please?
Diane.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Oriani?
Okay. Thank you. In here. Where do you live?
Okay, for background information, this witness, her screen name is Mod Squad. Her first name is Diane. She's been a mod of Lana's for quite some time, since the very beginning, and she was involved with the defunct, fraudulent, illegitimate, scammy nonprofit. Okay, that's who that woman is.
Ontario, Canada.
Okay. And how do you know the petitioner, Ms. Oriani?
Through social media.
And what is your relationship with the petitioner?
We are close friends.
Enabler.
Are you involved with the petitioner's Right for a Family nonprofit?
I am a volunteer and donator.
What was that last thing?
Donator.
And are you involved with the petitioners?
I wonder how the donators feel about the fact that their donations are probably not tax deductible. Oh, she's in Canada, so I guess it doesn't matter. Okay.
YouTube channel.
Yes, I'm a moderator for the YouTube channel.
And then how do you know the respondent in this case?
Through YouTube.
And have you had personal interactions with the respondent?
Yes, through Facebook Messenger.
What has been your role with the Truth and Transparency YouTube channel that is run by Miss Oriani, the petitioner?
I've been a moderator for the live chats.
How many moderators were there or are there?
Currently, I believe there are 5. Originally, we started with 10. I apologize, I have a cold.
That's okay.
I think it's okay.
Did Miss Oriani, the petitioner, ask you if you wanted to be a moderator?
Yes, she did.
And you accepted?
Yeah.
Did you have to do anything to become a moderator?
Excuse me. No, I did not.
And what does the petitioner ask that you do to moderate her live broadcasts?
Just show up for the lives and moderate the chat, which just basically means that we have to make sure that there's no rude comments.
It's not just rude comments. There will be legitimate questions asked, like, how can you come to the conclusion that Brian Koberger is innocent in being framed and that the knife sheath was planted? Those are the kinds of comments that get deleted, not just rude comments.
No trolls. So trolls are people that will come in and try to derail the chat or make comments that are inappropriate, and we have to delete comments or block the user from the channel.
Would you communicate with the other moderators?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
Through Facebook Messenger mainly. There was a couple of the other moderators that I would also communicate through text message or phone calls as well.
Who created the mod chat?
Miss Oriani did.
Was everything in mod chat, was that public information?
It was always meant to be private information, was always
Did it involve
always
research material for Miss Oriani's nonprofit?
Yes, it did. It was definitely a place that we discussed case information as well as personal private information as well.
What do you do for a living, Miss?
I am now a stay-at-home mom and a primary caregiver for my elderly mother.
Are you familiar with the YouTube handle Aunt Lala, the Drunken Troll?
Yes, I am.
Who does that belong to?
Felicia.
Is that the respondent?
Yes.
Exactly, Liberty. Jesus.
When did you become first aware of the respondent on YouTube?
As soon as the Truth and Transparency YouTube channel was launched.
Do you recall when that is or was?
I believe around March of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, Blackthorn, that's Mod Squad.
And what project was and opened Miss Oriani's YouTube channel, Truth and Transparency?
At that time, she was working on the Chris Watt case and doing a mock trial of the case on the channel, on the YouTube channel.
So the YouTube channel was created March 26, 2021. When was Fight for a Family nonprofit created?
I believe at the beginning of March.
So it was before?
I want to say March 2nd.
And that's a 501c3?
Yes, it is.
And you're a member?
Yes. Yep. I was a member as soon as it launched. I signed up during the pre-registration period.
And has any of your information been tampered with?
No.
Scammed?
No, absolutely not.
And could you explain a little bit about your interaction with the respondent, Ms. Felicia?
We interacted on YouTube for a period of time. And then we were in a Facebook group together.
What was that
private,
Facebook group?
that was Reach Out for Rachel.
Was that a private Facebook group?
Yep, that was Miss Oriani's private Facebook group for the Rachel Del Tondo case that she was working on. And
on to the next one. I may even make this go faster because Ms. Mod Squad speaks painfully slowly. Oh God, it's painful.
at that point, we were able to, I guess, just kind of put faces to usernames on YouTube. And
when it first came over to the YouTube channel, Truth and Transparency, under the name Aunt Lala, the Drunken Troll, how was she behaving in chat as a moderator?
She was not a moderator. She was somebody that would come in and she was somebody that disliked Lana, and she liked to come in and make I guess little rude comments, and then she would say things like mods don't block me, and she would throw a small super chat and say here this is my payment for being rude, don't block me.
Did Miss Oriani ever express to you opinions on misbehavior in chat in terms of she wanting a role in the mock trial?
I'm not sure specifically about Miss at that point. I know that there was several people that I guess were not fans of Miss Oriani, and she allowed them to become a part of the mock trial anyways, just because she wanted everybody to be able to be included and to be able to participate, even if they were not a clear-cut supporter.
Did ever say she wanted to be a moderator, say she wanted to be a channel mod?
Oh yes, all the time.
Did Miss Oriani trust?
No.
But did Miss Oriani give him a chance to be part of
several chances?
What was that?
Several chances.
Did Miss Oriani ever tell you that Miss apologized for all the rude and nasty things she would say about Miss Oriani in 2020 to May 2021?
Yes.
And that she forgave her?
Yes.
What happened between June 2021 to then December 2021? What took place with the behavior and actions of Miss?
During that time, I did form a friendship with Miss, and we would speak to each other on Facebook Messenger, and at that time, her behavior on YouTube was becoming more erratic, and Miss Oriani several times had said to me that she wanted to block her from the YouTube channel, and would say to me that she wanted to block her, and I would say she's my friend, I don't want her blocked, and she would say, okay, then you keep an eye on her, you know, make sure that she stays in line, and out of respect to my friendship, she allowed her to remain a subscriber to the channel. And in the fall of 2021, formed a friendship with a person that had been, I can only say the person has
speculation. She can't say if I formed a friendship with someone.
Okay, well, you do need to lay a foundation for how she would know.
What case was Miss Oriani working on in June of 2021?
The Sheldon Jeter Jr. case.
Where was that located?
In Alicopa, Pennsylvania.
And was his family, Sheldon Jr.'s family, part of Fight for a Family nonprofit?
Yes.
Did Miss Oriani spend a significant amount of time in Elko, Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Did she attend the murder trial?
Yes. Not every day, but for the most part, yes.
Just to interrupt you, you know these facts you're testifying to based on personal knowledge, just from your friendship with me?
Yes.
Okay, all right, go on.
Did Miss Oriani remove the Rachel Altano private Facebook group?
I would objection. Objection. That is speculation. She wouldn't know how that came about. That would be between me and Lana.
Well, do you have knowledge that it happened?
Yeah.
There's knowledge I'm not in the
Were you a moderator? Did you have access to the Rachel Altano Facebook group?
Yes. I
Do you
was an
have-
administrator of the group.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part.
I was an administrator of the group.
So then you would then know if somebody was in or out.
Correct.
Was removed from the Rachel Altano Facebook group,
Yes.
the private intellectual privacy that belongs to Miss Oriani Facebook group.
Yes.
That was Miss Oriani's, right? And still is.
Yes.
Okay. Can you spell, what are you saying, Rachel, what?
Del Tondo, DELTONDO.
DELTONDO? Thank you. All right, go on.
TONDO. I'm sorry.
Do you recall the date?
The date of
When Miss
what?
Oriani removed?
Oh my God.
No, I don't recall the date.
It was October 15th, 2021.
Meeting, she said she didn't remember. I mean, I don't even know why this is relevant.
She can ask her, does October 15th sound about right? That's a fair question, so overruled.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't recall the date.
Okay, she doesn't know.
But you recall that she was removed.
Yes.
Do you recall why she was removed?
No, I don't. I don't recall.
At the end of June, or during even the month of June of 2021, was there an account called Shift Happens that came into chat?
Yes, there was.
Objection. Relevancy.
All right, again, I'm going to give
She
her
brings
a
all
little
these
bit.
characters that had absolutely nothing to do with me.
I don't know. I hope you're going to tie it into
No
her.
ties.
I'll let you do it.
She
Overruled.
did,
Go
she
ahead.
did put last time either.
Miss, did you say yes to that?
Adding.
Yes, I did.
uh,
At first, they were very coherent, and they knew a lot about not only the case that you are working on, but a lot of personal information about Miss Oriani as well.
And did Miss Oriani catch that and say, who is this account and what do they know about me?
Yes.
Did she write this in the moderator chat?
Yes, there was conversation about that immediately.
Or maybe it was on a phone call in the moderator chat?
Yep.
But it was brought to the attention.
mhm.
Yes, definitely.
And what did Miss Oriani do? Did she just block the account?
Yes, the account was blocked.
Is that how Miss Oriani handles quote unquote internet trolls? She just blocks them
Yes, they get blocked immediately.
and she just moves on.
Yes.
She doesn't just move on, people. She doesn't just move on. She tries to figure out who they are for years and
What
years and
started
years.
happening in July, August, September, and October to then lead into the rest of the, beginning of the winter with the account Shift Happens?
The person started making videos on their channel.
So you just heard Oriani be like, and doesn't Ms. Oriani just block trolls and move on? Oh, yes, that's what you do, Lana. You just block trolls and move on. And now she brings up Shift Happens. And you will hear Lana work as hard as possible to find out who is Shift Happens. And she's been trying to figure out who is Shift Happens since Shift Happens had the absolute gall to go into her chat and say, wait a minute. You are mischaracterizing the witness in the Rachel Del Tondo case, or in a different case that was sort of related to Rachel Del Tondo. Okay. So for that reason, Lana called Shift Happens a troll, and then is still on a journey of trying to figure out exactly who is Shift Happens, and has now tried to serve her with 2 different protection orders. So I call bullshit on, I just move on. And part of this entire odyssey of these court processes that Lana files is trying to figure out. That's one of the many things she's trying to figure out. She's trying to get information from these people about who is Shift Happens, who is Shift Happens, who is Shift Happens.
And they started making a lot of videos right away. And they were very strange videos.
Objection. Never mind.
Overruled. Go on.
Sorry.
Very strange videos that were videos of Lana that were just very odd. And
were they harassing videos?
Yes, but more strange than harassing. I would say harassing in the sense that the amount of them, and it was just constantly saying Lana's a liar. The person would go into all kinds of other creators' channels and say, just out of the blue, Lana's a liar. We need to get her off of YouTube. And the person would end up getting themselves blocked from all kinds of different channels because
Objection. Relevancy, please. This is a person without a name.
Miss,
We're talking about, right?
Hang on. You promised me minutes ago that you would somehow tie this into.
Yep.
So can we get to it? Because there's a lot of wind up, but
Miss, thank you. I will. Right. Miss, what was Lana's reaction? Was she watching these videos?
No.
So the moderators were seeing this?
Yes.
But did you bring it to her attention by putting it in mod chat?
Yes.
Were all of these moderators doing that?
Some more than others.
Did the behavior of the Shift Happens escalate to a level of where private information of all of the mods' names and their phone numbers, addresses were put out, or said that they were put out?
what's the objection?
Say relevance, lack of foundation. Where's the, do I ask for proof somewhere?
Overall, I'll overrule it's to lack of foundation, but it's to relevance. What's the relevance? No, tell me.
What's the relevant is that right here, I'm about to ask Ms. Wood why we blocked and what ended up happening.
So somehow she's tied to the Shift
Yes.
Happens account. Is
Yes.
what you're going to prove.
Yes.
Okay, go on. Overrule.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so
Right before
then in
Thanksgiving, what transpired right before Thanksgiving of 2021?
So that was when told me that she had made a friendship with this person, Shift Happens, and she, from my
Prior to her making this friendship, did she tell you that she was harassing and stalking Shift
I like
Happens?
to let her finish that sentence. That was
Hold on. Okay, she was trying to answer. Finish your. So go ahead and finish.
weird. I want her to finish.
No, you said that. Told you she had made a friendship with the person involved with Shift Happens, and you were still talking, and then.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yes, and he was now against Lana, and we were discussing that, and she said to me that I said to her that I would I had never created a hate channel on somebody, and I would never have a smear campaign on somebody. And she said, neither have I, but I will now. And she told me that that's what she was going to do to me.
To you,
Because
Miss Wood?
to me,
Okay.
yes, that's correct, because I would not join her with Shift Happens, this person against Lana. And she wouldn't even tell me who this Shift Happens person was. So I don't understand why I would ever leave my friend to join a faceless, nameless person on their plight. But that's what she wanted me to do, basically. And that's when we ended our friendship.
All right, next question.
Did Miss Oriani block Felicia from her personal Facebook account?
How would she? Objection. How does she know that? How would she know that? Does it matter? Irrelevant.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection because you need to
Yeah, okay.
ask how she would know. I don't know how she would know that.
Did you forward me a message from a chat that you had with Miss?
Yes, I did.
And in that message, did it say, Lana's, they'll no longer let us be friends. I was talking to her, and then all of a sudden she blocked me.
That's correct.
Objection. Relevancy. She is just trying to get that blocked in there.
She
but
asked her if she's, hang on, she asked her if she forwarded it to her, so she'd have personal knowledge if she did that, right? It's overruled.
So Miss Oriani blocked Felicia and blocked her from her channel.
Yes.
Did she have personal knowledge that she did that?
Well, that's what both Miss Oriani and Miss told me. So,
Oh, so that, okay. So you were told that. Okay, got it.
By both of them, yes.
Well, do you have personal knowledge of, you're a moderator of the YouTube channel. Did I block Aunt Lala's channel?
Yes.
Okay.
Would
To Lana, it matters who blocked you first. Always. I'm the one that broke up. Me.
after this happened, after Miss Oriani blocks Aunt Lala, ends communication, blocks her on the YouTube channel, and had already blocked Shift Happens in June. That was at the end of November 22nd and 24th. Does those dates sound right? Did that happen where I blocked?
Yes.
How can you block me twice? But okay.
Do you then recall a video that Shift Happens puts out on November 24th referencing Miss Oriani's ex-wife?
Objection. Please, what does that have to do with me? Irrelevancy. Nothing, anything she has said has to do with me.
Overruled.
Nothing. All day.
The question was, do you recall after that Shift Happens put out a video that mentioned
on November 24th?
I don't specifically remember that video.
So this is actually sped up to 1.25. When I speed it up to 1.5, then it's a little too fast for Lana's fast talking, but this is still a little too slow for Mod Squad's slow talking. So
when you hand me something, if you can tell me for the record what the
D1.
Thank you, D1.
The thumbnail of the Shift Happens video from November 24th, 2021, and in the description, it says.
Well, you got a witness on the stand, so you'd have to have her authenticate it. But
I'm gonna ask you to authenticate this stamp, the thumbnail and description box of the Shift Happens video from November 24th, 2021.
I'm sorry. Objection. How is she going to authenticate another channel's video? Is that what's going on? I just want to make clear. She's authenticating a video.
Ask her if she has any knowledge of it, okay? We got to give her a chance before you start objecting. You haven't even let her try, okay? If she can't authenticate it, then beautiful. But we're going to let her try.
It says, Shift Happen says, but I, Kurt, HMU, Megan, Lauren, Tony, my sympathies, but Kurt, oh, the questions. Is this the ex-lawyer? Someone fill me in and connect us. You here yet? Buzz me, babe. You know I didn't do that thing, but you know she, so glad that isn't on cam anymore and never wanted to be. Poor little prince.
Do you know what she's talking about?
I don't remember that one. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
So what Lana just read off was something that Shift apparently put in a video, like in a description, I think. I'm going to go on record here and say that Lana has said far more threatening things to me and to other people via her channel than what we just heard her say, read off. Okay. And that's her basis for trying, for not only just, not only trying to figure out who Shift is, but also accusing her of being like 50 different people, including involved directly in murdering somebody. That's what this woman does. She accuses innocent people of being involved in crimes. She does it every single fucking day on her channel, in true crime cases and on YouTube against YouTubers.
Okay.
She doesn't know. She's not familiar with this. All right.
She's made hundreds of videos.
But you don't recall that verbiage?
No, I'm sorry.
I'll be testifying too. That's fine. Doesn't matter. Who's
Miss Oriani's ex-wife.
and who's my little prince?
How do you spell?
Objection.
Hang on. I interrupted her. So she said, and then you asked who's little prince.
Mm-hmm.
What's your objection?
Relevancy.
Overruled.
That's the little prince is Miss Oriani's son.
Do you recall
Never.
me telling Miss before I blocked her that the Shift Happens account threatened and said my son's, like my nickname for my son, and mentioned my ex-wife before blocking her? Do you recall this?
Oh my God. She said the nickname for my son that practically every parent has for their son, right? She said the nickname for my son. Lana, you actually literally went and put this person's family member's birthday celebration on your channel with children on it and left it there. And I think it might still be there. I'm not sure right now. You take people's private information, you put it on your channel, and you hold it hostage and you torment people with it. And when someone says, oh, she said my little prince, that is a cause for then dragging another person into court. I know you've tried to drag Shift into court and it didn't work. So now the person who does show up into court has to answer for you taking a tiny little thing as a threat. Every tiny little thing that's said that doesn't just absolutely fawn over you as a threat. Thank you very, very much, Jordan. I appreciate that.
Right.
I recall having that conversation with you, but I don't know if you had that conversation with Miss.
Okay, but you recall having that conversation with me?
Yes.
And Miss and a hate channel against you at the same time?
Yes.
And Miss became best friends with Shift Happens all of a sudden?
Objection. Speculation and
All right. I'll sustain this
best
to
friends.
that because
Well,
you're making more of a
But
innuendo.
what ends up happening? What happens after that point of when I say that I've been like, what's the behavior that transpires December, January? Miss, can she hear?
I don't understand
I'm
the
sorry,
question.
I don't understand the question.
What happens after she says she's going to make a hate channel against you?
She didn't really. She put out one video with messages from me and some other moderators and she has two videos out doxing my full name. And she's proud of herself. Look at the smile on her face.
Oh, really? Do you know how many times my full name has been put on that channel? And you, Mod Squad, have never deleted it. Are you proud of yourself? Are you proud of yourself for allowing that and then coming to court and acting like it's such a major offense? You know, fuck off.
No, thank you. I'm actually trying not to respond.
So who had a hate channel?
Miss Oriani.
During December of 2021, does Stephanie and Chloe of our moderator group, do they leave the group?
Yes, they did.
Why?
They left the group because they were so scared, or they said that they were so scared because of a video that Shift Happens made saying that she gave all of our government names and locations to Aliquippa VIPs. And Chloe said that she was so scared she had to leave Facebook and YouTube. And Stephanie said that she was so scared she had to borrow a gun to protect herself.
I just wanted to be noted, I objected like 10 times.
Okay, what's the base of your objection?
Based the objection on that it's hearsay, that is, it's lack of foundation, it's not even relevant. These were mods that left Lana.
Miss,
Okay, I'm going to
You can't
sustain
say
as
what-
the hearsay.
hearsay. That they left?
The part
Why did
about
that
why
occur?
they left.
Oh, why they left is, do you have documentation? Did they tell you this? Miss,
If they
Yes,
told her
that-
anything that they told her would be hearsay, right?
well, I could pull, I have it here, the why they left. Did they?
Oh, I have it here why they left, but of course I didn't submit it into evidence, even though I'm bringing this witness in to testify to that. On to the next one, on to the next one. So frustrating, you all. It's so frustrating.
Or I'm sorry, rather, on January 22nd, Miss uploads 2 videos, perversions of Lana Oriani with Chris Watts. Do you recall seeing at the 40-second mark, this is of Aunt Lala's video, that she has a semi-nude picture of Lana in the video?
Yes.
And then she alters the video and makes another one on January 22nd, where she re-uploads the perversions of Lana Oriani with Chris Watts. However, at the 40-second mark, Lala puts melons over the semi-nude parts instead of taking the pic out.
That's correct.
On January 24th, Lana's nude dog from Lala. Do you recall seeing that video?
Yes, I do.
Did that video depict a dog that's on the BLM list attacking Lana?
Yes.
Sorry,
I believe it was a pit bull.
you did.
Do you recall?
So what they're talking about are videos, parody videos, which, you know, probably were distressing. Just like the parodies that Lana did to me and many others are distressing, like Shazam, right? Shazam would be distressing. It would be distressing for her to do parodies on other people. But when somebody else says, hey, that parody is distressing to me, she's like, oh, you're going to cry or you're going to whine now. I'll just double down and keep going and going and going and do it over and over and over. But when she's parodied, it's time to go in front of Magistrate Marathon, right? Who will take the case.
On December 4th, President of Fight for a Family, Lana Oriani, is stalking subs and behaving erratically.
I mean, that's
and using the word stalker all the way back in December of 2021, just days after she was blocked.
Yes.
Do you recall a video on December 10th, Dear John Doe, recording, Lana put my information out there. This is what happened next, cyberbully.
Yes.
What was that video depicting?
So what you'll start to see emerge here is that there's a timeline of who basically started going after each other first. And what Lana just read was in a description that said, Lana put out my information and this is what happened next. So that is documenting, and Lana just read it into the record, that Lana started going after Lala with her personal private information. Okay. And then Lala started striking back. And I don't always agree with the ways that Lala struck back, but there was indefinitely a provoked back and forth with Lana. But Lana acts like she's all innocent and she was only doing it for all the right reasons.
It was actually really confusing because it was some kind of voicemail, but she said that it was a threat to her, but it was actually a man saying, Lala, leave Lana alone.
She can overrule. She can testify to what she watched.
Okay.
I was confused by the video.
Yes, Johan Appel, and you'll see that discussed later.
Hashtag cyberbully at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
In the Pretty Little Liars Exposed video, if you would like me to, I can play it. What is the song that is replayed over and over on the title, December 15th, 2021, Pretty Little Liars Exposed?
That one, I think it says,
notice the timeline. December 15th is after Thanksgiving, after November, right? So this is a video that comes out after Lana has put up Lala's criminal record, her personal information, and pictures of her family. Okay.
you can keep a secret if one of us is dead.
Two can't keep a secret if one of us is dead.
Okay, I'm back on. All right.
Okay, sorry.
So it was two of us can't keep a secret if one of us is dead. All right, that's where we left off.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Pretty Little Liars is the title. Exposed.
In the video, is it all about screenshots?
Yes, that was the one that I mentioned earlier, that she had posted messages from myself and other.
That quote is being used as a evidence of a threat. Okay. It's a song lyric, which is my understanding. I mean, I wouldn't like it being pointed at me. Yeah, it's Pretty Little Liars song. Okay. I wouldn't like that if it was pointed at me. I also didn't like it when Lana looked straight at the camera and said, "Lynn, you have fucked with the wrong family. My dad is the godfather." So it's totally okay for Lana to do that. But when someone puts a song lyric in something, oh my God, it's time for Magistrate Marathon, right?
Their moderators.
Do you recall on December 7th, 2021, where Miss Oriani was a guest speaker?
Oh my gosh. Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. We'll see where it's going.
Did Miss Oriani guest speak at Penn State University Beaver for the Criminal Justice Club?
Yes.
Did somebody call Penn State Beaver to try to get me not to be able to be a guest speaker?
Speculation that we don't.
She's asking if somebody did. Do you know or not know?
I was told that somebody did, yes.
Okay, she was told that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Who is John Paul from the Beaver County in?
He's an
Yes.
online blogger.
He's an investigative journalist who has been investigating Lana, and also is a blogger with his own hometown news site.
Did John Paul from the Beaver County come into Miss Oriani's live chat and say that he had personal knowledge that the district attorney of Beaver as well as the PSP called Penn State Beaver?
Yes, he did.
But did he say that he is in fact Lala? No, I'm sorry. He did not say, my name is Lala and I have knowledge that Lala called to have that thing scrapped. Didn't happen.
Do you know if Miss Felicia is in direct contact and has made it known with John Paul, the Beaver Countyan?
She has stated that she has.
And that she was going to do exclusive videos for him on YouTube?
She has said that.
On January 5th, Lana dumpster dives her ex's trash.
I saw that, yes.
What was that video about?
That was pictures taken from your divorce paperwork, I believe.
It was my ex-wife's house in those pictures.
Yes.
Here's the background on this, y'all. Anyone can go to the Franklin County website, case records website, and see this information. Okay? And see that you can't see it in the actual custody battle and family court because those records are closed. You could just see the docket and what's happening on the docket. But what you can see is that Lana sued her lawyer from her divorce case. And there are exhibits in that case where it is shown that Lana is diving through her ex-wife's trash. Okay? Now, I wouldn't put that in a video on YouTube. Apparently, Lala might have done that.
Where my minor child lives half of the time.
Yes.
January 5th, again, just a reminder, next video is coming out soon. Lana debunks Lana.
I not ringing a bell just off that title, sorry.
Do we get to play it to see the context of it?
I
don't remember.
I'm just saying, does she recall that?
Not off the top of my
Okay.
head. That one's kinda
KK
big.
and Lana sitting in a tree. Hashtag mute gate.
Yes, I remember that.
Who's KK?
Kim
Your
Kaufman.
Protection.
Kim Kaufman. Is that what you said?
Yes.
He is re-victimizing victims. Like, I don't know how to stop this. I don't know what I'm supposed to
Objection
do.
testimony.
Listen, She's asking if she saw these videos that had names and people mentioned it. She's asking who they were. No, that's not making anybody a victim. Okay, that's overruled.
On the next page, oh, I'm sorry. On January 18, 2022, Lana, you punked out.
Yes, I remember that.
Was Miss Felicia telling people from her channel that the process server never said he broke down outside the house? That's why Miss Oriani punked out. She lied. The process server told Lana immediately who he was.
Yes.
And that's why I exploited my son.
Yes.
Oh, objection.
Okay, I'll sustain this. The last question.
That's-
My last question. Would hashtag mod chat when she'd post and talk about videos
Relentlessly.
relentlessly?
Yes.
What did that cause you?
Severe mental distress.
Why?
Because at the time that she was doing it, I was under the impression that she was going to release personal private information, and I was not aware that Stephanie was working with.
That is speculation.
I'm sorry.
Overruled. Keep going.
All these names.
And
Miss, what content in that mod chat had you sick over your stomach about?
there was very, very personal, private information in there, mental health information, and I was very, very scared that was going to put it out.
Okay, I'm going to stop this right here and tell you, this absolutely drives me insane what they're doing here. Okay? Because what Mod Squad is saying here is, I was under extreme mental duress because Lala might have had access to a mod chat that had personal private information about a friend's mental health, and I was afraid it was going to be put out. So, number one, that personal private information that she was afraid was going to be put out was never put out by Lala. Okay? What did happen is that when that particular person who had the mental crisis and talked about it in that chat, when that person left Lana and Mod Squad went live and talked about it. They are the ones who brought it to YouTube. They are the ones who talked about, they are the first ones to bring to YouTube this person's mental distress. And honestly caused that person, who I will not name, an enormous amount of additional mental distress because they had just talked about what happened in that woman's life. And this drives me insane that they're trying to put this on another person. So this is the amount of absolute gaslighting that they take to the court. I was afraid they were going to do something that we actually did. I was afraid they were going to do something that we actually did.
And it really caused me to be put into a a dark place, and I was sick over it, absolutely sick over it.
Were you sick over it when you went and told everybody on Lana's channel, Mod Squad, when you went out and doxed it to Lana's people on her channel? Did that make you sick, or did it make you feel good because you were mad at that person? Piece of shit.
And had I known that that Stephanie was working with her and that this information would never get out, I wouldn't have cared for a second that
Put
any
this
of it.
information behind a paywall to join member for her to gain membership and make money.
That's not objection. That is not, that's leading is not what happened, and I don't
You
know
cannot
how to
testify.
accept that.
Objection.
All right, well, do you have any knowledge of whether a paywall was created?
Did you see the videos? Oh, here, I got it. Sorry.
I'm asking you.
Yes, she does have members only videos that people have to pay for.
How do you
to
know
be able
what
to see.
content?
I don't
is-
know
you
what
don't know,
content
okay.
is behind her members only videos, but I do know that there is content there.
Okay.
Does she use the hashtag #ModChat to promote her live members only stream?
Yes, absolutely.
So it's either false advertising or she's putting ModChat behind a paywall.
Correct.
Objection. That's speculation.
I'll sustain. I understand your point. This is why, because she uses the handle mod chat to advertise the paywall. This is why the witness believes that that's the content. Okay,
Right.
that's what I'm taking the evidence for, because she's not telling me that she paid and went and looked and saw that it was on there. Okay, but she's explained to me
Yeah.
why she believes that to be so.
And has Ms. put out ModChat on her regular channel, not behind a paywall?
She has put out bits and pieces of it, yes.
Objection. What is a regular channel compared to versus
You
what?
mean the non-paid,
I don't
the
understand.
And yeah, she
open,
just, her regular,
it would be open to anyone.
yeah, public viewing.
Yes, she has.
How much time and energy has Miss Oriani put into having to deal with all of this from a coworker standpoint and a personal friend standpoint?
I can't quantify energy, time, like hours and hours and hours every week.
Has Miss Oriani lost her job during this?
Yes.
Has Miss Oriani lost contacts with NBC, ABC?
Yes.
Objection. This is just,
Well, does she have
Objection.
not?
Do you have
We
personal
don't lay a
knowledge?
foundation for anything.
am I connected
Okay,
to
that's
this?
what's causing
Her-
a lot of these
reason why she didn't have
objections.
Okay.
a connection there the whole day. It
Could
just
I
feels
reword
like
that,
I'm
Your Honor?
talking about everybody else.
Can I reword that?
Yes, absolutely.
And I'm
In January 12th, did Miss Oriani get an email back from Scott Roeder, National Evidence React, forensic expert?
Yes.
Ms. Oriani, you're going to testify, right?
Yeah, I can just say it.
Okay,
Yeah,
I would
no more
think
further
a lot
questions.
of this stuff it would probably be better just coming from you,
Yeah.
not that she saw that you were getting these things. Why don't you tell me you were getting
Well,
these
because
things?
she handles my emails, so she got to see these emails, because then they get passed on to me.
Okay, all right, that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay, but then just quickly lay that groundwork, okay? But
And then the one
but
part,
if you ended up seeing them yourself,
Yeah.
then we're just going through a lot of stuff that I need to hear from you anyways.
Okay. The main part of this is did would Miss Oriani share all or a very, very lot of information in the mod chat?
Objection. Relevance. Lack of
Overruled.
foundation.
Answer the question.
Not all, and some of it was definitely misleading.
What was anything to do with Miss Oriani working with Scott Roeder put into the mod chat?
Yes.
Did then Miss Oriani share in mod chat that a woman had wrote Scott Roeder from Houston, Texas, named Joan?
Objection.
I can show you the text. I can show you the
Relevant.
messages.
I don't, at this point,
Who's
I don't,
John
I'm gonna
Allen?
give you leeway. I don't know where you're going with any of this.
Because then he was contacted immediately. He said, not work with me.
The leeway is going to get
She
me a
had
big
access
move.
to it.
But do you have proof that she's the one that contacted him? That's
Yes,
what,
right. One of my next
okay,
witnesses.
all right. Keep going.
But we didn't see it.
Overruled.
What wasn't Miss Oriani saying to you in mod chat, how is stuff getting out that's only written here?
Yes.
How was Miss on her channel saying things like, I hacked Lana's Facebook account?
Yes, she was.
Did she say this specifically on June 11th, 2022?
She said it several times.
Did she say that she had obtained mod chat, she hacked it, and then she said I gave her my password?
Yes, she did.
Did Miss Oriani call the authorities in Oregon?
Yes. No, Sarah did.
Sarah called the authority. Yes. Why?
Because she believed that she was hacked.
Do you recall this post by Miss on her YouTube channel?
The papers.
I have it all. Every shady plan. So does the FBI, my lawyers, others' lawyers, law enforcement, journalists, IRS, Watts, and your victims will have the proof. Like I said, I am a push the red button kind of girl. Big red button meme generator, Aunt Lala the lovable troll.
Yes, I do.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall
D2, thank you.
Do you recall
A wet lettuce leaf.
this is what
At Kingsley, it doesn't work that way, unfortunately.
Chloe announces that she changed her Facebook.
Do you have a number?
Yeah, well, D3.
What are we pulling up?
D2 is what she just read, the post about the big red button meme. And then D3 was from the chat message where Chloe said she changed her name on Facebook and deactivated her account.
And this is D4, which is Chloe saying that she's leaving the group due to everything that was going on in December that Ms. testified to.
Yeah.
I don't have any of them.
Lana's video was deleted for.
I haven't had any of the evidence that she's been showing, just so
It should be under
we're on the
Diane
same page
Wood.
with that.
There's a little bit of discussion about, you know, if you revenge prawn somebody on YouTube, their channel should be deleted. Yep, I agree. Lana's done that several times now on YouTube, has not done jack shit. Okay. I used to work at Google. When the first time I saw her show someone's private parts on her channel and they weren't taking it down and it was being reported and Lana wasn't taking it down, I contacted somebody I knew and asked for it to be escalated. And then they removed the video, but there were no penalties to the channel whatsoever. So Lana just gets to keep doing what she does. Okay. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't give a shit until they are publicly shamed.
You said it's under Diane file.
Thank you.
This is her announcing that she has her memberships now on her channel. D4. Yeah, D4. That's D5.
D5. Okay, so I'm looking, but where'd you get this?
That was us when she testified to that she has memberships now.
Okay.
It's just showing that she has a membership, so she's now able to get paid through if you support her, that you're going to have access to all that stuff.
Overrule. So, Miss, you saw this post where it said the Drunk Troll now has memberships, get exclusive road trip videos, behind the scenes photos, first to see the videos, and be the first to know about court dates and outcomes. I've already looked into another YouTube stalking case from our community and might cover it. Join me on this wild ride and let's see where it takes us.
Yes.
Do you remember that post?
Yes, I do.
So you saw it on the
Yes.
respondents page?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, there's just two more that. Where was it? Here it is.
Tommy L.
None of your business. I think that only happens in criminal cases. It's a misdemeanor in Ohio, so I'm not sure that will happen.
News, Lana Oriani's trial unredacted with Sister Knives, March 12th. Please join us while Sister Knives, aka Andrea Powers, goes over unredacted court proceedings, starring Lana the lawyer as her first role in our judicial system. Every word that was said on record will be on this live. Don't miss it. Do you recall that, Ms.
I do. Yes, I do.
Was every word played on that channel?
This is D6?
Yeah.
No, it was not.
Objection.
What's the basis?
Relevancy. How would she? I played the whole audio. How would she how can they're saying that it's not? They're trying to go back to that judge, get this judge in trouble. So I don't
Okay,
know.
well, that, you can
the court
cross-examine
was
her
over.
about that overruled. All right.
Okay. Court is over. Where's it?
This magistrate will not be the same judge presiding over the criminal matter. This is a civil protection order matter.
Do you recall, Miss? I don't want your nasty bathwater, and thanks for the video. I love it. Someone sent a voice clip and I forwarded it to at the DeLorean, and she never fails at capturing the moment. And it's in the description or in the pictures, it's Miss Oriani's boobs with a big water stain.
I recall the picture.
Yeah.
I don't recall the video. Is it a video or a
24 likes, 86 views, March 30th.
I don't recall the video. I do recall the photo.
Yeah, it was probably sent to you by Lana.
Objection.
Was that photo?
What's the basis?
You were just going to go over every comment that's been made on that's negative in light, or someone else made that. I didn't even make that. So I just trying to figure out how does this
videos for her.
Well,
They're
no,
not
she
making
didn't even say
form.
that. Okay, that's not what she said. She said she didn't make it and somebody else did. She did not say at my direction, okay? So what she's asking you is, this is very, very tedious. You're just asking her, she saw this, but you're not really tying it to her.
Exactly. So while it may be that Lala isn't, acting in a lawyerly capacity, using all the right terms, she is correctly bringing up, what does this have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? And the judge is finally recognizing that here. Finally.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, that's her channel. Everything I'm giving you, that's her channel.
All right, so we're not here because people make disparaging remarks. All right, so that's what she's asking you. You're going to go over every bad thing she said about you, because I know I've got that you two don't like each other.
Oh,
so that's what she's asking you. Are you going to go through every single bad thing?
No,
she said about
I'm
you?
not. I was just
Because what I would focus on are things that you think are threatening.
Oh, yes, you are.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can't
Yes,
give
ma'am.
you a protection order, especially when you are a YouTube, whatever you want to call it, that you have your own YouTube channel. There's trolls, there's people who disagree with you, say things that you don't like. Sometimes it is defamatory, disparaging. That's for another court to deal with.
That's not. I'm here more for the threatening and the mental. I'm here for the menacing stalking.
All right.
I'm here for the.
But you
the
can't,
actual-
I'm not going to make the leap that because she says things you don't like, that's mentally distressing, okay?
Right.
No, like the video of me and my son.
Yeah, and that's what I want to focus on because it's already almost 2
Okay,
o'clock.
So then my.
Notice how every time, the magistrate pushes back on, is this really relevant? She's like, my son, my son, my son.
I have no more.
We have a
further
lot of
questions.
defamation and slander possibly, okay? I wouldn't like somebody going behind my back, finding out things about me, then using against me either. That would be distressful, okay? I get that, but I can't grant protection orders for that. Because somebody's was a rotten, backstabbing friend. All right? But you have some evidence that she's running a smear campaign. According to you, I haven't made any findings, but you need to focus on things that show that she's purposely trying to cause you fear or mental distress.
That's a good one.
Yep, and that's what my next witness, Craft and Barnes, will prove.
Projection order.
Okay.
I think it was more just like there's other people that this is affecting too.
I can't do anything for those people.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
Thank you very much for the super chat, Real Micro. All right, on to the next one. Jesus Christ. If all of us took Lana to the court for all the things she's taken people to court for, the courts would never hear. We wouldn't be able to cover true crime cases because they would be listening to our cases about Lana doxing and stalking and menacing us on YouTube all day long. Seriously.
Right, because proving somebody else feels threatened and harassed by her, it does not prove your case. It just doesn't. Okay.
It's more so as a witness to everything that I've endured. So
Yeah,
thank you.
anything
Thank you.
that-
I rest on no more further questions for Diane.
Miss, do you have any questions of Miss?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Hi, Diane.
Hello.
Let's see.
Hello.
Good. How are you? It's been a long time since we spoke. You were saying that I started my channel based on, I believe they were saying it was like I was in this group of people to go at Lana. Is that was my understanding what Lana's been presenting?
Okay. Is there a question?
Yeah, is that your understanding? Is that what she was trying to convey? Is that I was in this group of people who were like trying to take her down?
Objection. That's not any question I've ever asked, Miss. That was to Nikki. She's not part of Operation Takedown Lana.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
I'll sustain because that is correct. She hasn't asked. Okay, but what's your next question?
Okay. Between our conversations, did I ever say what my problem was and why I was leaving the channel in Atlanta? Or, could it have been because I told you she accused this shift happen person of being 10 different people? And I did not feel comfortable with the accusations.
Object compound. I mean, what's the
No,
question?
she's on cross-examination. You're allowed to lead. Okay, you are.
Oh, yeah,
so that's
yeah,
a
she
fair
can lead.
question. So she's asking you, is that why she told you that she was upset and leaving petitioner's channel? Because she thought petitioner was accusing 10 different people being behind shift happens. And she wasn't comfortable with that.
There was discussion about who Shift Happens was. Like I had said, the person was escalating and becoming more threatening.
No,
and
the question was, you and I discussed that I was leaving because I was upset with Lana because she's accusing this person of being 10 different people in an active murder case. Let me just add that to that. She's accused her of being people in active murder cases.
Well, accused her, hang on. Are you asking accused different people of being behind shift happens or accused different people?
One person of being 10 different people in the same case. She was trying to find out who this person was.
This one does
foundation.
Yeah.
Just so you know what happened. Lana, because of a quote unquote trolley comment, trolley comment that just questioned her reporting on a case, Lana went on a full tilt mission to figure out who this person was, to the point of having people do voice analysis. And then when she did this voice analysis, they came back and said, oh yeah, that sounds like Rachel Del Tondo's best friend, Lauren Watkins. Lauren Watkins was one of the last, was in the car with Rachel Del Tondo within a minute or two before Rachel Del Tondo was murdered. Okay. So then Lana goes on to accuse Lauren Watkins of being part of the murder, and then accuses Shift Happens of being Lauren Watkins, you guys. I mean, that might not sound like a big deal to you, but that's fucked up. And then not only did she do that, she then went on to accuse Shift Happen of being like 50 to 50 other people and never backtracked on the accusation that Shift Happens is Lauren Watkins. And in fact, I think the video of Lana accusing Shift Happens of being Lauren Watkins is still on her channel to this day. That's who this woman is. Okay.
No, overruled. What do you remember a conversation like that?
Something like that, but 10 different people in the same case doesn't really make sense.
Okay.
That would need
Did
to
you-
be clarified.
Okay. So what would you say the number was closer to? That her accusations, that she accused Shift of being about how many different people, would you say?
I don't know that accused Shift of being would be the right word. It would be more like trying to figure out who this person is because they were threatening her friends.
You just testified that I was leaving because Lana was accusing this girl and telling the community she was all these different people in an open murder
Objection, that was her
investigation.
testimony.
Right. That's actually, that was your question. And she said she remembers our conversation about something about that, but she didn't testify that that's why you were leaving. Miss, did you have a conversation with Miss why she wanted to leave the YouTube channel?
Yes, but it wasn't that
Okay, but what was the
she
substance
wanted
then?
to
Let's just
leave.
cut to the chase. What? Okay.
It was a conversation about why she was fighting with Lana, pretty much.
And did she say what? Did Miss state to you why she was upset with the petitioner?
Yes, she was upset with Lana because Lana was not listening to her about Shift Happens.
Okay, next question.
Okay. You had said there were about 10 mods that started off on this channel. And
Yes.
you're very familiar with all the mods and what's going on. You stated you know why they left, and you're only down to 5.
Objection, she's testifying for her.
What
Again,
these
you're
were
allowed to
stated is what
lead on cross-examination, but I don't understand what your question was because she didn't say any of what you're saying.
she said that they started off with 10 mods and they only have 5
Okay, so
now.
you're switching
And
topics.
why did those mods leave?
Objection, speculation.
Okay,
I
here,
objected.
hang on. Hang on.
Yes.
I'm gonna let her because you asked why they left. You want to know why they left, but then when she was trying to testify that earlier, you objected over hearsay grounds, remember? But now you're asking
that's why
the same question.
Yes, ma'am. I did ask it because it wasn't my objection didn't go through.
Hang on.
So now
Okay.
I'm thought
I'm
otherwise.
gonna ask that. What is based on your personal knowledge, why do you believe 5 mods left?
Did she ever testify to that number though?
I remember her saying there used to be 10, there's 5. Now, she didn't say all 5 left because of
Okay,
Miss.
that's what
She
I'm
said
No.
a couple did, okay? She's asking you, do
there's
you have any knowledge of why it went from 10 to 5 at one point?
there are a couple that are still our friends, and they're just doing other things. They just don't have time for YouTube. And we just talked to them, but they don't YouTube anymore. And 3 are now friends with Miss, and they have given over personal and private information to Miss that she has released on the internet.
Thank you. Appreciate your answer. Speaking of releasing private information, did you give Lana any of our information or a photo of me in a bathing suit where she posted it online?
I don't recall.
Did you give Lana our private conversation that had my personal information in it?
Just one screenshot.
I believe in evidence I have about 1 gigabyte of screenshots, wasn't it? Let me take a look. Okay, real quick, I'm sorry.
Of our private conversation?
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna go look though. I could be wrong. There's a whole lot.
I think you are wrong.
There's a whole lot.
But you can go and double check that because I think you are wrong.
I just hate Mod Squad's tone here.
Okay, you do. I'm gonna pause you for 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
Just for 1 second. All right, we are back on the record. Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead.
I don't remember what I said.
You said that you were asking her about the screenshots that she.
Yeah. So you said you only gave her 1 screenshot.
Yes, that's where we left off. Yes. I still see you. Okay.
Did you give her pictures of me in a bathing suit?
She's asking if you gave Ms. Oriani a photo of the respondent in a bathing suit.
Can she hear us?
You're off, Diane. Your microphone is off.
Oh, conveniently,
we can't hear
Diane's microphone just glitches at the moment she's asked a really interesting question. Did you send Lana a picture?
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
That was used on her.
Okay, I'm sorry. I could not figure out how to unmute it.
That's okay.
Okay, I understand.
I said I know I'm really sick. Sorry, excuse me. I said I don't recall the bathing suit photo, but you were looking for the rest of the conversation that you said that I submitted into evidence.
Yes. Well, I didn't say you did. No, ma'am.
Well, I'm sorry that she submitted into evidence, and
okay,
I did not.
Pulling that under Diane's stuff for screenshots.
Yeah, and Cam.
Okay, you said you've been part of a research team in the mod chat.
I don't recall saying that.
But you do research for you.
Well, you asked her the same question. So if it was relevant to you, then why is it not fair for her to ask questions about it?
Mm-hmm.
You asked her what she did.
As far as the scope being that just what she was part of, not what she did.
Overruled. All right. So you asked her if she's part of a research team. What's the answer?
I don't recall ever using the term research team.
I did ask if you do research for Lana's channel. Also, I mean, do you
sometimes
dig up stuff? You
sometimes I do research. Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Did you
just sometimes? Just sometimes.
I don't know if I can even use this. I'm sorry. I'll tell you this. Okay, so
thanks for being here, Blackthorn.
You were in that mod chat, and so you've seen a lot of stuff, a lot of research in that chat, correct? Right? Did you see any videos of my ex-husband from 25 years ago? Lana in a chat with them. Have you seen a video of that?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
Look how dark it is.
Familiar with that she was going to contact him and call him and record the call?
No.
Okay, so is it on the evidence? I have it here where you're talking to Lana about it. So how do I go about this?
Objection.
Like-
How does she have the mod chat? She wasn't.
That doesn't matter. I'm not on the
You weren't in the
stand.
mod chat.
You can't ask me that.
Okay.
Overruled. But what you have to do is you can present her something, read her something, and say if that refreshes her memory.
Okay. Yeah. On December 2nd, do you remember Lana writing, Lala is just pissed because I put her hubby in a pic? How many more?
Do you remember that?
It doesn't sound familiar. No. Not off the top of my head. I would have to go back and look.
What was that date?
Okay.
December, was it December 2nd?
Yes,
December 2nd.
December 2nd.
Diane, do you remember having a conversation with me about creating an alt?
Like back when you were fighting with Natasha and Mandy? Is that what you're talking about?
At any time about me creating an alt. Did you tell me to create an alt?
When you were fighting with Natasha and Mandy, that was it.
Well,
That's the only
just
time
yes
that I
or no.
remember.
It's a yes or no question.
Yes, that's the only time I can recall.
Okay. Were you aware of me in Lana's chat under that alt? Being in that chat and as an alt?
Yes, for a short time.
And just no matter how long, you were aware. I made you aware that was me, not some random person, correct?
Yes.
I was honest with you and told you, okay.
Yes.
Being
And
moderator
then Lana blocked you.
That's
Just answer the question. This will go a lot smoother, okay?
Okay.
Oh, look at Diane playing into.
Do you remember?
And then Lana blocked you.
Okay, Your Honor, how do if there's a curse word, what do you want me to do?
Go ahead and say it. I've heard all kinds of things in this courtroom.
Okay. I feel really weird saying it in court. Okay, so on January 12th, 2022, do you recall writing, what in the actual fuck is going on out there? I can't even hold my fucks in anymore. These people are pissing me off. On another note, I saw Lala in chat yesterday and I have her blocked. They got me so worried. I reblocked her. She made a Lala alt for herself.
Is that from from a private chat or from public?
Do you remember
Foundation
anything like that?
and relevance.
I don't.
Overruled.
Where?
So you're reading her messages that you believe she wrote.
Yes.
And she's asking you if you don't recall it, say you don't recall it, or
No,
say yes,
no,
I
I don't.
recall it. That's all you need
No,
to
I
answer.
don't. No, I don't recall that.
And Miss Diane, do you remember on January 13th saying that you had to go incognito to go see my comments because I had blocked you and you had blocked me, or we blocked each other, whatever happened? To go look at comments everywhere?
I don't recall saying that, but I have you blocked, so I can't see your comments. So yeah, I would have to go incognito to see what you wrote. Yep.
Okay. Did you? I'm going to try to be sensitive about how I word this, because I have, and I'm going to be honest, I've seen, what's trying to be played out in the storyline going, but our conversation the day that there was this fallout, Lana states that this all happened in December, correct? That I've been harassed since December.
Like our fallout, mine and yours?
In general, like you're with that channel, you're a mod, you're deeply involved with that channel.
Just our fallout was at the end of November. I remember that my son was in the hospital for surgery.
Exactly right. I had came back from a cruise on my birthday. Yes. And on Thanksgiving Day, do you remember what Lana Oriani posted?
No, I don't.
Okay, Your Honor, is there a way for me to play this video to remind her? It's in the evidence. It's under Thanksgiving Day.
Is it, do
I
you
don't
have
know.
audio?
Well, I make videos mostly instead of lives, so it is more descriptive in visual aids.
Okay, I don't know how, I mean, you can play. Did you send it to me? I can't.
Yes, ma'am. Diane, do you remember if I came public with our fight or did Lana?
I have no idea.
Okay, I'm going to remind you, if you don't mind, like when I wrote you and I walked in to Lana reading all of my private messages. Do you remember that?
I don't remember her reading your messages. I'm not sure that I was
What's the
there
date
for
you're
that
talking
live.
about?
And then
November 25th of 2021.
it'll say Thanksgiving or Lana made a. Okay.
Yeah, I believe the date of that is 2021 was Thanksgiving that year.
Okay, so that's what she's asking about.
Do you remember the video that Lana posted on Thanksgiving Day and its content?
You have to give me more than that. No.
Was there a way to play that, Your Honor?
Well,
I can go through it, but it was pretty significant. And this is what caused for me to even begin making a video. I hadn't made anything at this point.
You have to remember that my child was in the hospital for emergency surgery and I was going on very little sleep. So I missed.
Right. So
I
you and
a lot of.
You sent me. Hang on. You sent.
I want to go on record here and say, as just a third party public watcher of all of this who hadn't talked to anybody about it, the first time I realized that there was trouble in paradise between Lana and Lala was when Lana went live and read out all of Lala's messages, which is Lana's pattern. When she gets mad at somebody, she just goes live and starts reading their messages. So I'm like, uh-oh, there's something going on with Lana and Lala. So that's my recollection. First time I knew anything there was any problem between them was Lana's channel.
Sent me a bunch of screenshots that you're going to use today.
And one of them's gonna be like a purple, like Thanksgiving looking screen. Let me see which one it says. And they were just in case, really. I really didn't want to drag a whole lot of people in this. Let's see. So go to Gmail and let's see what I sent you.
You're welcome, Mystery. Thank you.
I don't want to waste the court's time, but I can walk through some of it if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Did Lana post any of my background? My private information, my background?
Yes, without any identifying information.
Yes, thank you. No, that's not true, but I don't know what to say. It was a yes or no.
So what you'll hear Lala start to do is she engages in a discourse with her witness. Like, she'll ask a question. The witness will say an untruth. according to Lala, and then Lala will correct her, and that's not part of the judicial process. So it causes all of these interruptions. But I mean, I'll be honest with you, I would be driven crazy too, because the way Mod Squad just answered that, she said, well, yes, she did do that, but she didn't put out any of your private information. That's fucking bullshit. That's such bullshit. But she offered that information and it's incorrect. So it's hard not to, when you're not trained, to know how to, do this litigation discourse, this court way of interacting with each other. It's hard to back off of saying those, of just reacting to that.
Did she post my background?
Yes, without your name.
Well, when you say background, I don't know what you mean. So why don't you ask her something specific?
Okay. Did she post my court case number?
I don't know exactly what was on there.
When
I don't remember.
when you think back on that, would you get the impression that someone was being, doxxed and harassed and humiliated? If that was you, let's say, that she posted, would you feel humiliated and angered and frustrated and upset?
I'm not sure. There, like I said, there was no name.
Not sure?
I do know that.
It was
there.
right.
You were there, Mod Squad, and that was the purpose, as is the purpose every time Lana goes public with people's private messages, which is happening every day, all day on Lana's channel. My God.
I do know that there was no name. I'm sure that if it was you, you would probably feel differently.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you answering. Was there a picture put in there with my family in it?
Objection. Speculation.
She was in.
She's asking her if she saw. You asked her about everything she saw posted about you. She's doing the same thing now, asking her, has she seen things you posted about her? Okay, so it's very relevant.
Yes,
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am. This was a very traumatic. This is where.
Hang on. I sustain the objection. Just ask questions. Let's keep it factual.
I'm sorry.
So you asked her, did she post a picture of your family?
Yes.
Meaning Miss Oriani.
Actually, I asked who the person was and did not get an answer. So I don't know who the person in the video was.
Did I tell you who it was?
No, I was not speaking to you at that time.
Diane, I'm going to re-ask I want to ask the question differently, but think about it before you respond. I'm just going to ask because you and I had an in-depth conversation, or at least a conversation about you saying that you didn't really agree with the video that she posted. Did you agree with that video that Lana posted?
What video are you talking about?
The Thanksgiving Day video with my family members.
Do you have a response?
Like I said, if it was as the person that it was about,
thank you, none of your business,
you would feel differently, but there was no name attached to it. So
she's asking if you personally disagreed or had an issue with the fact that the petitioner posted it. Actually, I'm not asking whether
it wasn't
you
about
think
me.
Miss would be upset. Did you have any personal negative feelings about the fact it got posted?
No.
Okay, that's her answer.
Pull up my conversation, go down to toward the end, and it's going to say where she did not agree with Lana. So just pull that up for me. Okay, Diane, I'm sorry, but I do have.
Who are you talking? Were you talking to somebody just now?
My friend to get my phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
The person that's been helping her this whole time.
We did have a conversation.
You have a friend helping you. That's
I'm gonna
nice.
try to flip.
I was just trying to say.
Okay, all right.
We didn't agree. with what had
He's
happened.
been there, that's why.
I couldn't imagine you agreeing with that. Let's
Okay.
see.
Well, that was what, a year ago now?
Yes, ma'am.
So I could have forgotten, I guess,
That you
how I felt
did agree with
then.
it?
Sure.
How do you
Maybe,
feel now about
maybe,
Are you
maybe
okay with
I
the
felt.
video? Instead of me trying to conversation, I'll just ask, are you okay with that video?
I don't feel one way or the other about that video today.
Mhm.
Considering you have personally doxed me twice.
I have not doxed you, but that's okay. That thing, sorry.
You have two videos up on your channel with my first and last name on it.
Is that a problem, Mod Squad? Let's say it's true. Let's say it's true that Aunt Lala put videos with your full name on her channel. Is that a problem? Then why are you still a mod for Lana? Why? If that's such a problem. Because Lana has a title on one of her videos right now, Melissa's full name. With accusation, with some bullshit that has nothing to do with her. Oh my God, you drive me insane.
From private messages?
Nope.
The ones.
All right, let's not turn this into a battle between the two of you. I understand now you may have don't care that it got posted because you're upset with her. We're talking about at the time it got posted. Did you ever give her any indication that you had it, that you felt it was wrong for that video to be posted at the time?
Maybe I did. I don't remember though.
Okay.
That was a year ago. I don't remember.
I know it's been a while. Do you recall Lana posting my disabled client and telling people I abuse him, and you saying I treat him like a dog to report me?
I don't remember saying that you treated him like a dog. I remember saying that you mocked him, and I don't ever remember saying report you.
Okay, so you said I mocked him. How long had you had the video before y'all posted it publicly? And you said I mocked him and y'all wanted to turn me in. How long had y'all had that video before you made a comment about it? It was after our fights?
When is this video?
Both our private messages of my client, the disabled client,
Not a
nonverbal client.
video where
It's an
you're
evidence.
saying that was accused you of mocking.
Actually, I just want to correct something I just said in chat. So Crafton is Lana's next witness, but it doesn't happen until the next day, until the next trial day or hearing day. So it's not like lickety split coming up.
Mocking your client,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, there was a live. Her and Lana went live.
Alive?
And they played,
Date?
and they also made a video
No,
playing.
She has a chance to testify.
That's a lie.
What was the date?
That's a lie.
How is that a lie? I physically witnessed you. I remember I was driving. I was on like a long drive. And this was a highly promoted live of where Lana and Mod Squad were going to go through every single chat message, private chat message, and public chat message that Lala and Shift have ever made. And you forget that? I mean, that's one of the very, very few times Mod Squad has shown up on Lana's channel. And you forget that? And you're saying it's a lie that happened? You the lie, lady. You the lie.
That was not
You
a
didn't-
lie.
There was no live.
I'm sorry.
There
There was
no
never a
live.
lot to talk about my patient.
Objection to all of this.
Okay, what's the relevancy?
The relevancy is she is sitting here, Lana, claiming I post these private messages just of something random, but I'm trying to show like there was a severe falling out that we had, and that I too was like, she was posting all of my stuff, my doxing me and my family and my patients.
Well, you're asking though if Ms. posted something about you. Okay.
She researched it and she commented on them publicly on my channel.
All right, everybody stop for a second.
Stop whining, Lana.
It is relevant, all right? Because if there's a lot of back and forth, I need to know that. So she's saying that things were being posted about her too, okay? And
make no mistake, in my opinion, every person that Lana brings in as a witness was formerly Lana's arch enemy, and she has now compromised in one way, shape, or form and coerced them through intimidation and harassment to come in and testify for her. And some of them did. And they lied. And I'm sorry if they were, harassed and intimidated into doing what they're doing, but it was selfish and fucked up for everybody else that this started to spill onto, like Lala and MJ and other people.
she's saying that that's what might have caused her to engage with you, all right? But it's relevant to her defense that this wasn't just some one-sided terror attack, okay? So I have to let her, I let you put on your evidence,
So
and
what
I'll
was
let
the
her
date
put
of
on her
this?
defense.
On to the next one, on to the next one. My goodness, you guys, I get so frustrated watching people literally bullshit in court, like taking the same bullshit that they peddle on YouTube and then take it to the court. And then the court believes it. That's what YouTube is doing to us. That's what YouTube is doing to mankind, humankind. Wah. That's what I whine about. That's my whining.
And on the same day, Miss Diane. do
Well,
you remember
what's
her
the
posting my
date?
niece?
Miss, I've asked you several times, what date are you talking about?
The Thanksgiving.
So, no, about the mocking the
Thanksgiving,
disabled client?
Yeah. Let me see what date that is. I'll have to pull it up. Where's the post that? Pull it up. Let me see. This paper.
And what was the title of that live that you say we did?
Okay.
Hang on, she's
You
asking the
don't recall
questions,
being on
not you.
panel? You don't recall being on panel talking about my client or my niece?
Just find the
Making
date
comments about it?
first. Let's find the date first, okay?
Hey,
Interesting how she doesn't badger
Oh,
Lana to find the date, find the date.
Or
I
a
can't
time
even
frame
find
is
the slide.
fine. If you don't have the specific date, what time frame? You're talking about November 2021?
March, I would say March
March of 2022?
2022. Yes, ma'am. And the same day she posted my niece and myself. That's 9. It's find that screenshot because it has it all on there. Let me see. I'm just too upset to. Okay, here we go. And let me find you. I should be able to see
Lana has
picture
the
of her.
gall to like sneer and laugh at Lala for not
That's
having
not really
something right.
But yes, it was in March. You remember her posting my niece in a sunflower dress from a private message?
I do remember the post of your niece,
Mhm.
but you just said that it was a lie.
No,
No, because we're
ma'am, I
skipping
did
around
not.
a lot. All
I
she
moved
asked you,
on.
the
I
only
asked-
question that's pending is, do you remember a post about her niece in March of 2022? Just answer that question.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Next question.
Thank you. Do you remember her YouTube channel calling for Fight for a Family to expose Aunt Lala and put a horrible picture of me up in my bathing suit that from Yucatan she's going to do a live and expose me, correct? You remember that? You're aware of that one?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Would you say that Lana has posted a lot of children on her channel? Several? Was more than one, more than two, three of other people in the community?
This is insane.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Lana just said, this is insane, about a line of questioning that is verifiably factual. That if the magistrate wanted to, and if it was part of the court process, she could go to Lana's channel right that moment and see children on her channel. Many people's children. Children, other people's children's and families and whatever. I know children's is not a word. Are her stock in trade. Okay? So she continues to do this. She gets asked questions, or Mod Squad gets asked questions about what's on Lana's channel. Lana's like, are you kidding me?
Miss Diane, please.
No.
1, 2, 3 other people's children. Are they on her channel about people who she's upset with, people she gets in fight with? Does she have their children posted?
I have no idea. I mean, I can think of a couple.
You have no idea.
Yes, ma'am, and I think one is too many, but I appreciate your honesty on that. I really do. I know it can't be hard to sit here and do this, and I'm sorry.
Objection. Facts and evidence. If I've done this, where are these pictures? Put them up there.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I'm not putting children's pictures up there.
Stop. She's asking the witness if she saw that, okay? And the witness said maybe once, okay?
Twice. At least twice.
Okay, next question.
You have intellectual property. I'm just trying to skip around some stuff, Your Honor, that I had took notes, but I don't think I'm going to go back into all of it. So, I'm not worried about the wrench. Let's see. You said that I apologized to Lana.
I don't care, Stacey.
Of 2020, I think you said, or roughly, from the beginning of her channel. Right, when she first started her channel, you said I wasn't a fan of hers, correct?
Right, you weren't at first.
And then you said that I apologized to Lana.
Yes, once you started liking her, you apologized to her for the mean things that you had said about her in the past.
Okay. And why did Lana start a channel on YouTube? What does she speak?
Fight for a family.
Does she ever say it's to clear her name? Have you ever heard her say those terms, those words?
Sure.
More than once?
Sure.
She's there to clear her name more than 10 times you've heard it?
Yeah, I can't.
Maybe more than 20? I'm just saying, I'm just trying to get an estimate of the impression that we had as a community, what she was there for.
Yes, Tracy Ann.
Yeah,
I think our impression was more for her to clear her name, is what I was trying to understand, than having a true crime channel. Right? Is Lana known to have a drama channel? What they call a drama channel?
Have a what?
Does she have a reputation for a drama channel?
I don't understand what you're saying. Have a what?
A drama channel?
You're saying drama
known to
channel?
have a drama. Yes, ma'am. It is
what was
like,
your answer? Stop. You just speak up, because sometimes I'm not hearing if you're answering or not. I can't hear.
Okay. Sorry.
But when she asked you, is Miss Oriani known to have a drama channel, did you answer?
No, I'm still trying to. I don't know how to answer that other than I think it's more true crime than drama.
Okay, that's fair. Next question.
Thank you. Okay. Has Lana ever doxed anyone before? Does she give out personal information on people?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe, just maybe.
You had said that you had worked on that cease and desist to me.
Yep.
Okay. I didn't see your name on there. That's why that threw me off. And that's why I was trying to object. So I apologize. What was the legal standing in that letter to me for the cease and desist? Do you remember?
I think the point of it was just to
not the point. No, ma'am. I need specifically.
I'm not a lawyer. I don't want to speak to the legal standing.
That's fair because you did ask her what was the legal standing. And if she's not a lawyer, I don't think she can answer that.
Yes, ma'am. Did you say I was just painting her in a bad light, and so I was not allowed to speak on her name or the Fight for family, even though I was a member?
I don't recall saying that. When did I say that?
She has it in evidence, the letter.
Oh, in the letter. I didn't, it's not that I came up with the whole letter. I was helping with the editing to make sure that the spelling was correct, like proofreading. And
okay.
I provided the your address.
Thank you, that one,
to Allison.
You gave my address, Lana.
Yes, I did. Yes, because you gave it to me.
And what did you do with my address before? Why did you have my address?
Nothing. Because I sent you a gift last summer.
You sent me something. I still haven't opened it. I've taken pictures for the police, but I haven't opened it. So January 11th,
I sent you a gift and you took pictures for the police.
Just recently.
All right, next question.
Didn't go live.
Ask a
so
question.
You said that I'm trying. You said that I put the cease and desist in a burning dumpster. Can you describe that video for me? The burning dumpster.
I don't have any of your videos.
You
memorized.
You were familiar with it and remembered it
much,
and you described it.
Okay, did you watch it?
Yes, I'm.
What do you remember?
Yes, I've watched them, but I ate paper and made it look like she was burning the cease and desist, and there was a dumpster, and she gave the middle finger or something like that. But that's pretty much, like, I don't have all of her videos memorized.
But you were that was pretty descriptive. That's a pretty good description. I appreciate that. But could you explain?
That's the best I can do.
To the court. Great. Can you explain to the court? So when you say I lit it on fire and threw it in a dumpster and flipped them off, can you describe that scene for me? What it looks like to someone watching the video?
It looked like you had no.
Because it makes it sound.
Hold on. Okay, you got to let her answer. Okay? So she's asking you, was it a cartoon?
It's been like 11 months. I can't remember.
Do you remember I burnt it in a dumpster behind me and you remember the flip off? Because I don't even remember the flip off. That's amazing memory. And flipped it off, but you can't remember if it was a cartoon or for me actually doing it. Okay. Lana, has Lana posted any nudes of people?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you say nudes?
No.
Yes, she did.
And she did.
Well, she's saying she doesn't recall. Okay. Next question.
Okay. Okay. Do you remember do you know Ludovica? Are you familiar with the name?
I'm familiar with the name. I don't know that person personally, no.
Okay. And when Lana says that I called her a stalker back in December, do you know what else Lana has been trying to associate with that December, with me calling her a stalker? With she claims. Can you explain that for me?
I don't understand the question.
Like, I'm sorry, my apologies. So, Lana has been saying that
Crime Sleuthin', I'm going to finish up this hearing day, and it's about 2 more hours. So, whatever you want to do with that information is up to you. But I don't want to stop this. I don't want to stop this. I want to get through this one day. So that's when I'll stop it. Thank you.
many of us have come together to take her down. I believe I had said multiple times, I'm an island of my own, right? I had called her a stalker back in December. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Had Lana been to court or anything by then?
I'm sure she has. She's divorced.
And in December, when I called her a stalker, was this after my children and my client and my husband were all posted online, and my background, and my aunt, my cousin? I'm sorry, but was that after that was when I called her a stalker?
That's funny, Tracy. Yeah.
Objection. All of those things did not happen because we just have these dates, and we have 2002.
They were in November.
2022.
We just covered that.
The only date that you have is November 25th in 2021, which is Thanksgiving. So evidence, not facts. But
she was.
You mean facts, not in evidence?
But the question is, did she call her stalker after?
Mm-hmm.
No, that would be before.
Okay. That's her answer.
Thank you. Okay, that's her answer. I appreciate it. Thank you. When Lana has just a little while ago that I reported like her son, and I had said something about him exploiting him. Do you recall that situation?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw the video, right, that she posted? Did you? Oh, yes, right. You weren't here. That one. So she posted the video of the server, and she did a fundraiser the next day, right, or day or two after. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And in her fundraiser, she entitled it. Do you remember the title?
Justice for that one.
And who?
Her son.
And what was the description, or why was she collecting money?
I don't know the description.
You don't know why she was collecting the money?
To get a lawyer.
Because her son was traumatized from being served, correct?
And
she wanted a lawyer.
He most certainly was traumatized, yes.
Okay. She had a picture of her son on there, correct? To advertise her fundraiser?
I'm not sure.
You don't remember if the fundraiser had a picture of her son? And when we were, and I say that's exploiting him, you don't remember that? I'm just making sure.
No, I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't know that I ever looked at the fundraiser itself.
You don't remember looking at the fundraiser yourself, but you sure were pumping it out during Lana's lives, weren't you, Mod Squad? Weren't you? You don't remember the picture of her son on the fundraiser, justice for her son, but in court, you just can't. I just can't remember.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. So she said you were so distraught, and you saying you were upset and stressed out about the mod chat and about chats being released. I understand. I believe me, there's many of us that understand, and it is terrifying, right, to your core. Have I released any of your medical, private, your children? I'm not even want to list it, right? Like, y'all said more about it than I was ever going to in this courtroom. Have I released anything like that on you?
Not yet, no.
Not yet. Okay. Have you been told, or were you aware, or have you heard me say that this has been turned into the police?
To the police, to the FBI,
FBI.
Yep.
Okay, yes.
And that we're all going to prison, yep.
No, I didn't say that, but that's okay. That's okay. So you said that in hindsight, you said that Stephanie was working with me.
Yes, because Stephanie gave you our chat.
And what makes you say that? That's just an assumption at this point. Why would you say that as a fact and an oath? How would you have any of that information?
Because
it's curious.
Because she downloaded it and gave it to you in a 3-way chat with Andrea Powers.
Okay, so if that happened, if a 3-way chat was printed out by somebody and given to, quote unquote, the enemy, then a lot of people have actionable legal cases against Lana. Because again, that is how Lana is bringing these cases, is by getting into people's personal chats, by compromising people in the chats and then using them. So what's okay for thee is not for me. Okay for me, not for thee. Got it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You've seen, I'm sorry, you just said that she downloaded it, gave it to Andrea Powers and me in a 3-way chat?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, is there a way to, that is an absolute not truth, and I'd like to see the proof of that, because that is not how that happened. That's not truthful.
No,
Okay.
That's her that's her answer, okay? You can tell me
She
something
said-
different when you testify.
I'm not testifying today.
Well,
Lana scoffed.
in any event, you're stuck with her answer, okay?
Okay. Are you aware of any videos behind Lana's paywall?
Just true crime.
Does Lana have videos behind her paywall?
Not many.
Yes,
but
Cheryl,
yes,
but she
there are
never
some.
has.
You said I didn't play the whole audio of the court proceedings.
That's correct.
Okay. And so from beginning of court to the end of the court, you said I didn't play it. Are you trying to insinuate the last 4 minutes, just so I can clarify?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So when the court was over, then is what you mean. When court was over, I didn't play that last part.
The last 4 minutes, yes.
Okay. And so you also said that I knew.
Hang on. What?
Okay, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Was she saying when court was over, we're talking about the CD disc that she had to play. She didn't play the whole disc. That's what we said, just so we can clear the
She
top.
can ask her what.
Court audio.
It's fair grounds for cross-examination. Okay, go ahead. Overruled. You can repeat your question.
I don't even remember that last one.
Well, you were asking her about the fact that she testified that you didn't play the whole audio.
Okay, yeah, I had asked her if the last 4 minutes was what she was referring to after court.
Yes, that's what I was referring to.
I was just trying to clarify because I did play all of the court proceed, like the court proceedings, but I did not say that last 4 minutes afterwards.
Yes, that's what I was
Where the
referring.
judge, okay, where the judge calls Lana crazy. I didn't feel it was appropriate to play, and the court was over. When Lana says I hacked her Facebook, or Andrea Powers hacked her Facebook, what do you mean by hacked?
I mean, hacking is a thing that I don't know the actual definition of it. If you want to look it up in the dictionary,
Well,
it's a thing that is done to access somebody's computer illegally, I guess.
Okay. And have you made claims that I have hacked Lana on any level of capacity? Have you said this on any level of capacity that I have hacked Lana?
Probably, yeah. You were saying it yourself.
Okay, thank you. And who, when y'all say Andrea hacked, oh, isn't it true that Andrea had a password to that account because her and Lana were so close?
Yeah, I have no idea.
But you know she hacked it. You testified she hacked it.
No idea how Andrea got into, but I didn't testify to anything about Andrea hacking.
Okay. I just seem to remember something about it. So
that could have been the previous witness, because I didn't. I haven't talked about Andrea.
Okay. Isn't it true that John Paul is a national journalist doing an article and an investigation on Lana Oriani?
Objection, speculation.
I don't know what.
Do you have knowledge? Overruled if you know.
I don't know what John Paul's working on. He had come into a few chats and said that he's putting out an article on Wednesday a couple of different times, and that was like 7 months ago, and he doesn't put anything out. So
So your understanding is that he is doing an investigative piece on Lana Oriani? That is what's been said to you by him?
He has.
Yeah,
He doesn't speak directly to me. He has said that he's putting out a piece on Shift Happens. He has said that he's putting out a piece on the Watts family. He has said that he's putting out a piece on Lana Oriani. He has said that he's putting out a piece on Sheldon Jeter Jr. He has said a lot of things.
So, thank you for that. I believe when he was questioning y'all in your chat, he was doing this investigative report on Lana, and all of these people and victims are in it. So it's not separate pieces. It's one piece that he's been asking everybody questions about.
Oh, okay.
Have you seen Lana upset over that?
Upset? No.
You haven't seen, okay. So no, okay. Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give you a few minutes for redirect. Go ahead, Miss.
Okay. Miss, quick here on the redirect. So November 25th was Thanksgiving, and there was that pre-record video made on 2021 that you tested, that Miss asked you about. And we put a video out. On November 24th, which is in evidence, there was a video that came out with Shift Happens mentioning Little Prince.
Objection.
Right?
Or
It's in
can I
evidence.
object to the relevance?
Overruled. Keep going.
In mod chat, it says everything that happened on those days, and it is trying to figure out who Shift Happens is. Isn't that correct? All these pieces of paper, which I have all printed out, and it's about finding out who Shift Happens is, because we believe
Do you hear her? She's testifying to the fact that she has done all this work to find out who Shift Happens is. And she's not just saying, I'm just trying to find out who Shift Happens is. Every time she thinks she has the answer, she comes out with some bullshit. Yes, and at one point she said Shift Happens is John Paul. At one point she said, I'm Shift Happens. It seems like it, Tracy Ann, but I don't know.
Believe that Shift Happens and Lala were working together.
That's correct.
And everybody in mod chat was doing this collectively.
So we were all stalking Shift
And we
collectively.
thought that all was Shift Happens. At least I did.
Everyone was accused of being
So that
Shift.
25th video came out after.
Do you have an exhibit number?
That's actually her exhibits. I have the stuff behind it. Those were her exhibits that she put in evidence that I don't know if she just didn't enter them. So I went ahead and she took little just screenshots. I put everything together that expired the whole time that we're looking to see who Shift Happens is.
Yeah, because that's not weird.
That video did not have any names, did it?
The video that you put out that
Correct.
Miss Berry was asking me about?
Correct.
No, it did not.
We didn't know.
It didn't.
Correct. Had Miss Oriani looked up prior to November 25th?
No.
And was Miss Oriani stunned when she saw criminal background?
Very much so.
I said the words, I cannot believe we did not vet this woman in the chat.
Objection.
Oh my gosh! Somebody that I associated with on YouTube might have criminal charges in their background. Meanwhile, you created a nonprofit for a family annihilator, you bitch.
Because
my background makes no difference. You've been putting it out there for months.
Excuse me? Did that come after November 24th? So, and then the other video she mentions was putting out a community post. And then one other time was myself and you on October 6th doing a mod. You were on the panel with me and we showed we took all the screenshots that we compiled that had Shift Happens and Aunt Lala.
Oh, thank you for joining, Tiggy Girl. And now Lana's talking about, remember the time we compiled every bit of information we had about Lala and Shift and connected them and did two several hour lives about it? The one that Mod Squad just said a few minutes ago she doesn't remember. Let's see if she remembers now.
And we put it in sequence order of how these people went around to all these channels and were what?
Objection. It is speculation. She put together a conspiracy.
She's asking her witness. That's
Okay.
what they were working on. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, we did do that live video, and all the screenshots showed their comments and how they were harassing us in different chats.
Oh, now you remember because you're saying
From the time
you
of
were being harassed. Okay.
way before December till the time of when we did that live, which was April 6th. So three times did my channel address Miss compared to, so November 25th, March, and then April. 155 videos, not counting community posts. And was anything threatening?
Oh, this.
No, you didn't make any threatening videos or posts.
Were any of those posts,
I believe it was.
did any of those
I believe
posts,
it was
or rather
if you-
videos, they were to show a pattern of behavior, were they not?
Objection leading Objection. I didn't hear the answer. You asked her if you only made 3 posts about me. I'd like to hear that answer.
She's testified to 3 videos.
She said yes. I thought Ms. Wood
You
said yes.
ever, have you only ever made 3 videos? I'm just trying to get the question right for the answer.
Yes, November 25th. In March, there was a community post, and then in April, there was a video. So 2 videos and the 1 community post with your niece / patient.
Okay.
I can't say.
So she just admitted to putting Aunt Lala's niece / patient on her channel, which Mod Squad didn't remember. So she's testifying to this absolute heinous act of prying into people's personal family and putting them on her public channel and acting like she did that because she was harassed, but she did this first.
Say if that was the extent of the videos or posts.
That's what's been brought up here today.
Oh yeah, that's what was brought up here today for sure. What I had answered was none of the videos or posts were threatening.
Now, let me ask you, do you recall Lana kept on saying she wants to clear her name? She wants to clear her name.
Yes, she did.
Just the sheer act of putting someone's family member on your channel is a threat and is intimidation. Okay? Just that act. Even if it doesn't say I'm threatening you, you know, in my view, Lana is this is my personal opinion. Her mindset is as a career criminal. So she's never going to come out and say, I'm threatening you, I'm doxing you. She's going to couch it in some other terms. And it works for so many people. It works.
Is it because when Miss Oriani launched the nonprofit on March the 2nd, 2021, that everybody in that community said that my nonprofit was not real, it was a scam, that I scammed the Watts family, and I'm going to scam every family that I will work with, and it's all a sham, and it's not a 501c3.
Relevant.
No, you brought it up.
Oh my.
So overruled. Go ahead.
The nonprofit, welcome Wendy H. The nonprofit was and is a scam. Y'all, Lana Oriani is still soliciting Fight for Family donations on her website, on her channel right now as the highest tier donation. Okay? But it's been closed. It's been shut down by the state of Ohio. I don't know what else it takes to convince people that it's a fraud.
Do you recall Vanessa Walsh posting?
Oh, I think I need to go back.
On March 7th, 2021, do not sign up for the website. I signed up for it, and all of your information will be tarnished. All of your information will be given to the black market on March 7th and March 15th of 2021.
I have video proof of the IDs that she collected. Boovmal, I don't know how to pronounce that. It might be still listed on the IRS website, but the state of Ohio has canceled it. Okay, so it is not sanctioned by the state of Ohio. The IRS takes a long time to catch up with reality. So it'll probably take some time before they finally take her website off of their site. Just saying.
Yes.
Your Honor.
How many subscribers?
Hang on.
Oh, sorry.
What?
she's speaking on the person who's won a lifetime PPO against her
Yeah.
and trying to use it in my case. It has nothing to do with me. No relevancy at all. What this woman and her do. She has a lifetime protection order against her. She keeps trying to bring it up and accumulate
She's
more
bringing
evidence.
it up because you asked me, isn't it true that she created her YouTube channel because she wanted to clear her name and not because she was really into the true crime community? So she's explaining why she said she wanted to clear her name, and she's just putting in, you brought it up. Okay, you don't get to bring that up and then not let her explain. Because once again, she wants to clear her name.
Right.
Teasing you. No, okay. All right. So I'll let you finish this line of questioning, but let's move on soon. Okay.
The next point is, has Lana doxed anyone? And you said yes. Has Lana doxed anyone on purpose?
Oh my God.
I can't answer that. I can't speak for somebody else's motivations.
Her channel are the facts and evidence. She intentionally doxes people practically every fucking day, you all.
And
okay, Shift, I understand.
So you asked you a question and you said that we were threatened with prison time. Like, this is going to the lawyers, police, journalists, and everyone's going to prison.
Yes.
Right? Well,
yep.
On World's Dumbest Stalker, February 17th, a title video, two police cars. That's February 17th. Remember, this is a pattern of behavior, and alone on the day of I got this perjured TPO, Miss made.
Oh, it's a perjured.
1, 2, 3, 4 videos on March 7th.
Okay. 3
videos on March 10th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 videos on March 12th.
Relevancy. We were in court. What's the relevant? Why is it relevant?
And March.
Hang on.
Okay.
What's your question?
I don't know how you object. I don't know how to object to her being a public figure. I mean, I can make videos on her. I don't even understand why it's relevant. That's what I guess I'm trying to say.
Overruled.
Okay.
141 videos over the. And is this a true and accurate representation, or did Miss delete her channel at the beginning of May?
Yes, she deleted all of her content.
So this is all secondary, and there's way more videos.
I would assume that there's more. I can't say.
Well, on her channel right now it says 86 videos, and there's 141.
Objection.
Yeah.
Okay, but I don't know why you're asking.
Oh yeah, you're right. No more further questions.
Good. I hid my children's videos. Dang.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your patience this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you.
You may be excused. You can log off now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Diane.
All right. Emailed me, and I forwarded you her email that I received from her. I forwarded it to both of you a little while ago.
Oh, okay.
So if you recall, the previous witness had they stopped her witness testimony because she was going to go look for the proof and the evidence that Lala blackmailed and threatened her. So now she has supposedly emailed this evidence to the magistrate, and they're going to bring her back on. Okay.
Did you get that email?
I'm just not opening it. Thank you.
Okay. So depending how long this takes, this may be all we get through today, and we'll have to pick a new date to come back. But what I'd like to do, I'll give you 10 minutes to look at this email, and then if you could have Ms. Oriani, if you could have log back on in 10 minutes, so it's 3:07, roughly around 3:15, have her log back on so we can reconvene her cross-examination.
No, that shows me Friday. Okay,
Okay,
I
well,
know exactly.
Those of you who are asking where
did you hear what I said? Why don't you take a few minutes? We'll come back at 3:15-ish, okay? So that you can at least look through those, and then that way you'll be ready to cross-examine her regarding these.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
right. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for your patience.
You're fine. All right, I'm back on the record. I'd asked you, Ms. Oriani, to have log back in so we can resume.
Yep.
her.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. She is ready. I just texted her.
I don't know if you're talking to me, Revenge Prom, but I haven't censored any words. If you're being censored, it's YouTube, because I have literally censored no words.
Hi, welcome back.
Hi.
Thank you for logging back in. Thank you for emailing me the text messages or emails. I forwarded them to both parties.
Okay.
Are you ready to resume your cross-examination now that I gave you a few minutes to look at that? Where we left off, you had wanted her to produce any proof she had that you had, to use her words, blackmailed
Yes,
her,
ma'am.
harassed her through communication.
Mhm, yes,
So go ahead.
Hey, Nikki, welcome back. So I got the screenshot. Can you tell me who and when that chat was created? Who's in that chat?
I'm not quite sure the exact date. I could look, but I am on my phone, so I don't know if that will interfere.
Okay. Would
Y'all, this is a different witness than the one that was in the dark. This is the one that was here before. She came back to show her proof that Lala blackmailed and threatened her.
Did it matter if I said before or after you were in contact with Lana, giving her information? Did you create that chat after you were upset with us and gave Lana information?
I think it was before.
Okay.
I think, and who was in the chat? Myself, Andrea Powers, and you. And
Yes.
Andrea created the chat.
Created. Yes. And why was that chat created?
Because I was having a hard time with my information being put out.
Okay. And did I try to help you with that?
At times you did try to help me. However, that would.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I did help. And is that how because there was a different chat. This is something that's created after the situation, right? After the situation with the chat that you've been referencing, was good, that someone had, right? This chat was created, but you and I had been talking on the phone, text messages, right?
Yes.
Now, we were trying to understand each other in our oppositions of the PPO case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And was I willing to try to hear you out and listen to your perspective or what was going on, as well as you were trying to hear mine? Is this what we were trying to do?
I would say that's fair. Yes.
And we may not always, we're very reactionary, I would say about myself. And we pushed through quite a few arguments, but I did try, I knew you were upset and it was apparent. And I had apologized because I also said, I forget that first time when the chat comes out, like the gut wrenching feeling. And I have apologized, did I not, for maybe overlooking your feelings more? You know, I didn't take them into consideration.
You did.
Okay. You were not talking to James at that point, correct?
I had already spoken with
You had
James.
spoken with him, right? So y'all were not talking.
Yes. No.
And
Who's James?
Is there a last name for James? James Angelo or something?
she would know. She's
James Angelo Rotakis.
Oh, part of okay, Operation Takedown. Okay.
How do you spell his last names? I may know because I put question marks.
ROUSSAKOS.
Thank you.
Rotakis.
And that's who you're talking about? That's James?
yes.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
He obtained the chat. Okay, I forgot what was that. So he had obtained this chat, and I had kind of dismissed the horrific feeling it is to have it exposed. I understand. And did I try to reach out to him and make, you know, like an arrangement of, if you stop, she stops. Is that correct? Would that be fair?
Yes.
I did try.
It would change with the wind, though.
Yeah,
When you stop what? I don't understand the question. When you stop what, he stops.
The witness understood it. She nodded her head yes. When you can on redirect, ask
Okay,
her
yeah,
what she
thank
meant. Okay, go on.
I was trying to look at that little chat we had, but I'm
So
just
you
trying
tried
to
to
get just a picture. I'm not,
broker something between her and James that they both stopped.
yes, and
Okay, all right.
that's something. Did I upset you when I laughed at the situation that he had the chat?
Yes.
I hurt you pretty bad. It was
You
pretty
did.
ruth. Yes. And I had to reflect and remember, you know, and did you at any point during that time frame, when James had the chat and was talking about it, at any point did you tell me that you will just release the chats to Lana and give her the chats?
What I told you was I would give Lana the information that James paid for when he bought my chat. So all the information that was in my chat in regards to Lana, that I would give back to her.
Okay. And how, other than me trying to keep your name, you know, out of the fight, would you really be fair to say that I did try to keep your name out?
Yes, however,
I know,
it was like a 50-50 split. So it would depend on, sometimes it was okay.
Yeah. So,
And sometimes I would be threatened.
I threatened you? I would threaten you by saying,
in the screenshots that I just sent.
But those aren't the threats. Those aren't threats. Those are words that you made an agreement to, that I was the go-to person, right? And when I say, I said no, you were going to cut the BS and no more talking trash, right? That was about me going back and forth for you and James, correct? That wasn't my rules.
I thought it was with Grim and Anionka, actually.
Okay, well, I don't even, maybe if they had it, I don't know. But I know that he had a chat and I was writing him. I did ask them too, not to mention you anymore. I do remember that now that you said that.
Yes.
I went to them. I also went to Unmasked, went to several people. I'm like, hey, can you just not, mention her? Can we just let this go? When you said I had accused you of being someone else on a live, you remember that, I'm sure. And within a couple of days, whenever you email me, what was the outcome of that? What did I say or do?
You said you did your research. You made a couple of phone calls and figured out that I was not this person I was being accused of. However, you did say that you still believed that I was in communication with Jamie Watts.
That was not, I'm sorry, that had, I wasn't even thinking about Jamie Watts. That had nothing to do with it. You said I had accused you of being a different person.
Yes.
Okay.
And then that person embodied being in contact with Jamie Watts. So I was accused of helping a killer's sister, being friends with her.
I don't know that about her. So I just know what, and then did I correct this in a live? Did I correct this publicly?
That I was not
right.
Nikki MYOB.
MYOB.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure, I was not trying to be malicious about it. I was going off bad information. Correct.
What was the question?
She wasn't trying to be malicious about
We're
it.
going off of bad information. Is that right?
Did you say you were going off of bad information?
That was the best way I can describe it.
Okay.
That's a perfect way. Thank you.
There was a misunderstanding in it all. And so the information came across that she was someone who talks to her said that she was this Nikki NYOB. But anyway, the point was that it upset her. It upset this person, Nikki. And that I did try to fix it and make that right.
In regards,
In regards
to Nikki MYOB, yes. However, the accusations of a connection with Jamie Watts and a connection with Vanessa still lingered. So
wouldn't that from the screenshots of your chat, not what I did? Wouldn't that be from in the chat and then your screenshots that he got from your chat? Wouldn't that show the connection there? Not me just saying, oh, you were in NYOB or whatever, because no one really knew that person. I just wanted to make it clear that I was just correcting the record. I didn't know who the person was or about them. I knew you were upset and it wasn't you. So I wanted to publicly fix it. What they did is beyond my scope. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I understand what you are saying. However, your platform, your YouTube channel is where I was accused of these things.
Yes, but you actually were, you were involved with a chat that had something to do with another accusations from another creator, correct? That's where her contempt charges come in and her poisoning the dog. That wasn't by my standards and my voice, right? That was by the person who has the lifetime PPO against her.
What? What was the question?
She's saying the accusations that you poisoned a dog and other things, that didn't come from her. That came from, I'm assuming you're talking about Vanessa Walsh.
Yep. Yes, ma'am. I'm just trying to let Nikki know that I didn't make these accusations, these things that were said, right? And I was discussing them, but I did not accuse you of, I had thought you were this other person or whatever. But I just wanted to make sure that we.
All right, but we're questioning, so we got to ask her questions. You don't just get testimony Okay, you need to ask her
Okay.
questions.
Okay. And okay, so basically you felt like you were blackmailed or threatened, thinking I have that chat. Is it possible that I had a screenshot that showed people in that chat and not have the chat? That I had proof of the chat? Is it possible there was a misunderstanding or a wording that maybe it felt that way, but the actual wording, could it have been that I have a screenshot that shows the people in the chat?
That could be possible. However, even I sent this screenshot as well. Even Vanessa was saying, Lala, release NLB's chat. It will speak for itself.
I understand. I know, and I don't.
So-
but I
so-
did
Okay,
not
all right,
have
that's
that chat.
okay. Next question.
Okay. All right. That's, I mean, it's fine. I just wanted to, clarify that I wasn't blackmailing you. I wasn't threatening putting out the chat. I was trying to relay between you and another person that you weren't speaking, and I was trying to, a whole other side of people, trying to get them not to talk about you. Just wanted to clarify that. But thank you, Nikki. That's all.
So it was probably difficult to follow there, but basically what Nikki is accusing Lala of doing, which is blackmail and threatening, can also be construed in the messages as Lala trying to say, hey, look, this you just have to be careful. These kinds of things might happen. It could also be construed as being a good citizen of the internet and saying, you should just be careful. And I wasn't there. I didn't see it. And they never show the actual message here that I recall. You can tell me if I'm wrong. Anybody who was actually there. So this proof wasn't given.
That's so.
Okay, redirect.
Yes. Thanks for coming back, Nikki. Appreciate that.
No problem.
All right. At the beginning of your testimony, you said this was an operation and there's multiple people.
Correct.
So Andrea Powers, you, and we're all in a group message, like you stated would happen towards the end. It didn't start that way, but then you guys got in one. Was Andrea Powers part of Operation Take Down Lana Oriani?
Yes.
Objection. That is speculation.
That overruled.
No.
She's testifying based on her personal knowledge. I'll be the trier of fact, okay? But
Yes,
she
ma'am.
claims she was part of the group too. Go ahead.
Why would you ever need to get into a chat with Valicia over my PPO?
When I started questioning things, when I started speaking out, when I started pushing back on this narrative, I came under fire. I was then attacked.
So do you believe that Valicia sent you as a handler for Vanessa and James?
Yes.
To like she just said, to calm everything, get everything. Why were they so concerned that I received this information that would be in your chat? If the PPO is on the up and up, why did it matter what information you gave me?
Well, that was a question that I had. Later on, I would find out that it mattered due to the weight of the last 4 minutes of the audio, as well as the deleted videos.
So this girl is basically saying, Oh, I was totally against Lana. I was just completely against Lana. And then I heard the last 4 minutes where the judge off the record, but on a hot mic, says that Lana's crazy. And I decided that because when they played the audio on YouTube, they didn't play that last 4 minutes, that they were the bad people. So I turned against all of them and I gave all of my evidence to Lana. That's what she's saying. You know what I say to that? You know what I say to that? I say,
This is bullshit.
it's bullshit. Damn it. My God.
They were all part of this concocted plan.
Objection. Where's the proof of that? That's just hearsay.
Her testimony, she's testifying to what she had knowledge of, her personal belief
She's
about what
saying
was
that
going on, okay?
It testified
said
here. We're going to get into this evidence here. August 3rd. Do you recall that date, 2022?
August 3rd.
Is that the day that James Angelo pops up in your chat?
Yes. How could I forget?
Okay. And I'm going to play, it's 2 minutes audio that he sent to you. Can you authenticate this was sent to you? And the group chat?
Objection.
Basis?
Has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. Again, no relevance, foundation. This is a whole other battle that she's taking them to court for.
Oh my God.
I have nothing to do with this.
Well, are you going to tie it in? Because I don't care
keeps saying
if
she's
James
going to,
did
Your
something
Honor,
that you don't like.
Oh, no. It's threatening. I have it. That's why.
James is threatening or Miss is acting threatening?
They all are. They're, because she's going to give me this information. They were going after her. That's why they were doing all of this.
But what does this have to do with Miss Berry? Not James.
I don't care. Was part of it.
All right. Just play it.
Okay.
Because I'll
You
give
can
it the weight.
disregard it if you would. I mean, it's weight of the evidence. So she was the one that brought up James. That's why I said James who.
And that's why I'm going to allow her this, because you did bring up a lot on your cross-examination just now about James.
Because she was saying I was working with him or whatever and telling her. She said I was in a chat with him. Not even what happened. They brought it. She keeps bringing these other people up that she is hating again. I don't have anything to do with him.
All right, that's your defense. I know that. That doesn't mean that I can preemptively say, well, she says there's nothing to do with her, so I'm going to believe what you're saying without even letting her present the evidence, and then maybe you're telling me the truth, all right? But I don't even know what the evidence is.
Your Honor, I just also want to state on record that every time she has said this is going to tie me into it, I have yet to see any of these people tied into me. So I just wanted to say that on record. But thank you.
My phone, because I'm in this. Do you have the voice clips that you had sent that I put in here? Do you have them on you? The voice clips that were sent? Could you play them for the court? My phone's just going like this.
Okay, I can try to. I don't know how this will work with the Zoom.
Oh, because you're on your phone. Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is in evidence. Where would I?
I'm not on. It kicked me off online. Here I was on. Hold on. It's definitely an evidence.
See if you can reconnect.
And where's the path to the so I can
hang on? She's trying to find it. Give her a break. Give her a minute, okay?
Oh my God.
There's already a detective on the fucking case. Both Jamie and Lana are going to fucking prison. I don't say things for no fucking reason. I'm not a stupid fucking troll that gets off on this dumb fucking shit. When I tell you something, I'm telling you because it's true. They're going to fucking prison.
All right, one more to go. One more to go. My goodness.
Involved and keep encouraging it and keep fucking condoning it, you're gonna fucking go. This isn't a fucking joke, and I'm not playing fucking games with you. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Back the fuck off. Stop encouraging this fucking psychopath.
Is that a true and accurate representation of one of the messages he left?
Yes.
Nikki, I don't know what the fuck your issue is, but JV's clearly psychotic. She's putting Vanessa's daughter in danger. The shit she's saying clearly isn't true. And there you are like a fucking troll condoning and encouraging it. And you're gonna fucking stop. Cat got your tongue, Nikki? Don't worry, I don't give one fuck about anything that's in this fucking chat. I really could give a fuck less. So confirm so I can get the fuck out of here and stop wasting my fucking time in here.
And then there was one more.
I'm going to have to object to the relevancy. It had nothing to do with a voice message.
And then here was the last one.
Nothing to do with them.
This has nothing to do with a sex scandal panel that Lana has created in her delusional mind. I need everybody to understand that. This has nothing.
Y'all, after so many mentions of what's the person's name? Andrea Powers, who's given all kinds of compromising information or people's private information to Lana. Here's her. This is Andrea Powers, the voice herself.
Nothing to do with that. Lana was trying to justify her stalking behavior and habits after Vanessa because she thinks she's behind something that didn't happen in real life. Lana made it up. And the sooner people realize that, the better. And I'm not mad at any of you guys, but it is very clear that Lana orchestrated that in her own mind. It all happened in her head because she was talking to 3 different women at the same time, and they found out about each other, and she didn't get the girl she wanted. That is what happened. Plain and simple.
Oh, well, when you're right, you're right. When you're right, you're right. But it's still okay to aid that fucking stalker in taking all those other people to court. Mm-hmm.
It is not difficult to find once you really look back and look at it.
And the last.
Your Honor, I thought we were listening to James, but I did like that we played that one. I just thought we were listening to James.
Well,
and
she's
how I was
doing
connected.
redirect, okay? She didn't say that that's all. She said she's going to play her some clips. Go ahead.
And can you authenticate who that was to you?
James Angelo Rakakis were the first 2, and Andrea Powers was the last.
Okay. And then is this the?
Well, if she means that, I hope she does. I don't know. I mean, I'd be more than happy to talk to her. But yeah, she has put her, that is correct. I mean, I would agree with her grandpa. Sounds like he's a smart man. She has put herself square in the situation. And if she, nobody's going after her family. I have a son myself, and she apparently knows somehow. I would never, ever want, her son didn't do anything to me. You know what I mean? I hope he gets enlisted, and I hope everything turns out wonderfully for him. And yes, that is really how I am. I would never, my son has struggled with things too. I can actually relate to her mother to mother on that. Would never, I hope the best for him. I just wish she wasn't such a damn gullible asshole with these trolls. I wish the best for her. I just wish she would see the light and see that this is bullshit. But that's all. No one's out to do anything to her.
And now who was that?
Vanessa Walsh.
Now, was Was that sent before or after James, her boyfriend, threatened you?
After.
Do you have exhibit labels for these audio clips?
Yeah, they're in the Dropbox, but I can actually just like email them so you have them like specific. And one of the members of your group, Fabio, is he autistic?
Yes.
Okay, and then these are the 4 Fabio clips, and then that's it.
Your Honor, I'm going to have to object. She still has not put me in what this matters. I have no idea.
Okay, I'm going to let her play the clip. She still has the burden of proving how it relates to you, because I understand that you're not the one in these recordings.
It's just, I feel like she's getting to talk evidence and it makes me look bad. I'm not even part of that.
Well, how did you get to Vanessa Walsh?
Hang on. It's overruled. I understand your point, okay? But she's still putting on her case. Go ahead.
And I couldn't read it completely.
This is where you fuck up. Because I don't know, obviously you have the wrong idea about me. I'm actually an extremely reasonable and rational person. My only concern is Vanessa's safety. That is fucking it. I don't give a fuck about you. I don't give a fuck about anyone else. So I'm not here to blackmail, bribe, go fucking back and forth. I said simply, stop spreading fucking lies that I'm manipulating the fucking autistic kid. I know you're mad, but oh well, that's the way the fucking cookie crumbles. All right, it just is what the fuck it is. I'm simply asking, stop spreading fucking lies. Because if you're spreading lies, I'm under fucking obligation to put the truth out to debunk those lies. So anything that you think you're doing that you're getting over, you're not getting over. Because what's going to happen, I'm just going to put the shit out and you're the one that's going to look bad. I'm not after anybody. Quickly, as I'm feeling generous, dude, you're on fucking crack, Nikki. Nobody gives a fuck about you. You're a fucking nobody. Alright, I actually just read what you just wrote. All those threats you got there. And I'll blow up Vanessa's case and all that bullshit you just wrote. Alright, well, good luck with that, Nikki. Obviously, you want to make fucking threats instead of having an adult conversation, so that's fine. Like I said, I'll just do me then. Don't worry about it. We have nothing to say to each other. You have a good day. Alright, don't worry. I'm not listening to your shit too. I just listened to the first couple seconds. I'm bribing, blackmailing, whatever the fuck, an autistic kid. You go put that out, Nikki. Alright, you go put that out. It's just because of your fucking attitude, I'm gonna put it out. Have fun with that. You're a fucking idiot. What a fucking idiot. You know, when you're sitting there in Kim and Crafton's chat and you look around and you see you're surrounded by fucking Kim, Crafton, Lana, all these fucking stalkers, like it doesn't occur to you when you look around yourself, you don't say to yourself, how the fuck did I get here? You're a fucking idiot.
That last message cracked me up too, and Lala just chuckled in the Zoom.
Did he pay to get in your chat?
Yes.
How much?
You, James?
Yes.
Okay.
Objection. Speculation. Did he get the chat from her?
He was put in it. Was he like just added to the chat?
He was added to the chat. However, Fabio screenshotted what James initially said to him and also told us within the chat after he dropped James in the chat. And we were asking him, how did this happen? What happened? So Fabio told us what happened. He said that he was, the FBI and the police were involved and he would be targeted too. He said that I was friends with Chris Watts' sister. And when
relevance to me.
How does this tie to Miss? And you can't just say, well, they're all in cahoots. How?
It was the go between myself and James.
To do what against Miss Oriani?
No, can't ask the question like that, Your Honor. Like,
Why does there need to be a go-between? Why are you even involved? Why do they have to get us chat? What does this have to do? What information could you possibly be giving me that they, oh my God, you can't give that to her? Like when you said, what was the agreement?
All right, hang on. I don't even know now. That's
okay. Well, I guess, why is all this happening? Why are you here today?
I'm here today because I am a mother, and what was happening, what I uncovered behind the scenes, what Andrea Powers filled me in on, the pieces I was missing, the puzzle I started to put together, was terribly frightening. It was, in my opinion, criminal. It was an attempt to ruin someone's life and sever permanently parental relationship with a child. And if I found myself in Miss Oriani's position, I would hope that someone would speak up.
Keep reading that script, girl. Keep reading that script.
And would expose what was being done.
Miss, you said interfere in custodial relationships, isn't that correct?
Yes.
I filed a temporary restraining order application on Miss and James Angelo on July 20th. July 21st, I was let go from my job, and on July 25th, my wife filed
She
out.
keeps objecting. I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can't talk over. What's the basis? What's the
relevance, lack of foundation. It completely another case that I have nothing to do with.
Okay, I'll overrule that because
overrule
I
it,
know
it's not-
part of the reason
on
why
record.
you're here is you're saying that they were intentionally trying to interfere with your custodial rights.
That's all I care about. I don't
But
think they make videos.
what would you got to lay some foundation as to what would have knowledge.
Did you have knowledge of this?
Yes.
Of what?
Here, I have another email.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you have knowledge of Valicia attempting to get in contact and contacting my ex-wife's attorney?
Yes.
Did she ask for the
Overruled. We've already had testimony of this, okay? This was brought up earlier, so.
Well, and then in that paperwork, it
Didn't
says
ask
that there's
anything.
people that were online, no affiliation with either one of us, that reached out to my ex-wife, and it's in the paperwork.
But let's ask her though. Do you have personal knowledge that personal knowledge, not just you've heard through the grapevine, do you know for a fact that she called attorney?
Yes.
No problem, Yachty.
Andrea Powers.
It's hearsay. Objection. Hearsay. It's fine.
Andrea,
Your Honor, I'm so sorry.
Let her answer first, and then I'll decide if it's hearsay or not.
Objected. I had objected, but I was saying I'm sorry. I won't object to it because maybe I can get the explanation down the road for you.
Because you're not denying that you did that, right? Because you alluded to earlier that you called her attorney.
Right.
Okay, then we'll move on because she's not denying that she did it.
So then
Right. That's what I was trying to say. It's
Thank you.
being
Okay,
jumbled.
I hear you.
Okay.
Got it.
Sorry.
You're fine.
And you're testified to the fact that they are trying to get me arrested and put me in handcuffs. Here is an email
The
from
end
Miss
goal,
Berry sent.
yes. The end goal was for you to be incarcerated.
That was an email sent on September 23rd. After I'd already filed a temporary restraining or
What
application
email?
on July 20th. Herself, meaning Valicia, Kim Kaufman, Andrea Powers, and Sarah all co-sign on that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Objection. That is not my
And that
email.
was given to me and forwarded from them. From Nicole.
Well,
Ashley, though, she's the
Okay,
one.
Miss
She
Bridget,
just
email
start
me.
testifying either.
Did you email me on what was it, October 5th through Andrea Powers because she didn't want to pass it to me, so she gave it to you to give to me
Yes.
because she didn't want to have that connection because they'll go after her.
She was scared that her husband's job would be attacked.
Did Miss post on her YouTube channel a picture of a subpoena and say that anybody in Texas, you guys don't have to testify, and said that it was a fake subpoena that I was trying to get people to testify on my behalf?
Yes. This is such a stretch.
Where does Miss Powers live?
I know.
Texas as well.
Did Miss Powers talk to you about? She was listed as a witness at the last PPO, and why she is not testifying today. Do you have personal knowledge?
I do.
Why?
She is scared that her husband, she does not work. She's afraid that her husband has already been attacked online. She's also afraid he will lose his job. It's a one income household.
Okay, so that your husband won't get attacked, your husband's job won't get attacked on the internet. You'll give information to Lana so that everybody else can get attacked on the internet. That makes so much sense. Yeah, and you'll just continue to troll. You'll keep trolling because that's what's causing your husband's job to get attacked on the internet. So you'll keep doing that and compromising everybody else's private information to a stalker so that you can keep trolling. Is that what I'm understanding? Yeah, that's what I'm understanding.
She's also scared that CPS will be contacted because this is part of this ugly game. Yeah, she's scared.
Yes, she is.
The record will reflect that I had Andrea Powers down as a witness the last hearing, and the record will reflect that she posted. I can put it in evidence. Her YouTube channel before the TRO. Saying that,
no,
it's all in there. It's all in that email.
Yeah. No grounds for that at all, and that she contacted me. Like, I don't even. Okay, it's fine.
All we're doing is going round and round and round.
Yeah,
there's a process. We aren't just going to start.
I want to stick to the process. And my last question is for Miss.
I think I may be able to clear up a bit about the post. The post instructed anyone who was reading to not give Miss Oriani any evidence because that would be a crime.
It'd be third-party harassment. Is that correct?
They're leading.
Correct.
And that they're helping a stalker.
Correct.
This is.
And so Miss Channel was, in my opinion, obstructing justice.
I agree.
Your testimony stopped.
Intimidating witness.
You personally saw Miss telling people not to testify in these proceedings.
I just have to point out here that Lana is now making an issue out of potentially intimidating witnesses. Okay. So, somehow my name ended up being brought up as a potential witness in this hearing, this specific hearing. I wasn't, but it was brought up as me being a potential witness. And before this hearing could go for, an hour or even 4 hours, Kim and Crafton went live on their channel and told everybody that I was going to be a witness and made all kinds of bullshit remarks about it. So is that okay? And so by that standard, we're doing witness intimidation charges. Okay, fair enough.
It was a community post on her YouTube channel.
Okay. And she was telling people that they shouldn't come in and testify here because they'd be
Correct.
helping a stalker. And you either saw a post like that? Okay. All right.
I did, and actually just said that a couple of minutes ago, that I handed information over to a stalker.
She just said that just now?
Just a couple of minutes ago.
No, but
yes.
I did a little while ago.
When Mrs. Walsh, when Vanessa Walsh's audio was being played, yes.
Then she mumbled, you handed information over to a stalker. To you.
I had said to her he was going to be handing Lana the information, and she has a PPO. The other person has a PPO on her.
I
Lana was
hear
just trying
you.
to
Look,
get into-
we're not.
Okay.
I'm letting this now become a three-ring
I did say
circus, but
that.
I understand everybody's points that you feel like she's trying to obstruct justice. Ms. saying that she said that because Miss Walsh has a protection order in place against you. Yes. Yes.
Yes, she was
Yes.
requesting full.
And so you're telling me that was why you were mumbling that, is that you think under the law that she is Miss Walsh's stalker.
No, I don't think there's actual paperwork, but I was there for the court hearing.
Yeah, perjury. That's why I was in a process of an appeal.
All right.
I wasn't even on the stand. This is what she's doing. She's taking this out on me, and when it's someone else, she's mad.
No, this is.
I didn't
Crafton
perjure.
Barnes, my next witness and final witness before I testify, because I have all my stuff to just like that screenshot you want. I have like I'm providing from me, but
Are you
we
done
can
with
take this,
it?
ma'am?
All right.
Your Honor.
Thank you very much for your patience today.
Yeah, thank you for coming back.
I
again.
appreciate it. You may be excused. You can log off. Thank you, miss.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Yeah, spoiler alert.
We
That
can set it
appeal
to come
didn't
back.
go
if-
through,
I mean,
right?
I know that it's a
Well,
long.
I don't know how long he's going to be because it's 4:00.
Yeah, he was in a. He felt bad. He's like, I am in a crisis. He was like, it was earlier, so he's the one that ties everything together with directly.
All right. Okay.
So like he's very vital to my case.
All right. We didn't get through very much today. All right. So I'll give you one more day. I'll set this case in. I'll pick another day. And that's it. Okay. So everybody's got to be focused. All right. You can't have 5 hours for two witnesses. Most of my hearings only take 1 to 2 hours.
Yeah, it is complex and it's a lot. And
I mean, I can't tell you to put on your case, but unfortunately, I think a lot of times there's a reason why lawyers sometimes put witnesses ahead of their clients because they know what they're doing. They're trying to lay the groundwork. But what happens is since you haven't testified yet, I'm in the dark about a lot of this stuff. I don't know how a lot of this comes together. All right. That's why I think it probably would have been better if you would have just testified as to what's going on, what's happened to you.
Yes.
And then you could have, don't talk. I'm not talking to you. And then you could have had people corroborate things you're saying. So that's what, unfortunately, has caused a lot of the objections because I don't know. She's made a ton of relevancy objections. And right now I had to overrule most of them because I don't know, because I feel like I'm only hearing, I've got puzzle pieces.
And that was actually my biggest thought in my mind is what order to go in. So that makes sense. So thank you.
Yeah. So unfortunately, it probably would have been better if you started with you, and then that way they would have cut out a lot of the relevancy objections with your witnesses. But it is what it is. I had a feeling that we would not get through today. You had asked what would happen because you were concerned with your schedule, and I said because I already have cases set Tuesday, and then I don't have a docket the rest of the week. That if what we didn't get through Monday, we would just pick an agreeable date to come back, okay? But it can't be tomorrow. It can't be this week. And then I've got my December is booked already with cases.
I have a question.
Yes, miss.
Can you put like a gag order on us until the time that we come back here to be talking about any of this?
You know, I could. I don't know what.
Can you put a gag order on us while we're in the middle of this hearing, while it isn't finished yet? And if you have seen any of Lana's content about the Koberger stuff, she is just incensed. She's incensed that there's a gag order. It is a inhibition of First Amendment rights. But you see exactly why we're here today is because she wants everybody else to be gagged, just not her, right? Jesus Christ.
What authority I have to do that?
Okay.
I could do
I
the gag
just
order.
enjoyed the piece.
What I would suggest is I would do a gag order because I have a feeling that if either of you start talking about this case, all you're doing is handing the other person evidence to use. So I don't know how smart that would be to go running to YouTube or running to and I'm talking to both of you.
Well, it's just been nice not to have. I mean, she hasn't posted a single video or made a comment about me since.
Right.
We've
Yeah.
been in court now, so it's like,
yeah,
I'm not doing anything wrong before. Then why did she stop doing what she was doing?
Hang on, let's not interject
I would
factual
love to go
legal
through the
arguments.
holidays.
Wow.
Well, I'm agreeing to the same thing.
I'm
Like,
trying to be
let's go through the
respectful.
holidays in peace. I don't mention you. You don't mention me. Like,
Yeah, I think it would behoove both of you to keep each other's names out of your mouths because everybody has a way of finding out. And if somebody goes on YouTube or whatever,
I agree to that. Is that cool with you? We have Thanksgiving coming up. We have Christmas coming up. I really want to spend my time with my family and my child and not think about any of this.
My family, my child.
Did she take down her community post from the last couple of days with my name in it from private messages from someone else? And then we can maybe
we're talking
consider
about
not
going
talking.
forward today. I'm not going to entertain this back and forth in the middle of a hearing. Okay. All I'm warning both of you is if the
Gotta be
other
fair.
person comes in with evidence that's everybody's talking about each other, it doesn't help either of you, to be honest.
Yeah. And see, to me, it's not even like so much the talking about, it's the lie. It's the
well, that's,
yeah. So the behind the scenes, it's going, interfering with custodial relationships.
Thank you,
Interfering with
Lana
business contracts.
I'd like to see the.
well, and that's for a different court to decide. I can't give you a remedy for that.
Absolutely. I get it. I understand that. But the mental stress, that's why I'm here. I was told to come here.
Even if there's a difference between emotional distress and emotional violence, okay? But I'm not going to get into that right now because we're not anywhere near being done. I still haven't heard from you.
Absolutely.
You're the one that has to prove.
Thank you for being so
mental
patient.
stress. Okay,
Welcome,
I'm just trying
J-Dub.
to look at my calendar. Give me a second. Bear with me.
Welcome to
Friday
new
13th?
members.
January 13.
Yeah. It's on a Friday the 13th. Yes, ma'am. I don't even. Bad luck. Okay, Friday the 13th. Yes, ma'am. What time?
9.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Okay, I'll excuse you.
Thanks.
So that's it for that day, y'all. That's it for that day. I'm going to stop this for now, and I'm going to schedule a new one for the second day, probably tomorrow. And I do very much appreciate you all being here and being respectful. This is really emotional for a lot of people on YouTube in this community. So, and I really respect that people are being respectful to the situation, and recognizing the bullshit here, because my big bugaboo here is, what the fuck is this doing in court? How the hell does this get entertained in court for so many hours? And remember, so this is like the first 5 hours of a 10-hour hearing. This magistrate has had other like 10-hour hearings, and then there was, of course, the 14-hour hearing, and all based on YouTube drama. that has turned into a conspiracy. And the only reason Lana is allowed to continue to entertain her conspiracy bullshit is because she keeps calling it a conspiracy, but she never proves it. Ever. So, you know, I have sympathy for Lala. I think she was, you know, a sacrificial lamb, not to any particular person, just to YouTube and the drama, you know, and Lana. And, you know, it was a bad pull of the straws to be the first to go up against Lana and this magistrate, because this magistrate is just an idiot, in my opinion, or at least idiotically not handling her own courtroom. So keep on the lookout for a new scheduled live where we go over the next day, where Lala shows up in person and Crafton Barnes testifies, if you want to call it that. And there's a lot more dramatics. There are a lot more dramatics. Not that I'm happy about that, but there just are. It's more emotional. It's much more there's a lot more tension. And that's where a lot of the pictures, that's where the pictures from the thumbnail come from. Crafton testified via Zoom, LA326. So anyway, thank you all for being here. Please remember to hit the thumbs up. Please consider becoming a member. I really appreciate the super chats and the gifted memberships. Welcome to all the new members, whether you're gifted or you're joined on your own. And yes, this is high school junior level bullshit that ends up in court, and it's ridiculous. And I just hope that this, at least seeing this, prevents more people from getting caught up in stuff like this. So, all right. Have a wonderful rest of your day, everyone. And I know that Crime Sleuthin she might be live right now. I don't want to check at the moment. She might be live right now, and she's going to have Alex Erickson and the actual 911 caller. Lana accused Alex Erickson of calling her when she was in Ohio. I'm sorry, of calling the police on her when she was in Ohio. Alex Erickson came out with proof saying that wasn't me. Then a person stood up and said, I'm the one that called. I'm the one that called. So my understanding is that Crime Sleuthin, okay, Carolyn D says that Crime Sleuthin is live. And she's going to have both of those people on at the same time. If Lana, and Lana's going to just, in my opinion, create a conspiracy out of that. Oh, okay, well, they were planning this all along, but whatever. Now people will see verifiably that they are two different people, right? Okay, so I will see you all soon.